This is the payoff. Oh! This is the payoff. The payoff! This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is day 2 of coverage here at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championship, coming to you live from Richeto in northern Italy. My name is Tony Lightfoot. I'm sitting alongside Glenn Williams here, and we are going to go wall-to-wall with skiing action in all 3 disciplines today. We've already gotten through a fair amount of the slalom from Slalom Series 10 through to 7, and we're going to do about 3 more series before we transition on to tricks. But in amongst the action today on the slalom lake, where we'll also be having the first of our trick and elimination rounds, as you can plainly see on the schedule, we're also going to be providing you with simultaneous coverage from 10 a.m. onwards of the initial series in the jump event. And I tell you what, if you're a tournament skier right now and you enjoy watching these broadcasts on TWBC and are an absolute fan of what we've been able to produce over the last few months or indeed years prior, this is going to be, it's going to be a sensational day.
Yep, absolutely, Tony. Good morning to all of those here in Europe. Good evening to those in other parts of the world. Action-packed day of World's action coming up at a magnificent site here in Richeto. I must say, my first trip here to Italy, in fact, but also to this great site, the home training base of the Italian Water Ski Federation. Produced so many good skiers over the years. I think this site's been in action now for almost 25 years, Tony, and it really is magnificent. 3-lake facility. Obviously, we'll be slaloming today on, I think, Lake 2. We'll be jumping on Lake 1, and meanwhile on Lake 3, the competitors at these Worlds can buy training sets, so there'll be skiing happening all day.
All right, then, and we see a few shots around about the dock side there. We've got Samuli Ronco. He'll be our lead-off skier for today's action in Men's Series 6 Slalom. And I tell you what, let's not forget the current leader right now, our current leader who posted a score of 3.5 on 10.75 meters. That score lurking in the background there as all of these competitors go out, and they're all chasing that lead in the form of Jakob Bonja. And we had some personal bests yesterday. We even had the odd national record or 2 being set. And hopefully that trend continues on today, starting off with Men's 6 Slalom.
Yeah, it's a great slalom site. Look, as Tony just said, at least half the field yesterday had a personal best in slalom. And a 3.5, I think it is, at 10.75 leads this event. We're about to have a look here.
Here we go.
Jakob. So 3.5 at 10.75 is leading this event at the moment. But the daunting task ahead for this young guy is there's still something like 70 slalom skiers yet to come in this event.
Exactly.
Looking for 12 for the final. So even though it's a magnificent score, and you watch him here go down the 10.75 metre line, Actually, this must be 11, is it?
It is
Oh, no.
10.75.
Oh, it is 10.75, sorry. Geez, he looked pretty early there at 4, didn't he? That's why I thought it was 11.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit disappointed that he didn't get through that pass, you know. And had he have gone through that pass, then it would have made the slalom event that much more interesting for the guys that chased him down. But yes, this is the lead score. It is 3.5 at 10.75 meters. But we've got about another 35 or so slalomers to go, and then we're going to transition on to the women's slalom event before we head out onto the tricks.
And of course, series 1 and 2 of men's slalom still to go Friday, I think it is.
Yeah.
So there's still a bunch of slalom skiing. There's our boat crew, of course. Scott Ellis is the boat driver.
Yep, a Hall of Famer boat driver. And certainly one of the finest water ski talents that the United States has produced from way back in the day. I mean, I remember this guy that competed in the Junior World Championships when it took place on the Yarra River, all the way back in 1992, and winning the Junior Worlds there.
Yeah, I competed at those Junior Worlds. Yep, Scott, of course, just pipping me by a fair whack.
Yeah, exactly. All right, then. So our sponsors are getting their dues as well. We've got Kappa, who is our apparel sponsor for these championships, and we couldn't have the World Championships without a World Championship level towboat, and that's what we have in the form of the Nautique towboat by Correct Craft, celebrating their centennial year. They've been on the waters of the world since 1925. We're going to take our first break, so this is ample time for you to grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we are going to throw down with that schedule on the right-hand side. The 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships continues on, and it does so right after this.
Eagle, made in the USA.
All right then, folks, the boat is docked, and we're getting ready to send off our first skier, who is going to be Samuli Ronka, who is coming to us from Finland. But let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. We got men's slalom leaderboard. Jakob Bonja, who is the leader overnight with his score of 3.5 at 10.75 meters, over a pass of advantage ahead of Paolo Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. Frick School, who is in that two-way tie for second with the same score of 3 at 11.25 meters. Albert Gros from Germany. He is in fourth place right now, and you can keep an eye on these scores as they're posted using the results service. You can find that link by going to IWWF.com IWWF.sport. That is IWWF.sport. Here is our running order. Samuli Ronka from Finland, followed by Arno Durik of Belgium, Alexis Kisaglu from the Principality of Monaco, then Mikhailchenko from Ukraine. Then we've got Santiago Correa, then Andrea Pagozzi, also from the Dominican Republic, Vincent Stadelbauer from Switzerland, Thomas Daigle from Canada, Patrick Crisp from Australia, and finally in this Series 6, it's going to be Jake Abelson.
There's a couple of names in there, a bit of a commentator's nightmare, I think, Tony.
I call it a blessing.
Yeah, you're better at it than me. I think someone should talk to the IWWF about some of these names.
What would you do, though?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just being silly. But my native Kiwi tongue struggles to get around some of those Eastern European names at times. But we'll just sit back and enjoy the skiing, I'm sure.
Okay, let's try the first one. Samuli Ronka.
Samuli Ronka.
Yes.
Yeah, I can do that one. And those last couple too, that Patrick Crisp and Jake Abelson, I think I'll be able to get those.
Yeah, I think you would. All right then. So
I see Vinny Stadelbauer's. He's on the running order. He's about 5 or 6 gears away because he's the man behind all the pictures you see. He's our producer, the top man at TWC. I don't know at what stage he's going to go and start his warm-ups.
Now.
Yeah.
And pinch hitting for him will be Licha Bagnoli, she'll be behind the desk with the ones and the twos when that happens.
Be interested to see if anyone, I doubt anyone will notice at home.
No one will.
No, it'd be seamless handover.
And there we see our Finnish support along the shoreline. We see Jutta Menestrina, who will be making her first appearance back at the World Championships since 2019. So let's have a look and see what Samuli Ronka can do. 30-meter start. This is a bold move.
Yeah, right into his work. Just the slightest of head breezes for his first pass, which is the opposite to the wind yesterday. It's not much in it, though. Conditions are really good at this magnificent slalom site, Richito. It's a pretty comfortable opening pass, isn't it, on the 13-metre line?
Nicely done here as he gets through the opening pass without too much of a problem at all. And let's have a look at this. Just rolls the ski in, just maintains some good leverage. And the most important thing at this stage, whenever you're starting on 30 meters, is trying to get into good rhythm and good consistency here. You don't want to overdo things here. I mean, you can, at 30 meters for some of these guys, it's a relatively easy warm-up pass, so you don't really have to put that much beef into it. You're just trying to feel out the water, feel out the wind conditions, and everything that is essential to get a feel of going forward. Starting with 12 meters on the second pass, that is going to be Samuli Ronka from Finland. And our next skier on deck, getting ready to go from Belgian, Arno Durik, who came in just a couple of days ago, and he is wearing Pro Gear gloves. So if you want to get a grip on your competition, go to skiprogear.com. And let's have a look and see.
Yeah, 12-metre line now coming up.
All right, then. Now, not that many have gone through 12 meters so far in this competition from our previous series of 10 all the way through to 7, but we're going to see this pass being run with ever-increasing regularity between now and the end of our series of slalom. However, having said that, he kind of let it loose there off number 5.
Yeah, I think he was just making sure that he didn't fall, Tony. He turned kind of conservatively there on 5, a little bit late for 6, but it was always in control for Samuli
Ronka from Finland, and not looking too bad on the whole. And much like the opening pass, just trying to get into a decent rhythm from this direction. It is blowing a headwind on the the odd-numbered passes, pass 1, 3, so on and so forth, and obviously a tailwind on the even-numbered runs. So looking to just feel his way out and making sure that he doesn't do too much in the turn to tighten up that line. And there we go. Doing a good job there for Samuli Ronka.
Tony, you've been here a few days and obviously to the site before. At the moment, the wind is blowing. As you said, it's a headwind for your first pass of slalom off the dock, but it's a tailwind for jump at the moment. But every picture I ever see of this place is a headwind for jump. Is this a morning sort of breeze that will turn around later in the day, do you think?
Kind of. It has been known to switch on us, certainly. 11.25 meters. If he can get halfway down the course, he'll vault himself into second place, and he'll take second place outright with an attempt on number 4. He's getting down course here, and there we go. Samuli Ronka, our first competitor of today's action, to get through 11.25 meters, and now he's going to be taking aim at that lead with 3.5 on 10.7.
Cool as a cucumber. I thought we might have seen a fifth throw here because, to be honest, he didn't run 12 all that comfortably, so I'm quite surprised how well he ran this 11.25 metre line. It's quite a step from 12 down to the 11.25 metre, and he looked pretty comfortable here as he made his way down this pass. But obviously he was expecting to run it because I was waiting for the big fifth throw out the exit gates, but he was pretty cool, calm and collective as he came out the exit gates here on the 11.25.
Yes, and skiing behind the world record set in Nautique Towboat. And you can visit their all-new history page on Nautique.com. This innovative, interactive history page showcases droves of historic content and untold stories from the past century. Experience the new interactive multimedia timeline that utilizes high-quality zoomable images and descriptions of each notable date throughout their 100-year history at Nautique. Visit Nautique.com to view that historical page. All right, then, so let's have a look and see what Samuli Ronka can do on 10.75 meters. The lead is 3.5. Let's see what he's got. There's number 1. Little down course, round number 2, and let's go there. So he's well and truly in second place right now, but he's had a chance to snap at the heels of Jakob Bonja, coming up a little bit short here, Glenn.
Yeah, it's a good score. It wasn't too bad a 1. I thought he got a pretty good start here. He was definitely looking to get the 3 ball. He didn't. He cranked that. He wasn't in a great position. Wasn't really wide enough for 2 ball, and but he was still willing to push hard. There's sort of no thought of standing up and getting 2. There's really no point in that. He's got to get as many down here as he possibly can. I'm not exactly sure what his personal best is, but this is a solid score first up at a World Champs. First off in the morning, always a little bit of a nervous time to ski.
Now, a lot of these skiers at this stage of the competition have produced scores at this type of level, but they haven't had that many ranking scores in the last season or so. So, I mean, these skiers have that ability, to get onto this line like shortening, but we haven't seen it produced all that often. But anyway, 30-meter start for our next competitor from Belgium. It is Arno de Rik.
Yep, 13-meter line. Very good conditions here this morning.
All right, then, here we go. Just keeping that line tight. Oh, a very, very quick turn here. And you'll notice that with Arno de Rik, as he gets a little bit further down these passes, that he'll employ some technique made famous by one Mike the Mad Swede Shaylander. And I'll leave you to guess what side of the course.
That. Yeah.
I'll leave you to guess what side of the course that's going to be on.
Might put the big arm in the water, which is always exciting.
Yep. We'll have a look at that starting with 12, but just being rather sedate there with his 13-meter opening pass, and gets the ski round, stands up, lets the boat carry him out nice and wide. And some good skiing so far, courtesy of Arno de Rick. So, in addition to building the world's best towboats, Nautique has been dedicated to making a difference off the water, working with charitable organizations all over the world as part of the Nautique Cares initiative. The world's best ski boat, the world's best wakeboard boat, and a company that cares. That's Nautique. Go to nautiquecares.com to find out more. Skier on deck next is Alexis Kisaglu from the Principality of Monaco. And they had a tournament this season not too far away from here in Roquebrune-Serrangel, at the base of the Monegasque Water Ski Federation. But we'll get to that in a short while. In the meantime, this is Arno de Rick, and some slam dunkery takes place starting now.
Yeah, 12-metre line from the northern end. Well, no slam dunkery yet, Tony, but that's probably because he's feeling pretty comfortable.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, geez, the borderline slam dunk. I don't know if we're not comparing that to the great Mike Shaylander, but yeah, I think I see what you mean. I think now that we get down to the 11.25 metre line, I think we'll see that arm in the water a little bit more.
All right there, so Arno de Rick, 2 passes in and not looking too bad out there. We'll see if we can have a look at some of the early live chat messages that have come through so far this morning. So one Belgian fan out there is getting behind Arno de Rick. Just the one, mind you. We'll probably get a few more as we go down the order. And the time for you good folks around the world. We're very well aware that some of you out there are watching in prime time.
Yeah, well, back home in New Zealand, it's just after 6 p.m. So no need to watch the news tonight. There's no good news. 6 p.m. news. Watch the water skiing action here from the World Championships in Northern Italy.
It's 6:10 in the evening right there in Auckland.
Yeah, I'm sure my family are maybe having dinner or looking at making dinner and watching the water skiing back there in New Zealand.
All right, here we go. Arno de Rick. Oh, there you go. There we go. That's where it starts, 11.25 minutes, and unfortunately for him, that's where it ends.
I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with that score. Yeah, you can see. And I'm a little disappointed because we didn't get to see a lot of slam dunking out there. So, yeah, a couple at 11.
Yeah, perhaps hasn't been skiing all that much, having to fight off injuries and that kind of thing. But he gave it his best shot on number 1. He tried to get a good solid advance on number 2. But Arno de Rick there just running out of steam, as it were. But at least he didn't let go, and that was thanks in no small part due to the Pro Gear gloves that he's currently wearing. Big shout out there to Alicia Bagnoli, who is on the 1s and the 2s right now. Our full crew is here. We got Jeremy, we got Connor, we've got Dima, we've got Kelvin, we got Alice. Vincent taking a little bit of a break as he gets ready to go.
It was a real privilege for me last night, Tony, to have dinner with the TWBC crew. Just get some insight into what goes, all the planning and what goes in. I was excited to see that you're all, during the event, of course, just drinking the waters, just on the waters at dinner, which is good, just staying focused. And I was a little bit surprised, 5:30 a.m. start, that's pretty early. I figured you guys are the hardest working guys on site, but 5:30 a.m. start.
We're normally here before the officials are.
Yeah.
All right there. So wearing bib 146, a skier representing the Principality of Monaco, and he'll be going in on 14. This is Alexis Kisaglu. So just getting settled in on that good slalom ski.
I'm picking Alexis might start on the 13 metre, which has been the common denominator so far.
14 metre
it's 14, so
there we go.
Got that one wrong. Give himself an extra pass here.
Looking to try and put 11.25 into the wind.
Yeah, geez, it's not much wind though, is it? But yeah, just the slightest of breezes. So head breeze for off the start dock end.
Alexis Kissiglu from Monaco, one of the smallest states in the world.
Yeah, I was going to say, where do they ski in Monaco? They must go into...
They have a facility in Roquebrune-Saint-Jean. They're actually the facility that was used to have the World's Fair way back in 1995.
Oh, okay, so in southern France then?
Yeah, southern France, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, the Principality of Monaco is like just almost a one square mile.
Mm.
But not a lot of room to put much of anything new in that city, except whenever the F1 circuit rolls into town. Much of the infrastructure there is actually created outside of the Principality and is trucked in about 2 to 3 weeks before the actual event takes place. But we're kind of digressing a little bit, but that was 14.25 minutes for Alexis Kissiglu. And yeah, the Monegasque Water Ski Federation does train outside of the walls and the borders that separate Monaco from its neighbor of France.
Yeah, it's interesting because I am aware. I have never been to Monaco, but I'm aware of how small it is, and I figured there wasn't a ski lake inside of Monaco, so I figured that they must.
Well, they got a harbour.
Yeah, well, that's right.
But you can't put much in the harbour aside from a mega yacht. Anyway, here we go. We've got Alexis Kissiglu, 13 metres. And just trying to get into a good rhythm right off the bat. Alexis Kissiglu, not a bad looking run there on the grand scheme of things there.
Yeah, not bad. Little nervous maybe on 5 ball, a little bit of a skip in the ski there, but under control because he runs a 13 metre down to the 12. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, we're going to be starting jump at 10 a.m. here. We're going to be running both slalom on Lake 2 and jump on Lake 1. Just a little bit of weather coming through tomorrow is the forecast, so going to try and push Thursday's jumping, I guess, into today.
All right, then. So having a look at Alexis Kissiglu's results this season at the European Open, he scored 2.5 on 11.25 meters over there in Salmsee in Steyregge, Austria. And other scores that he's had 5s and he's had 3s and 2s and 1s, you know, and he also represented Monaco at the University Worlds, which which took place in your part of the world there, Glenn, at Orakai Basin.
Yeah, you got to get your pronunciation right there, Tony. It's the Iraqi Basin.
Iraqi Basin, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, it was a wonderful University World Champs there.
All right, here we go. This is Alexis Kissiglu. This is 12 meters. Past it, he's been pretty consistent in running all season. However, he's getting a little bit jittery out there.
He's going to get it done, though. Well done.
Yeah, he gets it done. So he's so the one performance that he's had all season long that has been less than the 6 buoy count on 12 meters stays the one and only score right now because he's gotten through 12 and he's now getting ready for 11. And you just never know. One of these next few skiers could have a real breakout performance and really stick it out there.
Yeah, I guess we don't know, you know, because obviously the cut for the final in men's slalom is probably going to be a piece of 3 ball at 10.25 somewhere along there, and maybe even a full 3 buoy. But we don't quite know if there's some bad weather coming, Tony. It might be good to ski today. You know, to ski in these because conditions are good today. Who knows if there's a storm coming? It might not be quite so good later in the week. We'll just have to wait and see.
Make hay whilst the sun is, well, halfway shining, I guess. And there we see our next competitor representing Ukraine. It's Mikhailchenko. There we go. waving to the good folks there on the watching in from Ukraine and other parts of Europe. He spent much of his time training in Austria, and we'll get you some more details on Mikolauchenko when he gets out on top of the water. This is Alexis Kissiglu. There's number one. Oh, and that ski riding over the line, and he had the turn, but unfortunately he did not have the ski.
Yeah, he's a little disappointed, isn't he? But 1.5 on the 11.25 metre line. Just not quite at his best today. Just read up a bit out of 1, came in 2. Dropped that shoulder. Got disconnected a little bit. And you look at him, he looks up to the sky and wonders what went wrong here. But the whole set, he just seemed to be just that, I don't know if it was nerves or not, but the ski never really settled down during that entire set.
Okay, starting in on 14.25 minutes will be our next competitor. It's Mikolauchenko.
Coming from a part of the world where I come from, Tony, down in New Zealand, it's so hard to imagine how the Ukrainians are able to continue on with the horrible war that's going on, continue on with their training, with their water skiing, and I think I saw that at the European Junior Championships, I think the Ukraine won the under 14 teams title. At those
That's right, the under 14s.
To me, that's just mind blowing. When they got. Essentially, their country's been invaded, and yet they're still able to produce some really good water ski results.
Absolutely, and you're not wrong there. As I see Mikolauchenko on 14.25 meters, a member of that very team that took the team title in the U14s, and the Ukrainians in the European Open Championship medaled on the podium. They managed to get into the top 3.
Amazing.
Yeah, some great skiing there, and they've mostly been training in Austria for the vast majority of the season. So obviously they'll want to give a big shout out to the folks at the various sites in Austria that they've been warmly welcomed to ski on places such as Salmsee, which is in Linz in Austria, and also IWWC, which is in Vienna, which is where we had the recent U21 European. So they've certainly availed themselves of the opportunity to ski in those locales, and they received some top quality coaching at both sites, and they have some good coaches of their own. There we see Scott the Rocket Man Ellis getting ready to bring Misha back into the course. Mikolauchenko, known as that to everyone else.
So obviously, if he skied in the under-14 team this year, he's probably, only 14 years of age now.
Yeah, that's correct.
He's a young guy to be skiing in the Open Worlds.
Yep, his slaloming ability has continued to increase, but his real abilities lie with the trick event. He's been capable of tricking close to 9,000 points on a regular basis. So here we go, Mikolauchenko.
Yeah, nice pass. Heavily strapped knee there, right knee I think it is. He obviously had carrying some sort of an injury, but it didn't affect that pass. It was a very nice slalom pass.
Not a problem at all as he settles down for pass number 3. That is going to be the 12-meter line. Mikolauchenko. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape for him. His score last weekend at the European U21s, he got 3 on 11.25 meters, and he got into the final VRA runoff, and he subsequently scored 1.5 on 11. It's been fairly consistent getting halfway down 11.25 meters. European Open, he got that score. Then he got 3.5 at the European Juniors and another 3.5 there. So I tell you what, that's really consistent, especially for a skier as young as Mikhailovchenko is, being able to ski in the under 14s. You can certainly make some assumptions where his age is right now, and he's quite tall with it as well. So that is obviously going to give him a little bit of an advantage going forward. And here he comes, Mikhailovchenko, 12 meters.
Yeah, 12-meter line now. Slightest of head breezes from that Startok end. Looking to be on time and early here. But lean back on 3 though. Out of 4 ball, pretty nice. Round 5, and he's going to run the 12-meter line. Well done.
There you go. Good skiing there for Mikhailovchenko. 6 buoys on 12, and now getting set for 11.25 meters. And I would imagine his personal best is somewhere around 3.5 or 4. Judging by the scores, but then I'm looking down the list and seeing that he competed in the San Gervasio Championship, not the pro event, mind you. This is the 20th International, and he got a score of 1 at 10.75 meters in that opening round and came back with 2 on 12. So on the basis of that, his personal best is just into 10.75 meters. So we got a very capable athlete.
And the age that he is too, he's probably bounces around a little bit between slaloming at 55 kilometres per hour and 58 kilometres per hour too, I would believe. Tony,
yeah, that personal best at 1 at 10.75 was actually at 58k.
Yeah, wow, that's a good score.
On dockside there, we see our next skier about to take to the water. That is Santiago Correa. And here we go.
Big test here for this youngster, 11.25 with a very slight tailwind.
Here we go. There's number 1. Let's see if he can. A nice hook up on number 1, round number 2. Oh, a bit of a jumpy edge change there. Going back to the days of Wade Cox. Look at him
round
go.
5. Can he run the 11.25? He has.
Yes, he can. Look at this.
Oh, sensational.
Nice.
Big fist pump.
Get up it.
14-year-old from the Ukraine with 11.25 meter line. That's sensational skiing.
All right, as they say, game on.
Geez, that's a big contender for the slalom pass of the days.
Never mind slalom. What about overall? I mean, if he gets a decent trick score and jumps close to his capability, which is in the high 40s, then we could see a Ukrainian overall skier in the top 20 at the very least.
Oh, geez, he almost came unstuck on that edge change into 3 ball.
Yeah, but he held on to it, and has a slalom style very similar to Wade Cox and way back in the 80s, early part of the 90s. And speaking of Wade Cox, he's actually on his way here to be our dockside reporter for towards the end of these championships.
What a magnificent job he does too with his roving mic around the site.
You can find out more about Wade Cox by going to his Instagram presence. So check out Ski with Wade on Instagram and let's have a look. Mikhailovchenko.
So PB is 1.5, I think. I heard you say, Tony. So
It's
good 1 ball. It's 1. Well, he's
There's
got a
his PB. Look at this. He gets deep there, and he gets 2. And I tell you what, he is as happy as a clam right now.
Well done. That's an excellent performance. Personal best at the World Championships for the 14-year-old from the Ukraine.
Yeah, we got off the handle really early into number 1 and just using his height to get around buoy number 2. We hooked up and just kind of ran out of steam a little bit there. But I tell you what, 2 on 10.75 meters. Great skiing. And that might also end up being the national record for Ukraine in the U14s.
Well, yeah, but he's at 58, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony, so...
Or at least one of the top scores in the U17s.
I mean, I don't know whether you can't for a record, but if you add 6 boys when you put the speed down to 55, and then that's a huge score. Either way you look at it for an under 14 skier.
But great skiing there. No two ways about it. So He's in second place right now. So let's give it up for Mikhailovchenko from Ukraine, 2:10.75 meters in second place right now. Jakub Bonya still has the lead with 3.5 at 10.75 meters, but his score is getting increasingly challenged right now.
Yeah, and good stuff. And to all our viewers watching in the Ukraine at the moment, it gives you something to smile about. Oh, the old TikTok at the end too. That was classic, Tony.
Yeah, but I think Ryuta Funo's was better.
Okay.
Nice try.
Well done.
But I think he'll take two at 10.75 meters more readily than being able to do the TikTok, right? Anyway, we jest. All right, then. So next competitor up is going to be Santiago Correa from Colombia.
Yeah, a bit of a veteran, Santiago. He's skied at a number of open worlds over the years. Very strong slalom skier.
And I tell you what, oh, man, this Mikhailovchenko, I mean, we received a deluge of messages coming in on the live data. I just switched the tabs just to see how many of them, and you know, they're all about Misha. I tell you what. All right then, folks. Santiago Correa, 14.25 meters, opening run, yellow loop. So let's see what kind of rhythm he can get into.
Looking very much like a walk in the park at the moment. Very comfortable pass.
But having said that, he almost got a little one stuck on number 4, but experience coming into play there to allow him to run the last third of the course with the 6 buoy count and getting ready for 13 meters.
So, by the look of starting, because I think he's quite capable of starting the 13 metre. It looks like he's setting himself up to try and get 10.75 into the head breeze, Tony, which is a smart move because it's a score you really absolutely have to run 11 here today.
Now, we've only seen one opt-up so far in this competition. I can't recall who it was that decided to go with the opt-up, but there's always that option, of course, but you would have to opt up directly onto 11.25 meters right now in order to...
Yeah, that seems kind of pointless to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because a lot of these guys are only going to get one ski here at these Worlds, one slalom set at the 2025 Worlds, so they're probably enjoying the moment. They want to be out there as long as they can.
All right there, so Scott Ellis straightening up the towboat, the Nautique current model towboat. They just recently released their 2026 model to rave reviews, and we'll get some more details about that in just a few moments. But in the meantime, Santiago Correa on 13 meters.
Yep, into 3 ball. He's looking comfortable. This veteran out of Colombia. Skied at a number of worlds over the years. That's a lovely 13 metre pass.
No worries there at all. Getting the job done, and there are the stats on the current Nautique towboat. Close to 500 horsepower of power, and it's more than enough for these skiers to handle with the 6.2 litre PCM engine. Yeah, and of course Nautique just 3-4 months ago released their new model of boat. Fortunately, we're not able to use it at these World Championships. Just something that when the rules, you have to notify which boat you're using 6 months before the event starts. But the innovation from Nautique looks really good. All the reports are that the new Nautique hull and the engine sets up really nice. It skis really well. So we look forward to, as more and more tournaments are towed by that new Nautique, that exceptional performance will continue to improve. And it's a smaller boat as well, so that power to weight ratio can only increases with that. Super strong for jump. And just slightly less expensive too, I think. A little bit less components have gone into it. All right then, so Santiago Correa, this is 12 meters. Now looking to set himself up with a good rhythm, and calmly skiing his way through this pass and not overly stressing himself on 12 meters, and he gets the job done. So 11.25 meters coming up next, and setting himself up for an attempt at 10.75 into the wind, provided that he can achieve similar success on 11.25 meters, which is coming up next.
Yeah, well, yeah, giving yourself 10.75 into the head breeze. The downside of that is having to run the 11 downwind, which is the task that Santiago was faced with next. And it's not too bad out there, though. It's probably more breeze on Lake 1, actually. I reckon there'll be a few nervous jumpers on site about now, Tony, because we're...
yeah, the wind is starting to pick up.
We've got a reasonably decent tailwind at the moment for jump, and we're starting jumping a little over an hour.
Yeah, an hour and 29 minutes, according to my clock. So we've got the jump event, and we'll be having simultaneous coverage of both the jump event and whichever event that we're continue to running on Lake 2, whether it'll be the slalom or the tricks. So if you're a tournament water ski junkie and want to see the very, very best on the water, stick around for the remainder of today's action. You will not be disappointed. So this is Santiago Correa. This is 11.25 meters. It's go time.
Okay, round one he goes. Not too bad a start here on the 11.25 for the Colombian. Big two ball. He's on this at the moment. Out of 3, over to 4. It's around 4, looking very comfortable actually. Across to 5. And there you go. That's a good 11.25 meter pass.
There you go, hanging tough there and trying to make sure that that he spares his own blushes with 11.25 meters, trying to ski stride for stride for a skier that's at least 2 decades his junior.
Yeah, and he's pretty happy when he should be, because it's not easy to run the 11.25 meter line under the pressure of a World Championships, and you add in that little tail breeze. I would say before he got here, this was his aim. He thought, geez, I want to run 11 at the Worlds. Everything I get at 10.75 is a bonus. And he certainly made his trip to Italy worthwhile.
Certainly has. Some great skiing there from Santiago Correa. And looking good out there behind that Nautic towboat. And if you're looking to maybe upgrade into the 2026 model, if you're ready for that, you can start building your 2026 model Nautic today. The Design Your Nautic interactive boat builder is now live with Nautic's full model 2026 lineup. Find out more by going to nautic.com to design your own Nautic today. Here we go, Santiago Correa. This is now 10.75 meters. The lead score is on this run at 3.5. Let's see how close he can get to it. There's number 1. Good to go round number 2. He's getting round number 3, and within half a buoy of the lead, Santiago Correa sets the bar in this series with 3 at 10.75 meters there, Glenn.
Yeah, good skiing. Really good skiing. He got a pretty good one, actually. And he set himself up nicely here. Round 1 he goes. Across the 2. 3. He's starting to get pretty down course here. But he's smart enough, experienced enough to make sure he sneaks around 3.
And then get into the wakes just to make sure here.
Yep.
He needs to be before the next set of boat guides. And there we go.
Yeah, and he's happy. Well done.
There we go. Happy as Gilligan out there. I can tell you that.
Is it happy as Gilligan? Is it from Gilligan's Island?
Yeah, exactly.
He was a fairly happy chap, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's a fairly old show, though. That I would have been pretty young.
Well, I'm a fairly old guy.
You're not that much older than me, I don't think, Tony.
There you go. But thanks to reruns, the spirit of Gilligan is very much alive and well. There you go. That was Santiago Correa. And getting 3 at 10.75 meters. All right, then, skiing back to the dock. And great to have him here, who's not only skiing as an athlete, but also in a coaching capacity for the Colombian squad as they look to try and continue forward, especially with the likes of Daniel Verschuivel, on that team. So, that being said, our next competitor to take to the water will be Andrea Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, from this magnificent water ski family. Pagozzis. Starting on the 14.25 metre line.
All right, our skier who comes to us from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic and skiing out of the Catalina water ski facility. He's going to go in on 14.25 meters.
Comfortable start here on the 14.25. Yellow shortening.
Not bad. And showing some of that trademarked Pagozzi slalom style out there on the water, and doing a fine job with that opening pass there, Glenn.
Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. This young talent out of the Dominican Republic. Family, of course, was father's family, of course, originally from here in Italy. I think they have a ski site a little bit east of here, is it? On the other side of Milan somewhere, or no?
Yeah, but I believe so. Yeah. I don't know too much of the Pagozzi family history.
No, neither do I, to be honest. But just trying to search back into my memory bank.
Yep, and moved over to the Caribbean not too few years ago, and established the ski school, and the rest is history, as they say. And looking to make a little bit of history himself, wearing bib 159 is Switzerland's Vincent Stadelbauer.
Yep, our boss, of course.
Mm-hmm.
TWBC.
All right, then. So with that, let's focus in on our current athlete on the water, Andrea Pagozzi.
Yeah, 13 metre line now. Slightest of tailwind, so shouldn't be too much of a problem though. Very much a warm-up pass for this young, very talented athlete.
Getting really pitted on the inside there on number 4, and really using the inside edge quite effectively there upon reflection, but managing to get through all 6 buoys on 14 and 13 meters now. So Andrea Pagozzi 2 passes deep, and not looking too bad out there.
Yeah, it's kind of, I wouldn't say that it's raining, but it's quite a heavy kind of misty feel at the moment, almost to the point of drizzle.
Yeah, it's not quite a pea super either, but
no.
A little misty out there, but it's taken a little bit of the warmth out of the sun, which for a few of our folk here is probably a welcome development. Sometimes it can be a little bit warm, a little bit toasty for some of those that are used to not having that much sun, like where I'm originally from. There is Mario Pagozzi looking in and seeing what his son can do out there out in the water. There, Glenn Martin there. So 3 drivers there. We've got Mario, we've got Glenn, and we've got Scott.
Yeah,
we got them all.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent right there, isn't there, in terms of boat driving.
Here we go, Andrea Pagozzi.
12 metre line now from the start to end.
Oh, nicely done. Getting a little bit high-sided there with the tip of the ski around number 2, but managing to more than wake up for that on his approach into number 4, and gets the job done. So
yeah, pretty simple stuff, eh? 12 metre line.
Yeah, 12 meters. No two worries about that. And getting a good hook up there and just trying to maintain good, steady consistent body posture into each turn and not be tempted into moving around too much on the ski, and therefore disrupt his angle of attack going forward. So we've seen Andrea Pagozzi go through 12. Now what is it? Now what has he got in store for us for 11.25 meters?
Well, we've seen it done already this morning, but he will have a slight tailwind. But obviously, if he can get through this 11.25, that gives him the 10.75 back into the head breeze. You see at that far end of the lake, though, it's glass calm. It just shows that the wind is not very strong at all, really. It's only down this end. We're at the southern end of the lake where the breeze has really got any effect at all.
All right, so Andrea Pagozzi, age 19, is his best so far this season is 2 at 10.75 meters. He produced that score at Lago Manin in Paraguay at the Latin American Championships. So he is capable of running this.
He's in a bit of trouble, though, here, isn't he?
He is.
Oh,
And he pops the tail and he gets 2.5 there for that effort. But his effort there on 11.25 meters started to unravel as soon as he got outside buoy number 1.
Yeah, just didn't really get the start that he needed.
Yeah, Handel getting up there and just not getting in his customary position to attack buoy number 2 on 11.25 meters, bringing the handle up again one more time. And unfortunately, that was the killer blow to his chances of running that pass. It's 2.5 at 11.25 meters, and skier from the Dominican Republic is Andrea Pagozzi. So, we are about 2/3 the way done. We're on skier number 7, and it will be Switzerland's Vincent Stadelbauer. Deep breath, getting ready to rock.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how easy it is for him to focus on this slalom set, because he'll be thinking about camera angles and feeds and whether the camera's in the right position and all of that sort of thing.
Not only that, but he's got a wedding coming up in about 2 weeks.
Ah, is that right?
Yeah.
14.25 to start.
14.25 meters, not looking bad there.
Obviously, I'm not going to criticise because he's the boss.
Well, I can.
There's a couple of little
Hiccups.
yeah, little technical issues maybe with his skiing style.
And another skier that we see out there rocking the Pro Gear gloves. You can go to their website at skiprogear.com and get you a pair.
Well, it's the Pro Gear gloves that got him through this pass, Tony. I don't see him running this pass if he didn't have the Pro Gear gloves.
And as Glenn ingratiates himself with our current director behind the ones and the twos, we get ready for the next pass there for Vincent Stadelbauer, 13 meters. He's on that KD slalom ski as well that was designed and engineered with the brains of Corey Vaughan behind that deal. So let's have a look and see. Triple beep about to come on. About 50 seconds drop time, close to 55 seconds drop time on each end. Ample time for the wakes to subside. And here we go. This now is Vincent Stadelbauer. 30 meters green loop.
Yeah, 13-meter line now. Not a bad start on 1. And 3 kind of reaches forward over the ski with his upper body into that 2-4 side.
Yeah, that's that kind of turning style allows that ski to track a little tighter at the end, and kind of employing that same kind of technique as a one Carl Roberge all the way back in the day, where he rocked the tail and the tip every time that he makes an attempt on a buoy.
Yeah, talking about great slalom skiers. Carl Roberge, also a great jumper as well.
Probably one of the greatest jumpers of all time. I mean, based upon his undefeated season in 1996. But getting on it, just trying to ease himself into this set there with the opening two passes of 14 and 13. Now we'll see how he attacks the 12-meter line, the blue loop, into a slight breeze that's a little bit up and down, but for the most part it's definitely quite manageable out there, Glenn.
Yes, conditions are excellent.
All right, they're settling in, and on top of the water now, it's going to be 12 meters there for Vincent Stadelbauer.
Okay. Should still be a regulation pass for Vinny. You wouldn't expect him to have too many problems with his 12-meter pass as he makes his way down around 3 and across to 4. And looking very solid as he completes that pass.
Looking positively pedestrian out there. There you go, 12 meters as it should be run. Let's see what kind of start that he gets on 11.25 meters next. So far, so good for Vincent Stadelbauer, who comes to us originally from Geneva in Switzerland, but makes his residence in Claremont in Central Florida these days. Looking good and looking strong out there for the most part on 12. And now I think that with a lot of these next few skiers, including Vincent Stadelbauer, I think what they're really trying to do is try and at least in comparison to Michalauchenko, who ran 11.25 meters at age 14 just now in the Open World Championships. They want to make sure that they don't embarrass themselves, really.
He's throwing the pressure right out there, Tony.
Yeah, it is the World Championships. It is what it is. Here we go.
Yeah, let's get serious now. 11.25 meter line.
Yep.
He's going to have to be right on top of his game here. Slightest of tail breezes.
Entrance, round buoy number 1. Look at him go. Round number 2, a little bit on the back here. Can he still make an inroads here? There's number 3. Good to go for number 4. All right there. Here comes Vinny with 5 and number 6. There we go. Jigging up and down there, and so too is Elite J on the 1s and the 2s. There we go.
I think he's pretty happy. I don't think he's done a heck of a lot of training for this event. Tony's a little bit underdone, so to get a score like that, he's going to be very happy.
So there we go. Vincent Stadelbauer as happy as a dog with a bone. Tell you what, good skiing. Good extension around buoy number 2, but the task isn't quite over yet. 10.75 meters comes up. And, you know, one of the last times that he got onto 10.75 meters was the World Championships 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, he certainly knows when to peak, doesn't he? Well, I could see him getting a cheeky 4 boys here and taking the lead.
Wouldn't that be something, huh? And if the weather does deteriorate between now and then for the next few series, I mean, there could be an outside chance that, assuming that Vincent Stadelbauer gets that far, 2/3 of the way down
One thing
the
at a
course.
time. One thing at a time.
All right. A to B. Let's have a look and see.
10.75 meter line now for the Swiss skier, Vinny Stadelbauer. And let's see if he can't get around 4 ball and take the lead.
Here he comes. That's number 1.
Not a bad one.
Not a bad one, too. Look, there he goes. Round number 2. He's happy with that.
Yeah, good skiing.
Good. Fantastic effort there. And I'm sure he'll get a hug or two from Alice. That's the least he'll be expecting right now. So 2 buoys on 10.75 meters, and all thanks to the Pro Gear gloves that you can find out more about by going to skiprogear.com. Let's have a look and see what kind of start he gets on number 1 here, Glenn.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad a 1, but he just hadn't set himself up very well for 2, I guess. That's a solid score, though, 2 at 10.75. I'm not sure he's been doing a lot of training. And he certainly knows when to peak, because that's his best score since the last World Champs.
Yeah, indeed,
in Florida.
indeed. Yeah, absolutely. 2023, rolling the years back. And he's now put himself in a 3rd place position. We'll have a look at the quick snap look at the leaderboard, which will appear on the left-hand side of your screen. And that will confirm that Vincent Stadabauer is a top 3 athlete right now. Just take a look. A 2-way tie for 3rd place between himself and Mikhailovchenko. Santiago Correa currently in 2nd spot with 3 at 10.75 meters. And Jakob Bonja all the way in Series 10, getting his score of 3.5 on 10.75 meters. From Switzerland, Vincent Stadabauer. Good stuff there. All right then, moving right along. Our next competitor, individual competitor out of Canada, it is going to be Thomas Daigle.
Yeah, Thomas looks pretty relaxed on the dock. Seen him smiling at the camera a few times. He's looking forward to this.
All right, he's about to work his way into the course.
$14.25 meter to start. Relative conservative start for these guys, but they're looking to get 10.75 into the headwind, I think is the plan for most of the guys in the start dock.
All right, rocking his way into the run here, 14.25 meters. Trying to get as much as he can off 135 to at least give himself a neutral turn on 246, and looking to have done a good job so far. So
yeah, nice. And I can report too that wind has actually dropped off just in the last couple of minutes.
All right.
It seems to have disappeared. In fact, looking at the jump lake, which we're going to start jumping in about an hour, that tailwind has really died off, so it's good news. Hopefully that can continue to happen and maybe even turn around towards a headwind for the jump.
And Thomas Daigle has been on a pretty good performance streak here. His best score this season has been 2 at 10.75 meters, and he achieved that not once, not twice, but 3 times at the Canadian National Water Ski Championships. Other scores have been into 11.25 meters before, but if he can hold on to this streak of going into 10.75 meters and getting the further way down course, then that will put him in the same kind of realm as the likes of Vincent Stadabauer and Mikhailovchenko.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm getting paid. It's a job.
So waiting on our next skier to take to the water from Australia, it'll be Patrick Crisp.
Okay, here's Thomas now. This is the 13-meter line. Oh, almost dropped the shoulder there on one ball. It's okay now. Round 3. Looking comfortable here on the 13-meter line. The lake has glassed off. There's a wonderful water ski facility. Oh, on the inside arm there.
Ah,
Good to see.
That's just obscene right there. He's probably realistic about his chance of making it through to the final, but you just never know. All it takes is one good gate shot and good rhythm established on the first third of the course, and off to the races.
Well, yeah, and I mean he's still here to get a big score though. I think Quite comfortable on the 13 for him to let go of that inside arm. I'm not sure he'll do it on the 11. This is a pretty good pass here.
So Thomas Daigle, who's age 26 and not doing too badly out there, I would imagine. Not looking bad at all for the most part, as we hear our jump boat making its way up and down. We are a little over an hour away from starting the jump event and producing simultaneous live coverage of both the jump and the tricks and slalom events that will continue to take place on Lake 2. In the meantime, this is Thomas Daigle from Canada. 12 meters. Let's see how he gets along, Glenn.
Perfect conditions here at the moment. Riccido, World Championships, classy calm. A bit slow out of 2 ball. That's Thomas there. Round 3 he goes. Comfortable pass, really. And across the 6 ball. Nice 12 meter line in the book for this young Canadian competitor.
All right, then. So good skiing there for Thomas Daigle. So getting the job done. First 3 passes under his belt. Now getting ready for 11.25 meters. So Thomas Daigle.
See Australian team captain Patrick Crisp on the start dock there, number 24. A few Aussies tuning in. Really good viewing times for the Australians, coming up to 5 p.m. in Australia on the eastern seaboard. And over there in Perth, just more coming up to 2 p.m. actually. So obviously a few people will be at work watching this. Let's watch Thomas Daigle now. This is the 11.25 metre line.
All right, there. Here is a Thomas Daigle. Oh, and going down and going down rather early on 11.25 meters. Unfortunately,
big slap of the water. He's not happy.
No, not all that happy out there on the water.
Disappointing stuff for Thomas. Perfect conditions. He looked to be having a reasonably good set, but actually one looked pretty good to me, Tony.
Yeah, it looked all right.
Really good, and then
he just tried to make that turn a little bit tighter, and unfortunately leaving the ski behind him in the process. So Thomas Daigle, it is going to be a score of 1.5 on 11.25 meters. With 2 skiers to go in this current series, we're going to see Jake Abelson in a few minutes, but before him, we will check out Patrick Crisp from Australia. 14.25 meter start for the tall and lanky Australian skier who is a member of their team.
Yeah, he's not only the member, he's the captain of the Australian team.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if he can lead by example.
There they go. There's the Aussies
Oh,
on
look
the bank.
look at the Aussies. They're here, they're there, they're everywhere. And I see Sadie there next to the water, looking on and cheering one of their own out there. Here we go. This is Patrick Crisp. 14.25 meter start.
Yeah, very strong slalom skier, but strong trick skier as well. He actually tricks really well given his height. He sort of looks more like a slalom skier than a tricker, but he's got some solid trick skiing skills as well.
You do get anomalies like that on occasion, you know. I mean, case in point, Jason McClintock back in the day, you know, it was a dual event threat, you know. And then looking down the list a little bit more, likes of Corey Picos, you know. I mean, he's not exactly what I would call short, and the late great Tori Bargiano would fit into that kind of mold as well.
Absolutely. Well, it's just like you get 5'6" or 5'7" tall slalom skiers that go pretty well as well. I'm thinking of Terry Winter, but there's been
And
others as
Marcus
well.
Brown.
Yeah. Dane Meckler, maybe. Dane's a little bit taller than that, but
Yeah.
still. But Patrick he's one of those guys. He's represented Australia proudly for many, many years. We have an Oz Kiwi in our part of the world, Australia versus New Zealand. In juniors, coming up through the ranks. He's been in Oz Kiwis for many years. He's skied at Junior Worlds, Under 21 Worlds, University Worlds. And this is probably about his third, maybe fourth Open World Championships as well, too, I'd say. Real good, strong servant of Australian water skiing.
All right, then, let's rock it in. We've got Patrick Crisp coming into the course on 13 meters. A little bit tall into his gate shot, but he's not looking bad there. Ski rearing up a little bit on number 1, but he's able to hold it down better into number 3, letting the ski do more of the work. And it's not looking bad there
Nice
for
pass.
Patrick Crisp.
Really nice pass, easy as you like.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Conditions absolutely perfect now. That little bit of breeze that we had earlier has gone. It's glass calm. We've seen so many personal bests already at these Worlds and the slalom event.
All right, let's have a look at the tail of the tape here for Patrick Crisp. He's gotten one at 10.75 meters as recently as the Australian Nationals. He's had a smattering of scores into 11.25 meters. So probably fair to say this 29-year-old Patrick Crisp from Australia will be looking to make a strong impact here and ski better than his average in order to do that.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be looking, obviously, to ski close to his best, take advantage of these conditions, maybe get a personal best, but just as importantly as Australian team captain, he'll be looking to get as many points as possible for his Australian team.
There we see a few of our other contenders. We see there Tim Wilder from Germany just getting nicely warmed up for his set. He'll be the last skier out in men's Series 5 slaloming. And Series 5 is going to come up next after we get done with both Jake Abelson and indeed on skier that's currently on the water right now, Patrick Crisp on 12 meters.
He's had a good start here at 12. Slightly down course here, but he's very much in control as he runs that 12-metre pass. Well done to Patrick Crisp. Out of the Geelong Water Ski Club, Tony, which is about an hour south of Melbourne. Not the warmest place in Australia, I wouldn't think. Geelong, fairly windy sort of a place as well, but produced some good skiers over the years.
And home of the AFL Cats.
There you go. You're a bit of an AFL fan, are you, Tony, or just know this stuff?
I try and stay knowledgeable. And another fan of the AFL Cats from back in the day was one Jacinta Carroll.
Yeah, well, it's Jacinta's hometown or home club where she grew up, Geelong. She now lives up in Queensland, of course. But yeah, the Carrolls, proud members of the Geelong Water Ski Club.
Mm-hmm. As we see Totti Miranda there offering his advice and guidance going forward to our first skier to take to the water in the men's Series 5 elimination round. That will be Sam Brown. All right, so let's rock the roost here. We've got Patrick Crisp coming into the course.
Yeah, big moment here because
11.25.
If he misses his pass, he'll be disappointed. But if he runs it, he'll be feeling pretty good about life, I think, here. The 11.25 metre line. He's in trouble, though. Oh, this is disappointing stuff for the Aussie.
Word.
1.5 on the 11. He didn't get a good start on one ball. And he's such a gentleman, you won't see him... won't be able to read the disappointment. I'm sure deep down he's very disappointed with that score, Tony. In perfect conditions here in Richedo, 1.5 on the 11.25 metre line for Patrick Crisp.
Yeah, getting a reasonably good start on number 1, and he just tried to work the ski just a little bit too hard on the tail end of number 2, and just couldn't really get it to go. But That is Patrick Crisp coming to us out of Australia. And, yep. Just getting in a little bit deep there on number one and unable to get much of anything going on with that run. So that's Patrick Crisp, agreed on 1.5 there on 11.25. Oh, great. So we now bring on the first of our major overall challenges in these World Championships for 2025. A member of the United States team. This is Jake Abelson.
Yeah, world trick record holder, of course. First person ever, well, I was going to say male, but first person ever to trick over 13,000 points in tricks.
Yes, and he'll definitely be slotted into Series 1 so far as the tricking is concerned. That much is certain on the strength of that performance and many, many others that he's contributed not only this season but in the season before. Here we go, Jake Abelson, who has already podiumed at the World Open Water Ski Championships by taking a bronze medal in the tricks event a few seasons back.
First American skier or member of Team USA to ski at these World Championships.
Indeed. The United States leads off their effort to take another team title, courtesy of Jake Abelson. Started in, I believe, on 13 meters. We'll get a double check on that.
Yeah, because of his tricks, because of his 13,000 plus point trick run, he is a contender for a podium and overall. He's a bit of an outside chance. Not ranked in the top 5.
So a correction there, the opening pass is 14.
Yeah, 14.25. He's not ranked in the top, because I'm just trying to remember the exact rule, but I got a feeling if you're in the top 5 rankings in overall, you do ski in Series 1, or at least Series 1 or 2, in all 3 events, Tony. So that shows Jake not ranked in the top 5 at these Worlds and overall, and that's because he's just still really a junior. He's still in juniors, and his jump scores are quite a bit lower, and his slalom score as well. But he is a contender. If you're tricking over 13,000 points, you've got a chance at getting on the podium and overall, you'd have to say, Tony.
That might offset some deficiencies in the other events.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, then. So, Jake Abelson approaching the course right here, right now. He's gone through 14. Now this is 13 for Jake Abelson, who comes to us originally from Arizona, but spends quite a bit of time in Connecticut as well, or one of those New England states, actually, New Hampshire. And there we go. Good to see him out there, and good to see him get through that second pass, and looking very, very confident with it as well. Jake Abelson.
Yeah, super talent. And of course, if we look through the history of water skiing, and you look at some of the great overall competitors over the years, they normally started with a really strong trick base, and you could say Jake Abelson, already having that world record at 16 years of age, he's starting with a really strong trick base to his overall score. So his slalom and jump will improve, Tony, over the next few years.
And the mark of a really great overall skier is having markers going into the finals in all 3 events, so able to determine your destiny not once, not twice, but maybe 3 times.
A couple of bites of the cherry too. If you make the final as well, you get a second shot at getting a big score. So.
And this is one of the very few tournaments where they actually count the elimination and the finals into one overall score, whichever one is actually more than the other. Because in a lot of overall situations, they take the score in that single reciprocal round.
Well, they certainly do in the ranking list, and then at specific overall tournaments they do as well. Okay, 12-metre line now, Jake Abelson.
Here we go, 12 meters. Look at him go. United States, their first team skier out on the water. And they'll continue to cheer for him as he continues on to the next run. 11.25 meters next for Jake Abelson.
Yeah, because the US team includes Nate Smith and Regina Jacques, who have 2 very, very good slalom scores. in that team, and plus I'm sure there's some other slalom scores as well where they're not necessarily looking towards Jake here to get them a big slalom score, but a little bit like we saw yesterday from Jack Critchley, it's nice to have a strong backup. So if Jake can get into the 10.75, little ways down in the 10.75, he will give the USA a good backup score in slalom and a good way to kick off their World Championships.
All right there. So Jake Abelson on the water out of his overall package. You're probably looking at his least strongest event out of the three. Obviously 13,000 points. I mean, give me a break. I mean, that's that's about as strong as it gets so far as tricking is concerned. He has jumped in excess of over 56 meters, over 180 feet, close to 190 on occasions. But his slalom scoring, most of his scores have been into 11.25 meters, but nothing, as far as I can see, that has been posted into 10.75 meters. Here we go.
Okay, let's see how he goes, Jake Abelson. I've just got a sneaky suspicion he could get a fair way down this pass. Round 2, he's looking very good. Cross to 3. Look at him go, this young superstar. Oh, big four ball. He's going to run the 11. No, he's not.
No.
Oh, commentator's kiss of death. That was my fault, Jake. Sorry. He was all over that pass, and I called it too early, and somehow he found a way to fall off on 5 ball, because if you have a look at this replay, Tony, how early and how strong did he look out at 4 ball?
He did get behind the pull a little bit here on 1 or 2 occasions, but he does have the strength and he has the grit and determination to more than make up for it. On 11.25 meters, Jake Abelson, I mean, he was in as good a shape as you could hope for, given where he was on the slalom course, and then I don't know what happened. He reached in and dipped his handle in the water. I mean,
quite wide enough. I don't think he was quite. He might have come off his edge a little bit soon for 5. But such a good 4 ball. He should have run that past Tony.
And the 5 ball looked pretty good as well. I mean, he left the handle out there and was just waiting on that ski to came round, but it never did. But there we go. That is Jake Abelson. Some great skiing there from him. He gets 4.5 on 11.25 meters, and that will bring to a conclusion men's Series 6 elimination round. That was just a simple case of maybe waiting for too long for that ski to come round, or not forcing it to do the same thing.
If it's possible, I think he was too early there for 5 ball.
All right then, so next skier on the water, starting in on 14.25 meters. This is Sam Brown.
Yeah, it's a very English name for a Chilean skier.
Yeah, you do find that from time to time because a lot of the ancestry does come from the old world in a lot of countries in Latin America. I mean, especially Chile and Peru and Argentina. And not looking too bad on 14.25 meters. Just trying to set his edges and looks good at the same time. And as we transition from one series to the next, we change out our video replay official. Good job there from Virgin Sortie. And now she's been replaced by Nikki Lee from the United States. They don't come much better than that.
No, tons of experience. As we're enjoying, we have a look at the leaderboard there. Still our top score holds.
Yep, and look at the two-way tie for third between Vincent Stadelbauer and Mikolauchenko. Jakub Bonya still in the lead with 3.5 on 10.75 meters. And Santiago Correa with his score of 3 at 10.75 meters currently in the runner-up spot at this time. But a lot can change between now and there. We are on Series 5, and here we go. Sam Brown.
Yeah, 13-meter line now for Sam. Beautiful conditions here.
Yes, absolutely.
And there we go, nice pass.
Fantastic skiing there. So that is Sam Brown. Okay, so quick look at the leaderboard there. Jakob Bonju in the lead with 3.5 at 10.75 meters. Santiago Correa with 3 at 10.75. And Mikhailichenko and Vincent Stadelbauer both on 2. Right, we're going to have a quick look at the running order, just to let you know. Sam Brown, Francesco Calderoda, Dominic Kuhn, Alex Schiel. Then we see Corey Saddington, Paul Duplan Freiberg, Nicholas Fay, Benjamin Turp, and Tim Field. Now, let's have a look at the replay. All right, so looking at this pass there for our skier that's on the water. Good counter rotation into number 2 for Sam Brown from Chile. And looking in good shape there, just trying to stay tall, just trying to stay alert, trying to stay light on that ski so it turns on its own accord rather than his. So great skiing there for Sam Brown. All right there, so Sam Brown, 12 meters. All right there, so looking here on 13 meters. Actually, 12 meters, I do have to say. Round number 4, round number 5, a little down course, and Glenn managing to make it up in the places they needed to, and a good portion of the reason why he's able to run 12.
Yeah, good stuff. Run that 12. We haven't had a skier miss 12 today, have we, Tony?
Not yet.
Well, I wouldn't say not yet, because I can't see. It's perfect conditions, and each skier gets better as we go along. It just shows the calibre of the skiers, but also the conditions out there at the moment. Bit of a shout out to Jared Fraro. I just had a text message from him.
What did he have to say for himself?
Well, he just wanted a shout out, basically. He wanted to hear his name on the webcast. But no, obviously the chief commentator at Moomba. I'm sure and US Masters now too as well. And he's enjoying the webcast. He's been involved with a lot of webcasts over the years, enjoying watching the World Champs, and obviously supporting Australian skiers. I'm sure he enjoyed watching Patrick Crisp and Corey Saddington up fairly shortly in this men's slalom elimination round.
All right then, we see Francesco Calderola getting ready to go as Samuel Brown still continues to ski at 11.25 meters coming up next. So he skied a fair amount this season. Sam Brown, he's gotten scores mostly into 11.25 meters, but he hasn't had a score into 10.75 meters so far this season. Good. Oh, rearing up on the back of the ski, gets round number 4. And,
there we go. He runs the 11.25 meter line. First time this season into the 10.75. And what a time to do it in the elimination round of the World Champs.
Good skiing there.
Sam Brown.
Yep, there we go, getting round number 6 there. I was a little bit behind on the call on that one, but I tell you what, Sam Brown getting through 11.25 meters first time of this 2025 season. And we're starting to see the skiers from various countries around the world starting to put their best foot forward here on this slalom course in Ricchetto.
Absolutely. There's a lot of personal bests so far in this event. Really nice slalom side.
He's age 17, don't forget. So one of our younger skiers in this competition at this level. All right then, so let's rock and roll. We have got Sam Brown.
Okay, 10.75 metre. Current lead is 3.5 on this pass. He hasn't got a good start here, unfortunately. And he's happy though. He's still happy. Obviously first time this season running the 11.25 metre line. And he's picked up 1 on the 10.75 as his score.
Sam Brown, who comes to us from Chile, don't forget, he's He scored mostly into 11.25 meters, and as you rightly said there, Glenn, his first excursion into 11.25, actually into 10.75 meters this season.
Well, it might even be the first time ever, is it? I'm not sure.
I'm looking
Yeah.
at his scores right now, dating back
Could be a
to
PB.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mostly he has 0 at 10.75 minutes, so that might actually be a personal best, even though that it's not his first time approaching that pass. It's the first time he's actually put a numerical score higher than 0 at 10.75 minutes. How about digging myself out of that one?
Yeah, well done.
All right. So, Sam Brown. We'll take a look and see where his name ends up on the leaderboard. So, Sam Brown there into 10.75 meters as we continue right along.
Yep, the wind has completely disappeared now here on site at Rachito. Was a little bit of concern earlier on because we were starting jump at 10 a.m. and less than an hour now, and it had been quite a significant tailwind actually when we first turned up this morning, but it is gone. That is the good news, and I think probably once we get into that jumping, it will start to turn around and be a headwind, because that seems to be the predominant wind, particularly in the afternoons here, is a headwind for jumps. So we've got that jumping coming up in roughly 45 minutes or so, and we have got some great conditions. So it's all happening here. We're going to have slalom on Lake 2 and jumping on Lake 1, as we just try and beat a little bit of weather. We've got a bit of weather coming through tomorrow. So I think at this stage tomorrow we just have three seeds of tricks schedule. Things can change though, of course.
All right there, so coming into the course, individual competitor from Italia. This is Francesco Calderola, otherwise known as El Gatto.
El Gatto.
Yes, the cat.
He's the cat.
Yep.
Is that because he's got 9 lives, or does he get himself into sticky situations and finds a way of getting out of them? Or yeah.
Well, maybe not so much for those reasons, but
Okay.
well, probably his attributes as a cat probably extends more to his jumping ability rather than his slalom. But that's not to say that he's not capable of producing a pretty decent score. In the European Open Championships, he scored 4 at 11.25 minutes, but he has had better scores, such as the 1 at 10.75 meters at the Lughetto Slalom and Jump Cup that was held recently, and in the Italian Nationals, he got 2 at 10.75 meters. So he's a pretty tasty athlete. So we'll see what he can do. It won't be for the Italian team, mind you, because he is an individual wildcard competitor. And he did say on a dockside interview at the European Open Championships after snagging a personal best in jump, whether he was wanting to go to the World Championships. And he said, no. Yeah, how differently he feels now a few weeks later. So here we go, Francesco Calderola from Italia. Rolls in, 13 meters, started off on 14. Gets it to go here. Setting up his turn actually on the inside of the buoy line and just managing just to flick that ski just on the outside of it to get round the turn. And make that ski turn of its own accord.
Pretty simple stuff though, no issues at all. Runs the pass quite comfortably.
Francesco Calderola there, 2 passes deep, 14 and 13. We'll see what he does on 12, and it looked pretty solid out there, Glenn.
Yeah, it was a nice pass. So 35 minutes till we start that jump event, and then we're going to earn our pay as commentators, Tony, having 2 events going on at the same time.
All right, then. So, Francisco Calderola. Setting up that boat. 58K, 36 miles an hour. Starting on 14, which means that this next line length is the blue loop on 12. Good start. Not looking too bad here. And don't know precisely where this cat is from in Italy, but he's certainly slicing and dicing out there. You know where he's from in Italy? Comes to us from the eternal city of Rome.
Yep.
Okay, so Francisco Calderola, not a quote-unquote professional skier. He actually works in the food distribution business in Rome.
Yeah,
And that's always a good business to be involved with, such as the Italians' affinity with high-class cuisine.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody needs food, don't they? So if you're going to be in sales,
yeah,
food's probably not a bad thing to be in.
Second only to agricultural.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
I won't go into the.
Tony's dying to tell the world what I sell for a living, but we're not.
I'm
not
going
no,
to.
No, leave it alone.
That's why I said that's why I said agricultural. But here we go. This is Francisco Calderola. This is 11.25 meters. Let's get on it. Here we go. There's number 1. Oh, good start here. Round number 2, keeping the flow going. Round number 3, he's dunking. I'll tell you what, look at him go. Round number 4, his safety's up
stuff.
on forward. There
Good
we go.
skiing.
El Gato!
Oh, well done. Runs the 11.25 meter line, the cat. On to the 10.7. Good pass.
Ecco qui! There we go. 6 buoys there for Francisco Calderola. 11 point.
Tony, that is why he is dubbed the calf. There's rocker on 1, but just stays on his feet and gets through that 11-meter pass. And huge skiing there out of El Gato.
Well, if you're wondering where's Waldo, he's right here in the form of Zane Nicholson. But where El Gato is on the slalom course, well, he's gotten through 11.25 meters, and he's within about 2 or so buoys away from his personal best. And I tell you what, that will elevate the spirits here in the Italian camp on their home site. No two ways about it.
Yeah, no, they'll be pretty pumped about that one, Tony. I know he'll be fired up and putting on a good campaign for the Italian team.
All right there. So Jakob Bonya with 3.5 and 10.75 meters is still the lead. Let's see what the cat has in store for us. There's 1, there's 2, and he ties with Vincent Stadelbauer and Mikhailovchenko. Currently in 3rd place right now is the man they call the cat, Francisco Calderola.
Yeah, solid score here.
I pulled out a little early for the entrance gates here there, Zane.
Yeah, you saw him. He's having to check up there, so then that made him go a little bit too hard there. Hops off the handle a little quick into 1, so you see him kind of sit in the back seat there, but does a good job to get the ski outside of 2. You see the S-turn, gets back before the boat guides, and a full score of 2 at 10.7 there for Francisco.
All right there, so some good skiing there for Francisco Calderola. 2 buoys at 10.75 meters. The cat has landed on both feet.
Yeah, real log jam, as expected, on the 10.75 metre line. It was always going to be this way. And then as we go through the series, you'll start to see a log jam on the 10.25 metre line.
All right there, so how many of those scores into 10.75 meters now? I mean, we've got like 8 of them at the moment. So, I mean, it's getting to the point now where the bubble score is going to not be into 11.25 meters for that much longer.
Dominic Kuhn is up next from Austria, a very strong overall skier, 3-event skier. Had the pleasure, we had him out there at the University World Championships in New Zealand, in Auckland.
I'll tell you, Glenn, that site looked phenomenal. It looked like such a fun tournament, just a super cool setup, and did a really good job with the commentating there. I really enjoyed watching that one.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's it was good actually. Having a University Worlds in the middle of a city, I think, is the way to go. It was more than just a water ski tournament. Kids had a lot of fun, and it was good. Yeah, Iraqi base in there in downtown Auckland.
All right, here we go. This is Dominic Kuhn working his way in towards the course, aged 21 and competing in his very last European U21 Championships and also the World U21 Championships that took place about a little over a month ago at the Lakes of Castingstone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. That was a 13-meter start and looked to have that very much in hand there.
Yeah, no, I mean, good opening pass here for Dominic. You see, we like to see him roll that ski around, get it under the line. That's a big thing we're going to be looking for the gates here as we move through these slalom events, and then that kind of sets him up here with a good swing into 1 and 2, and now you've established a really good rhythm here as we make your way through the pass, and Dominic just looking textbook out there with his opening pass. I really like how he stays nice and still with the upper body and allows that lower body to turn. I mean, that's something that you really see from our trick skiers out there that are, really good at the trick event. They really use that lower body to get the ski to engage and rip around the turn.
And this slalom lake is skiing really well for the vast majority of people that have been out there and have put out their scores. And a latest development that they're going to have here is they're going to put floodlights on this place. Once they get the lights, they've got the towers, but they just need to install the lights.
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome just to be able to ski all the time? The site it seems absolutely perfect and pristine, and sometimes we say there's not enough daylight in the day to get all the ski rides in, but now if they get the floodlights, they'll be set up and ready to go.
All right there, here we go. This is Dominic Kuhn.
Yeah, 12-metre line from that northern end. Making his way down the pass now. Regulation really for Dominic. Conditions are just perfect, so he's not having any problems at all really. So he heads across now to 6. And there we go.
Yeah, he gets
runs
it
the
to go.
12-metre line.
Yeah, 12 meters, no worries there. He's kind of struggled a little bit with 11.25 meters though, and that's going to be the next pass. He is one and singular score. It's 1.5 at 10.75 meters at the Sunset Cup, and he's had other scores, a smattering of those into 11.25 meters, and his personal best, I believe, is 2 at 10.75 meters. He produced that score towards the tail end of last season, so he's definitely a very capable athlete, but we'll see how things pale out. Over to you, Zane.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you see him, he really rotates those hips at the gate, so that helps this 1 and 2 ball out. As a lefty, the big thing, it's super important is on the gates. A righty can kind of get away with not having as strong of a gate and still get out of 1, get their onside turn at 2, but the lefties need it to be able to get that 2-ball turn and establish a good rhythm, and Dominic so far on both of these passes has done just that. You see him, he's carrying a little bit of speed here at the back end of the pass, but he really knows how to run that, and was just, kind of checking speed at the last couple buoys, but did a very good job through that one. So we're looking for that same really good gait and good start to establish a good rhythm here for this 11-meter pass, Tony.
Lists his hobbies, going to the gym, boxing, and casino. I wonder what that's all about. Anyway, here comes Dominic Kuhn on 11.25 meters. As I say, he's kind of struggled a little bit here with his consistency on 11.25 meters, but I tell you what, he has got the bit between his teeth, and he gets through 11.25 meters and getting set for 10.75 meters next, Glenn.
Absolutely. He pushed and prodded and pulled his way through that pass, and Zane will talk you through the replay in a minute. But he's an outside chance in the overall, Tony, in the podium, but slalom is that event that's kind of dragging him down a little bit in overall. So he needs to get as many boys as he can on the 10.75.
Yeah, and so we see here again, got a really good gait here. I really like the start here at the 11-meter pass, but if you watch him here off of 2, you'll see he kind of starts to dump his feet a little fast. Right there was okay, but as he starts going to 4, he'll swing his feet a little faster than he did at the beginning, and then that starts to cause the ski to run with the boat. So that's why you start seeing him get down course and start carrying a little bit of extra speed. But, Dominic doing a really good job. I know he's kind of been struggling with that 11-meter pass this year, but, here he's in fine form and makes his way through that pass and here. So coming back in at 10.7, we're going to want to see, again, that really strong gait, get the ski under the line, but he wants to keep his hands in as he makes the edge change so the ski rolls nice and smooth and gains width instead of running with the boat and give him a chance to get down this pass.
Bringing to you live and uninterrupted coverage of the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships here on TWBC in 4K. Here we go. This is Dominic Kuhn, 10.75 meters. Buries himself nostrils deep on number 1. He gets it to go round number 2. He's still there for number 3. And can he make a play on number 4? Not quite, but that puts him fairly and squarely into a tie for second place right now with Santiago Correa. It is going to be a 3 buoy count on 10.75 meters unless the officials see something different.
Yeah, and did an okay job. Had a little bit of speed, a little extra speed there at the gate glide, but did a good job managing it. That's a textbook lefty turn with a lot of speed, but that's why you see that ski kind of bury and bounce on him to 2. At least he's got it to turn, but, now he's generating a ton of speed here at 3, and that's kind of what you see. So that was just a product of the gate being a touch too fast and just right inside a 4-ball. I mean, he was pretty close. I think if he hadn't pulled so long there, but you see here, he's just got a little bit of speed, so he rocks back to shed the speed off, so the ski starts bouncing as it's coming through. Lefties can turn 1 ball with all that speed, but there is where you see that gate catch him go into 2-ball, and so he came up short at 2, and then here at 3, you see he doesn't work all the way through the wake, so he kind of comes up short there at 3, and that's where all that speed going down course kind of catches him. You see him squat to get the ski to turn and to get to move, and just squeaking right inside of 4-ball. As you see my team there hanging out on the bank, the Danish team getting ready to have a skier coming up in a little bit, but we are moving along to our next Austrian skier, Tony.
And that is Alexander Schiel from Salmsee, just outside of Linz in Austria. And it's going to be a 13-meter start there, Glenn.
Yeah, and just quickly back to Dominic. He did his job for his Austrian team, of course. It's a good score for their team score, and it's job 1 done for him in the overall. So now we'll see how Alexander goes, and a pretty basic opening pass there for him, this young talent, as he completes that opening pass.
Yeah, I mean, and that should fire him up. Dominic, I think that was pretty close to a personal best. I'm not 100% sure on what it was, but he's right there in the ballpark. And, now Geschiel can go out there and really, he knows, okay, everything's skiing good. My Austrian counterpart skied well, and that should, take a little bit of the pressure off of him here as we see the replay here on the opening pass. Again, I really like the way that he rolls in through the gate. It really gets the ski under the line, so you're not generating a whole lot of extra speed. Now as the line gets shorter, we start seeing skiers start kind of moving a little bit more, and they don't get that ski under the rope quite as fast, and then they generate more speed. But, Alex here looking really smooth here on the opening pass, and just really getting his feet under him and kind of, again, dialing back those nerves that, you get it at the World Championships. But that's a good textbook opening pass there for Alex.
Just as a side issue, I'd love to know the backstory behind his shorts. Have you noticed the shorts he's wearing there? It looks very much like the Stars and Stripes.
Yeah, definitely. He always dubs those American flag board shorts, and I'm here for it as an American. But
yeah, competing for Austria wearing the American flag as ski shorts.
Mm-hmm. All right there. So we've got Alexander Shiel on 12 meters. Incidentally, Dominic Kuhn's score was 3 at 10.75 meters. So in a multiple weight tie for second spot right now with that score. Jakob Bonya is still in the lead with 3.5 on 10.75 meters, stemming all the way back in Series 10. We are on Series 5. Alexander Shiel getting ready after a shaky-looking second pass there.
Yeah, I mean, again, the start, gate and 1 were okay there, Tony, but we'll look at the replay. You see him, he gets a little bit deep out of 2, and then that kind of just made the rest of that pass kind of heavy. As you see here, he left his feet behind him there at the gate, so that's kind of what got him over there at 2, right? He does an okay job here out of 1, but he left his feet behind him out of the gate, and then here you see that's why we get this really big turn there at 2, and now he's kind of working, gets off the handle a touch early there into 3, so you see a little bit of tip rise off of 3, and I think here once he gets that onside turn at 4, he kind of knows he's got this pass in the bag, but definitely want to see him really rotate that ski around as he turns in for the gate, get the ski under the line so he doesn't generate any extra speed and keeps everything kind of nice and still and smooth going through this 11-meter pass.
All right there. So Alexander Shiel, who's currently a student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns. When asked about his preference for a favorite food, he says sushi and schnitzel. Just not at the same time.
I had a ton of schnitzel when I was in Austria last weekend, so I can agree with him there, Tony.
Yep, they do their schnitzel right in the land that has no kangaroos.
11.25 now, has to run this pass, and he's getting it done. At the moment, his head's around 5.
One going down.
He's butchered it on 5 ball. He was a little late. He wasn't super early, but he was early enough or comfortable enough that he could have really got around 5 and out around 6 and out the gate. So he's going to be disappointed with that score.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was a little bit down course there, but, does an okay job here at the beginning. I thought he was going to get through it kind of like you did, Glenn, but, here he comes off at 2, doesn't get that heavy turn, so he did better at the gate, but we'll see him here off of 3, gets a little bit heavy of a turn here out of 3, still okay, but the big thing that kind of made that happen here is watch his feet. Boom, you see how he dumps the ski really fast and the ski rolls up and runs with the boat. So now the speed that he's carrying is not going out to get the ski to swing, it's going down course. So as you push on the tail, you're trying to stop all that speed that you're carrying and you just pop the tail out. So, that was a bit of a bummer there. I thought he was going to make it all the way through this pass as we see it one more time. Again, 1 ball was pretty good. Here off of 2, stays over his feet, does a good job. 3, dumps his feet a little fast, so you see the ski kind of bite on him there, and then he comes over here at 4, kind of has a bunch of speed here, but the feet right there is what makes that ski blow out of the water here. He just dumps his feet too quick and tries to, turn it too hard, and unfortunate there, going to get scored 4.5 at 11 meters.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to get out that situation and be able to run the press, although I have seen Patrice Martin do it on a number of occasions.
Of course. Righto, Australia. I'm sure there's plenty of Aussies watching this webcast at the moment because it's the perfect time for viewing in the late afternoon, early evening there in Australia. And Corey Saddington. Toned down, looking pretty fit. Corey Saddington, I've got to say. He looks like he's been looking after himself in the last year. I've got a lot of time for this young man. Working class kind of Aussie ski guy who is quite capable of getting 10.75. That'll be his aim today, to get 2, 3, maybe even 4 on the 10.75.
So if you're watching us from Perth in Western Australia, like Evelyn Bonnie is accustomed to doing, it would be about 3:45 in the afternoon. If you're watching us from Hobart, it's 5:45 in the evening there. And let's have a look and see what Corey Saddington has got in store for us on 13 meters. Keeping good flow out there and just trying to get himself accustomed to the water. And as we get a little further down these skiers, with skiers producing personal bests and seasons bests and national records and what have you, I'm guessing that it really, the pressure starts to mount for a lot of skiers to come afterwards there, Zane.
Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. Again, we're at the World Championships. Everybody's been training the last 2 years with with this tournament in mind, and the nerves can kick up. And we see Corey out here a little bit down course there off of 2 on the opening pass. That's not really something that we want to see here, but you can take it down course. It's just it's something to watch out for as we shorten the rope up and we start running out of room. But Corey's making his way through that. You see him kind of check up there off 5 ball and just not quite getting the ski to turn over there on that side. So that'll be something to look for, as we move through this set.
Another interesting thing about Corey, talking to him last night, is normally, the Australians or Kiwis will go to the States to train before a Worlds this time of year, but he actually been training up in Darwin, up in the Northern Territory in Australia, and they've been getting some winter temperatures there, Tony, 35, 36 degrees Celsius in the middle of winter up there in Darwin this year, so not a bad place to do some winter training.
Yeah, I heard that whenever the U21 World Championships were taking place in Calgary, Perth had some unseasonably cold temperatures, about 6 or 7 degrees C.
Yeah, but Darwin's a fair way further north than Perth.
Of course.
But anyway, Corey's just a little bit down course here, but he's going to be okay, I think, as he comes around 5.
Yeah, he's good. There you go, second pass, 13 and 12 meters successfully run back to back. And, just trying to get settled in and trying not to do too much in the turns itself, just waiting on that ski to really set the edge, and then it's a case of just staying on top of it there, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things that I'll point out here just kind of for our slalom nerds that are watching at home. If you see him when he goes to the gate, he keeps his hands really high, and that kind of tends to catch him out there over there at 2 ball. And then, again, we pointed out that he was going down course. You see him, he kind of dumps his feet. You see how high his hands are there. I'd like to see him get his handle a little bit low. He keeps everything in, which is really good. That's what you want to see. But as you keep your hands a little bit lower, that'll just keep you swinging out a little bit better and, help you get a better swing into the first 2 buoys. But, gets through 1 and 2, and then right there drops his shoulder. But watch the ski here. He dumps his feet again, and you start seeing that ski. You can see it from that angle that it's running straight down the lake instead of, kind of going out like it does there. And that's what caused him to run down course. But still gets through it. That's the big thing. And now we get down to this 11-meter pass, which, we've seen a bunch of guys run, so it should be in the back of his mind that it's definitely it's skiing good out there and he can get through it.
Okay, big moment now for Australia and Corey Saddington. Is the 11.25 metre line. Into 1 he goes.
Here he goes.
1, not too bad. Over to 2. Working pretty hard here, but he's on. Not a great 3. He's getting a little bit down course on 4. Decent 4. Can he get the 5? He gets the 5.
Oh, and he blows the tail on 5 and gets exactly the same score as Alexander Shield did a few minutes ago.
He desperately wanted to run that pass, but 4.5's the score on the 11.25 for Corey Saddington.
And that's probably one of his better scores of the season. He scored 4 at the Aussie Nationals in both rounds and ended up in 7th place as a result of that. And in the Oceania Championship, he scored 3 and he scored 4. So there and thereabouts there for Corey Saddington there, Zane.
Yeah, and again, here at 2 ball, I think is where you start seeing that gate where his hands are. He's a lefty, so that he needs to get all those things right at the gate, and having those hands high kind of keeps you rocked to your back, and that catches you out at 2, and then he kind of comes up short at 3, has to get that needs a big turn and didn't quite get what he was looking for, then came up short at 4, so he has to run it down course, and then going to 5, he just isn't quite able to get that offside pull to get in there. You see the hands high, and he's already on the back of the ski, and then runs down course out of 1. You see the tail up, and then here out of 2, this is where he really comes up short, really doesn't even start the turn until after the buoy, and there now he's kind of skiing way down course and kind of catching him out there, and unfortunate there, just not able. I know we're all trying to get through that 11-meter pass and just not able. We'll have to see. It was pretty close on if he got outside of 5 ball. I don't know what was the official score, but he was pretty tight there on 5 ball.
Yeah, we'll confirm that official score. We're going to go now to France, and we've got Paul Duplon Freiburg. Now, Paul, of course, was the overall champion at those University Worlds. And there's the official score, 4.5 on the 11.25. Oh, 4 on the 11. So not outside 5 ball, Corey Saddington.
Yeah, it looked really close there, Glenn. I after I took that second look at it, it looked like he ran it over and hit it on the inside. So, that's going to be 4 buoys and not quite enough to tie the last skier. But, still a pretty respectable score there from Australia. I know he wanted more, but I'm really looking forward to seeing this Frenchman here out on the water. He's been skiing well all season.
And there's a big moment in the overall battle too, because Paul's a 65-metre jumper. He's a plus 10,000 point tricker. But slalom historically has been his weaker event in the overall, so he really needs to come up with a big slalom score here.
And it starts right here.
Yeah, it does. This is 13-metre to start.
Bronze medalist in the European Open Championships in overall. And due to the fact that last season he was injured for a lot of it, didn't produce enough scores to actually seed him higher in the series of slalom, and he had to wait a few days to actually find out that he made it through to the men's slalom final back there in Linz, Austria.
Yeah, and he skied really good there, Tony. He got into 10.7, and he's been getting a bunch of scores there. So, he's definitely one of our stronger skiers, and definitely lays it all out there when he goes and skis. So we're seeing here opening pass, not anything too strong there, but he stays over his feet. I think he's been working really hard on slalom this season, and we're seeing it start to pick up a little bit, and you can see that here just by the the replay here of his opening pass.
Yeah, not a bad effort there, as you'll probably agree with that, Glenn. He's certainly one of the best overall skiers that are around right now. But as I said, he was injured for a lot of last season, so he's still feeling the ill effects of that.
And one of the few juniors to jump over 60 metres, of course, and former Moomba Masters night jump winner from a couple of seasons ago. And, of course, I had the privilege between the University Worlds and Moomba this year. Paul came up to my home lake in my place and did some training. And it's good to see him jump up over 60 metres. Probably the first guy to jump over 60 metres on my lake, which was pretty cool to watch. But here it is, 12-metre line.
Looking good and looking strong here, 12 metres. A performance that's not only vital for his own chances in the overall, but also the French are a team overall as well.
Yeah, again, just looking strong. He's been working on his slalom. I know he does some skiing out at Jack Travers, and then skis with Roman Cambrai while over here in Europe, and we've been seeing it show up. See there, really he almost does like an S-turn, like a jumper there at the gate, gets that ski to roll right around, and then that helps him get a good swing here. And you see it right there on 2-ball, just from that gate, being able to get the ski under the line. That helps him on that offside turn, and didn't quite work all the way through the wakes there to 3, so that's why you see that ski kind of checking up on him just a little bit there out of 5. Thought he did a little bit better job, checking some speed that he's carrying down course, but that's a good 12-meter pass, and now he's on to this 11-meter, and he's been running it quite regularly this season, so let's see if we can get him through it today.
All right, then. Paul Duplon Freiburg was born in Juan-les-Pins, which is one of the original sites for the Tournament World Championships. Based himself out of Grenoble, which was the site for the Winter Olympic Games back in 1968. So it's fairly easy to get some inspiration from.
11.25 now. Paul Duplon Freiburg from France. Out of 2. Comes across the 3. Must run past for him.
Boom.
Decent stuff here on 4. He's getting it done. Slightly late for 5, but he should be okay. Around 5
there
he goes,
go.
and over to 6. And Paul Duplon Freiburg
it.
runs the 11.25 metre line.
There we go, and good nod of the head there at the end, and confident looking run up to 11.25 metres. 10.75 metres comes up next, and I'm starting to hear the cowbells going over there. That would make Christopher Walken proud.
Yeah, and again, you see that like we talked about, that S-turn there coming into the gate, gets the ski under the line, so that establishes a pretty good rhythm. He kind of almost turns his gate in like it's a 0-ball turn. It's a little heavier than most people, but the way he gets the nose to drive in really establishes a good rhythm all the way going 2-1. where you see most skiers kind of establish that through 1 and 2, and then that kind of sets him up here to get down through it. And, because he had that turn at 0, is able to kind of keep that rolling through, 5 and 6, where she might see some of our other skiers, if they start getting that heavy, might blow the tail or start running with the boat, and Pole, staying over his feet. And that was a pretty good looking 11-meter pass there for Pole. So, he should be happy with that, but the work's not done. Now, big thing here is to make sure he has the same speed that he had there, really roll the ski in at the gate and set himself up with a good rhythm going into 1, and let's get him down through this pass.
Yeah, every buoy on this 10.75 makes a massive difference to his overall aspirations, so
here he
let's wish him
comes.
well. 10.75 meter line.
Pole de Plan Freiburg, bronze medalist in the European Open overall competition, and set himself up pretty well, too, at 10.75 meters, and one of his better scores of the season.
He looks happy.
All right, we see here, though, on the replay, he's got a little bit of extra speed here at the gate. He was going a little faster than he was on the other one, so when he turned in, it was a little heavier, and then that's why you see that ski not want to turn like it had on the other passes at 1 ball, and does a good job, get the full S-turn back to the wakes, and that'll replicate the same score he got at the Open Europeans, where he had a really good go at the overall event. So you see the smile on his face, he's happy, and I'm pretty sure that's right there in his best score that he's gotten ever there. So that's kind of what we want to see out of these overall skiers. They got to come out and get a huge score in slalom, and then set themselves up for their trick and jump later. And Pole doing a good job to open up his overall campaign.
Yeah, it gets his toughest event out of the way first in slalom. He's still going to have to jump super far and obviously stand up his tricks if he's going to get on the podium in overall. But he's got his toughest event slalom out of the way.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take to the water representing Switzerland is Nicholas Fay. And he'll be coming into course, I believe, on 14.25 meters, if I'm reading this right.
Yep, 14.25 meter line. Nicholas.
All right, not bad at all there on the opening pass, halfway down the course. And as we run through the 6 buoys on 14 meters. Now, here's how this coverage is going to work. We will continue to cover the slalom event through the series as we have done, but we're going to intersperse it with coverage from the jump lake as well, multi-lake coverage. And it's not the first time that we've done this. I mean, you can go back to 2021, and we actually had dual lake coverage at the World Championships, which took place there at Santa Rosa Beach for the U21s and under 17s. So it's going to be interesting as we get ready for Ryota Funo to take to the water on the jump lake, and Nicholas Fay getting ready to come back on 30 meters. But some exciting times ahead there, Glenn.
Certainly is. There's going to be plenty going on with the jump. And what are you seeing here, Zane, on this opening pass?
I mean, hey, I really like how he's attacking the course. I mean, I think I heard it was a 14-meter start, so that's not something that you always see our skiers do. They kind of sometimes will walk through that 14, but he's in here, he's attacking, and really what we like to see out of the skiers when they do that, they're establishing a rhythm for the shorter line lengths, and that's really, really important here, is to get a good rhythm and good base for as you're rolling in through your set.
All right then, folks. We see on 30 meters Nicholas Fay getting the job done, getting round the first half of the course. Number 3, number 4. He should be able to get this pass underway. 5 and number 6, and looking pretty good and looking pretty strong as I see the first competitor out in the jump event has just taken to the water. It's Ryota Funo, our lead-off skier in the slalom and lead-off skier in the jump event. And he has some great skiing to come ahead there, Zane.
Yeah, and you see there's a little bit of speed. So sometimes when you come out super amped on that first pass, you tend to go a little heavy at the gates, and you see he had a little speed, so he had to go a little bit abrupt there. But it didn't bother him here. It's still a 13-meter pass, so he's kind of walking through it, and that's just something to keep an eye out for as we start shorting the rope. If you start generating speed and you start hitting it hard, that zero off starts yanking on you, and it starts really tugging you down the lake, and you get behind the boat. So, you want to be working with the zero off with the boat, and it makes it easier on the driver to know where you're going.
All right there. So we're cutting across to jumping competition right now. Ryuta Funo from Japan. His personal best is somewhere in the middle to late 40s, and here he comes, the first jump of these 2025 Open World Championships, up and over, representing Japan. We'll get the distance on that first jumping boat in a moment, but back to the slalom lake. Glenn, take it away, please.
Okay, pass number 3 now, 12-metre line for Nicholas. Been going very well so far in his first couple of passes. He should be able to get through this 12-metre line pretty simply, and he's getting it done, round 5. And over to 6, that's a nice pass. This youngster runs the 12-metre line.
Yeah, no, Glenn, you're absolutely right. That was a solid-looking 12-metre pass. Now, you see the speed of the gate is better, and he didn't go as abrupt. So that's what that's what we'd really like to see out of our skiers. You want to roll in nice and smooth and really time yourself up with the pull. We did a good job there, and so the rope controls there off of 1 and 2. Dumps his feet a little bit quick out of 3, so you see the ski kind of bite a little bit harder than he'd like, but he still is nice and relaxed. You see him check the speed up there at 4 that he got off of 3, and makes his way all the way through this 12-meter pass. After that 3-ball turn and the little check at a 4, he was back, basically where he was at 1 ball. So, good job getting through that pass, and now he's got this 11-meter pass that is a must-run for these skiers.
All right, 11 meters coming up for Nicholas Fay, and as we switch across over to Ryuta Funo, 44.1 meters on jump number 1. 44 meters on jump number 1, and this coverage is going to be challenging to say the extreme least between the slalom and the jump, switching from one to another, but we will keep you on track with whatever's going on each lake. As we see Ryuta Funo come into the jump, second attempt. Nicely done, landed jump number 2. Glenn, back to you with slalom.
11.25 metre line now, must-run pass. Round 2 he goes, getting a little bit down course now. He's in a bit of trouble here on 3. He's working hard. Across the 4 on the 11.25. He's got 4. Surely he can't run this, can he? Round 5. Oh, this is good skiing. He's great skiing because he was scrambled his way down that pass, but he runs the 11.25 metre line.
Yeah, that was an interesting 11 there, Glenn. He's struggling with the gates at that far end. Again, he had a lot of speed and gave it that really abrupt turn into the gate. We'd like to see him start that turn a little sooner and a little smoother, but he's fighting through it and does a really good job. I know he missed it last weekend at the U21 at the U21 European, so he definitely is here redeeming himself today. But you see that gate catching him out right there at 1 and 2. Now he's kind of working down course, but the one thing that he didn't do as he went down course is he didn't try to push the ski too hard when he was carrying speed. He was waiting on the ski to slow down and used that to, used his wits to his advantage and gets through that 11 meters. So now he has gotten through that must-run pass and sets himself up for a look at 10.7. So,
all right, then. So we've got a jump there for Ryuta Funo. Certainly very consistent there. 44.1 meters on his first and second jump. And here we cutting across here to his third and last attempt. From Japan, a skier who's trained over at Bennett's Water Ski School in Zachary, Louisiana. We're about to take him in on jump number 3, and as soon as he's landed this jump, or at least attempted to, we'll cut back across to slalom. There we go, Ryuta Funo jumping on jump number 3, and Nicholas Fay with his attempt at, I believe, 10.75 meters.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be 2. I don't think it's 4. It's a bit hard to tell when we've just cut back like that, but yeah, 2 boys there on the 10.75 for Nicholas.
Yeah, and let's see here. So again, a little bit better at the gate, but you see how that ski jumps out of the water and he hops off the handle. So he dumped his feet really quick and then started running with the boat, and did a good job hanging on to the handle there, throwing it in the water and getting the full 2. You know, you'll see some skiers stick that handle in the water and lose the handle, but, you know, does a good job hanging on, getting the full 2. You see here really hard when he rolls in, so that makes that ski jump and roll faster than he wants to, doesn't carry everything out, and that's why he had loose line on the backside of 1, you know, and then does a good job getting outside of 2 to get back to the wakes, but not going to be enough to take the lead from our second skier of the day yesterday, Jacob Bogney. So,
all right there. So we got a score there for Nicholas Fay at 2 at 10.75 meters. Just to let you know that Ryu Tafuna's last jump yielded a distance of 43.4 meters. He is currently in the lead after 1 competitor. In the meantime, Taegan Park from South Korea is on the water right now, and yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. We're running 2 events at the same time, simultaneous coverage here on TWBC for this the 2025 Open World Water Ski Championships, and this competition is brought to you with the help of the Nautique towboat. The Nautique towboat that is proud to offer their latest 2026 lineup. And you can stay informed and connected with all things Nautique by signing up for Nautique offers and promotions, monthly Nautique Nation emails, and the Nautique Network. Go to nautique.com to find out more. Benjamin Turp from Great Britain is our next slalomer. Taegan Park is on the water with the jump, and we'll continue live simultaneous coverage right about now. Glenn, take it away, please.
Yeah. Well, we're watching jump.
All right.
That's you, I think, Tony.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, you Taegan Park there from...
I don't mind commentating a bit of jump, to be fair, but...
All right. Looks like he's going to do a 3/4 cut here, just trying to keep a good line tension.
Geez, looks like anything could happen here for the Korean jumper.
Whoa! And getting in all kinds of shape there.
Just had that funny feeling when I watched him standing on the skis. But anyway, Benjamin Turp out of Great Britain, 13-metre line to start. Talented young up-and-coming skier out of Britain.
From Gosfield Lake specifically.
Yeah, there you go. And there's a 13-metre line, no worries at all for Ben Turp.
Yep, indeed. Placed pretty high in the British National Championships, which took place recently, and has also excelled himself in a number of international competitions. But the skier on the water actually is Nicholas Vasidis from Greece. We've actually skipped over a couple of competitors. That's Adam Young-Hanifa and Taegan Park. But Benjamin Turp there, Zane, look plenty to be impressed about.
Yeah, you know, you see that counter rotation coming into the buoy, so really gets those hips up over the front foot, especially on the 1 through 5 side, and that allows that ski tip to really dive in and rotate around that turn. So looking nice and strong here from Ben. Got a little bit of that Rob Hazelwood style with the hand wave there on 2-4, and you know, that's something we see out of several of our British skiers, and looking good there on the opening pass.
All right there. So a fall on jump number 1 for Nikolaus Vasidis, and yielded a slow time, so that gives him an unfair disadvantage. So a re-ride for that first jump could well be coming on their way for him. Nikolaus Vasidis, Benjamin Turp, pass number 2, 12 meters, Glenn.
Yeah, 12-metre line. Looks so good at 13, and he's looking very good at 12 here at the moment. Oh, big 3-ball. Round 4, over to 5. And good 12-metre line from the Brit.
And as he gets round number 6, we'll cut over to Nikolaus Vasidis on jump number 2. Fairly sedate on jump number 1, and number 2, better position over his skis. He lands, he scores, and we're going to get the jump for him very, very soon. But we'll switch back in the meantime and get ready for our skier that's currently in the water after clearing 12 meters. We'll have a look at this instant replay. Over to you, Zane.
Yeah, and you see he leaves his feet behind him there on the gate, so he goes with the upper body And he does okay out of 1. He's a lefty, so most times they can turn that side no matter what. But then here you see he kind of brings the handle up high, and then you get a big turn there off of 3 because he generated a lot of speed going to 3 ball, and then gets an okay job at a 4. And then you see him slam 5 ball. I don't know how he hung on to that. You see his head rock back and makes his way through that. Apologies to you guys. I got a bug stuck in my throat.
Okay, so now we go to the 11.25 metre line, which is when the really gets serious here for Ben Turp. Must run this pass to be anywhere near being where he wants to be in this men's slalom elimination.
All right, then he's come. All right, then. So here we go. We've got 11.25 meters for Benjamin Turp, and we got Nikolaus Vasidis. We're going to get the distance for him very soon. It is going to be 25.5 meters on jump number on number 2. And as Ben Turp gets through that pass,
Nice pass too, Tony.
yeah, fantastic.
Very
And
comfortable.
we're going to see Nikolaus Vasidis. 25.5 on jump number 1, 25.5 on jump number 2, as I was going to say, and coming in on jump. Oh, almost getting pulled too far forwards there, but managing to recover it well. And Nikolaus Vasidis will find out the distance very, very soon. But in the meantime, Benjamin Turp on pass number 3.
Yeah, and this was a much better pass than that 12-meter pass. He got his feet up under him there at the gate, and that caused him to be better here. So then going to 3 didn't generate all that speed and was able to turn it nice and smooth here. Now, he did get a little heavy out of 5 ball. You see how he brings that handle to the inside hip, so then he has to readjust, and that causes him to go a little bit quicker there to 5. So you see that big boy turn there on 5 ball, but he's able to get through it and get around it. That's kind of, you'll see the lefties be able to hang on to some stuff that maybe a righty wouldn't be able to do over there at 5 ball. And good job there out of Ben Turp to get through that 11-meter pass.
All right, then. Looks like we got a last jump. 28.6 is that what I'm reading? 28.6, so a little inconsistent with what I'm seeing on the live scoring. But if it is 28.6, that's what I'm going to go
10.75
with.
now for Ben Turp. Sorry, Tony. This is big for Ben. He needs to get right down this pass. Round 2, he's in a bit of trouble here. He's going to finish up with 2. And as expected, a bit of a log jam at 2 at 10.75. Solid score, but probably just 2 or 3 boys off where he really wanted to be, I think, this young Brit.
Yeah, no, definitely would probably like a couple more. And you're right, we are stacking them up here at 2 ball. That's kind of where you see these guys once they start getting into 10.7, they kind of get stuck there for a little bit, and then they start figuring out how to turn 2 and get over to 3 and get down through it. But Ben getting the full 2. Let's see here at the gate what we guys. So you see he rolls the feet under the line a touch late there, so that's causing him to be not as good there. Handle comes to the inside hip, so he gets a little bit of a check, and then that's kind of all she wrote there going to 2 ball, but still fairly decent score. I think he knows that he could have gotten more out of it. He needed to get the feet under the rope a little bit quicker, so he had a good established stance. We'll see it a little bit better here when he turns. You see how that upper body goes first. Now the ski catches it right before the wakes, and now he has some speed, so he pulls the handle to the inside hip, gets that check where the ski looks at the boat, and as he's moving his hands back across his body and doesn't quite get him a good approach into 2, and that's really hard as a lefty to get that ski to turn after you've had to reset your angle and generate a little more speed over that direction.
All right there. So we've just seen Ben Turp, and we've also just seen a 5-way tie for 2 at 10.75 meters established with a number of competitors on the slalom leaderboard. Let's focus on jumping. We got Leonard Martinov coming in on jump number 1. Decent looking effort there. He lands and rides that one out, and let's transition back to the slalom lake where we see our last skier on this series, Tim Field from Germany. Take it away there, Glenn.
Yeah, super talented athlete. Overall skier, of course. Seen him at under 17 and under 21 Worlds recently. Very capable of getting deep down the 10.75. In fact, running the 10.75 meters. So
and having the distinction as being the one and only male skier in the junior ranks of the Masters to win slalom tricks,
Yes.
jump, and overall this season.
yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a huge accomplishment. That was super fun to watch at the junior event. He just came and had basically the tournament of your lifetime and got through, winning slalom, winning tricks, winning jump, and then taking home that overall. But let's see here on the replay, he'll show you why he's been, he was able to do that because he's just been skiing so well. You see he gets that ski tip to really dive in at the buoys. Doesn't move the upper body a whole lot, which is something that I really like just as a slalom coach. You see, he stays nice and still and uses that lower body to rotate the ski around. Keeps his hands in off the second wake right there. You see, he doesn't give the hands up, so that pulls the feet up over the front foot and allows the ski to really want to snap around on the turn without having to push the ski around.
Yeah, one of the dynamics with running slalom and jump at the same time is we're in the lower seedings of men's jump, and we're in sort of midway seedings of men's slalom, which means you can kind of get caught out here. You could get the odd skier that slaloms and then maybe jumps less than an hour later, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm sure the officials have looked at that, but it'll be interesting to see how that works out.
All right, then we see Tim Field on 12 meters. Incidentally, that first jump there from Leonard Martinov was a 30.2 meter jump. We're going to catch him just in time for the second jump in just a moment. But here he comes. There we go. Tim Field getting through on the 12 meters, and
really nice pass. No issues at all with that 12 meter pass.
all right, Tim Field looking in good shape so far, and Leonard Martinov, he jumped 30.2 on the first jump, and here we go, and he is a good looking cut there, went off a full double cut here, and a little bit wide with the skis, mind you, and getting 31.5 meters. 31.5 meters.
For a second there, Tony, though, he looked like he was heading towards the side curtain there. He kind of...
Yeah, those side curtains are a little bit on the steep side, aren't they?
He come off the wake and completely lost his edge.
All right, as we continue to monitor the situation with Leonard Martinov on the jump lake, with his 31.5 meter jump being the best out of the two that he's taken so far. We now reassert ourselves on the slalom lake, and Glenn, on the water at this moment in time is Tim Field, having gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11.
Yeah, so this is when it gets really serious here. This absolutely has to run this pass. He's very capable. I'm sure he'll get through this pass. He's looked so good on 13 and on 12. Tim Field out of Germany. Comes across the 3-ball, 11.25 metre line. Spraying his face on 3. Round 4. He's getting it done. Across the 5. He's all over this. And he hits the 6. And there's the 11.25 metre line in the book.
There we go. And here comes jump number 3 for Leonard Martinov. Getting in a little bit deep off the turn. Oh, in there and having trouble coordinating his legs together with the speed and direction to land that jump. But Leonard Martinov, he should be pretty pleased with that effort. 31.5 meters on jump number 2. I would imagine that jump number 3 is going to be longer, and we'll get that distance for you shortly. In the meantime, take it away, Zane, with replay on Tim Field's previous run.
Yeah, and a really good gate there. You see, gets that ski to dive in there on 1, and then now rocking through here, and this was a good, solid-looking 11-meter pass there out of Tim. He's, definitely he runs it just about every time he skis, and you see him get a little bit separated there, so that's why you see him go down course going to 4, but, he had established a good rhythm and enough space at the beginning that, didn't call him out, and then worked really good into 5, and, coming back into 6, he's nice and early, and, that's a good-looking 11-meter pass, so I'm expecting to see him get a really good gate here to start and, be able to finally break that log jam that we've seen at 2 at 10.7 for the last several skiers.
All right, 32.1, that last jump there for Leonard Martinov. That represents his best score of 32.1. Next skier on the water.
10.75 metre line. Sorry, Tony, this is big, though. Across to 2 he goes.
Indeed it is.
Tim Field, this is looking pretty good here. Round 3. Can he get to 4? Can he take the lead? I think he can. He's around 4. S turns back to the wake, and we've got a new leader in the men's slalom elimination. Tim Field from Germany.
It took 4.5 series for it to happen.
It's been a long time.
But there you go. That is Tim Field, European, World, U21 overall champion.
Yeah, and ending the set with some steez there, you know what they say, it ain't easy being steezy, but I'd be that way if I had a 10.75 like this. Again, rolls in really good at the gate, so that's really what we like to see. You see him break over at the waist a little bit there, so that causes him to have a little bit of speed here at a 2, but because he got that good gate, it gets the ski to turn, and then now into 3, you see, opens up a touch early. That's why the ski didn't want to turn, but still got it to turn, got outside of 4, knew he needed 4 to take the lead, gets a big S turn, and gets back to the wakes with plenty of time, and there you go. You see a little bit of a flex, and he's happy.
And that's a huge shot in the arm so far as the overall competition is concerned. I mean, he's one of the top overall competitors in all of the world, and looking good on 10.75 meters, getting a full 4 count. And as we transition from here to the jump lake, it's just in time to see Aiden Yong Hanifa from Malaysia. He set a national slalom record yesterday. Oh, and he takes a big dig at that jump and decides, All right there. So let's have a quick look at the slalom leaderboard. The top 3 at this time. It should say that Tim Field is your new leader, and it does. 4 and 10.75 minutes. Jakob Bogdan relegated from 1st to 2nd with 3.5 at 10.75. And I don't know how many skiers are currently tied with 3rd right now. At least 2 from my perspective. Santiago Correa and Dominic Kuhn with 3 at 10.75 meters. And the rest of the scores you can keep track of by navigating to the results service, which you can find on IWWF.sport. IWWF.sport. And from there, you should be able to get to the results service relatively straightforwardly. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Zane Nicholson, otherwise known as Waldo. And here is Glenn. We'll just call him Glenn.
Thanks. Haven't got a nickname for me. Well, Aiden Hanifa Young yesterday, Malaysian slalom record. Let's see if he can't get a Malaysian men's jump record.
Yeah, he's going to have to take a jump, though. He passed up on jump number 1. And we've got Gennady Gorelia on this list as well. I mean, from the rather old and from the rather young to the experienced or
seasoned Tony. He's seasoned Tony.
Yes, and we'll have some more information on Gennady Gorelia and where he's going to be going within about the next few days after this competition. But in the meantime, let's focus in on Aiden Yong Hanifa, who slalomed yesterday and slalomed pretty well. We got about a third the way down, 12 meters, to establish the new Malaysian pending national slalom record for men. And let's see what we've got here. This is Aiden Yong Hanifa. 3/4 cut here. Just trying to settle his nerves down and then turns his skis. Lets the boat do much of the work there. Then up and over, and that should be enough to take the lead at this point in the proceedings. There is Aiden Yong Hanifa.
Yeah, well done to him. Great shot of the barefoot. I presume that's the barefoot jump.
It is.
Further down there. I think that's the one I'd take if I was out there skiing right now, the barefoot jump. It's kind of sets itself up to seeing. I can imagine Joel Poland going over that on his countercut or something. Just to entertain the crowd. Here's a bit of a water ski trivia question. How many countries would have their women's jump record further than their men's jump record? Because I got a feeling Malaysia might be that way.
Probably. But a jump there in excess of 34.8 meters. 34.8 meters pass on jump number 1. 34.8 on jump number 2. So yeah, you're absolutely right there. Aliyah Yong Hanifa has a jump deep into the 40 meter mark, and
getting close to 50 now, I think. Aliyah, always a very strong tricker, but she's fast developing into one of the better women's jump skiers in the world.
Yeah, indeed. And certainly takes a good bit of advice from her coaches when she's stateside. She She competes under the Moccasin team at Florida Southern College during the collegiate season.
Go Mocs. I'm alumni of there, so go Mocs.
All right, then, whilst the slalom boat is taking on fuel because it doesn't run on the rainbows and unicorns, we'll concentrate on jumping right about now as we see Aiden Young-Hanifer up and over. There you go. But just about managing to scrape the landing out of that jump there. We're going to take an instant replay on that one, but he looks like he's in off... he refused on the first jump. He got 34.8 on the second, and the third and last jump should be, what is that? That's 35.1 if I'm reading correctly.
Yeah, correct.
35.1. Maybe not enough to take the lead, but I'm sure it's a pretty decent jump in there, at least from Aiden's perspective, as we take a look at this one last jump here, Glenn.
Yeah, solid enough jump.
We don't have a view of that ramp cam, do we? Okay. All right there. So our next competitor, our last competitor in Series 6 elimination round jumping from the Republic of Georgia. This is Gennady Garalia.
Got the speed suit on too, so
He's going for it.
yeah.
Yeah, no holding back. No, not worth holding back here.
Yeah,
Gennady.
and he'll be excited because next weekend, Tony, we are going to the Republic of Georgia for a Pro Tour stop. So I'm looking forward to going there with you guys and doing some skiing, and we'll see him there skiing as the local hero. And
Yep.
It's going to be a fun time.
Yep, and for the first time since 1995 as a major water ski event come by way of the Republic of Georgia. So we've got the Poti Pro, which will take place next week. A number of pros have already signed on to compete in that event, but there's still room for some more. You can find out more by going to waterskiprotour.com. That is waterskiprotour.com to find out more details on the Poti Pro, and maybe you might want to throw an entry in there for that one, Glenn.
Oh, yeah. If I had known it was on, I might have extended my stay a little bit longer in Europe. It sounds exciting.
All right, there, Gennady Garalia getting ready as the slalom towboat. The slalom boat making its way back to the dock. We'll get back onto coverage of the slalom event very, very soon. But in the meantime, from the Republic of Georgia, and a future Italian citizen to boot as well, he will raise that hand sometime in October in San Gervasio and swear an allegiance towards Italy and gain citizenship. But for the time being, he's pounding the jump and feeling the full effects of that powerful Ski Nautique towboat.
Powerfully built athlete, isn't he? Pretty barrel-chested, you'd have to say. Looks like spends a bit of time in the gym. Very strong. Just didn't really get it together on this jump.
Yeah, Tony dubbed him yesterday as Herculean. So
Herculean.
Yeah, very, very strong, and you see it out there as he's jumping, and that'll be a 40.8 meter jump for jump number one.
All right, 40.8 meters on jump number one. Make sure you head to nautiquegear.com to get Nautique's exclusive 100th anniversary apparel and accessories. nautiquegear.com, place to go for that.
All right, we've got a sim pass going on the Slalom Lake, so we'll get back rolling as we see Glenn Martin behind the wheel. Great driver out of Australia. And
Men's Series 4 Slalom, here's your list. Tobias Georgis, we've got Blaze Grubbs, Charlie Emmett, Bautista Humada, Gustavo Kretzmer, Victor Schultz Sorensen, Alvaro La Madrid, Carlo Elias, Benjamin Lutz, and Moritz Engelhardt. Top three currently in the standings right now. We've got Tim Vild, your new leader, with 4 at 10.75 meters. Jakob Bonja, who had been leading up until the latter portions of Series 5. He's now in second with 3.5 and 10.7. And then we got a two-way tie for third between Santiago Correa and Dominic Kuhn. Both of them on 3. Back to the jumping lake, and here we go with Gennady Gorelia on jump number 2. Getting really, really pitted off the jump there, and from this angle it looked like he's decelerated and changing edge just before he hits the surface. Glenn.
Yeah, well, you can hear the big Nautique open up on him, though. He's certainly asking a lot of the boat on that one. But, yeah, no, he's just not getting himself in the correct position to kick the ramp. He actually stood up a little bit into the bottom there, too. Maybe a little bit more regressive cut, I think. Carry his speed through the ramp.
All right, then. But it is enough for an extended distance, 145 feet, otherwise known as 44.1 meters.
But any sort of ramp work, Tony, you'd think, and he'd be up around 50 meters, wouldn't you? Like he's losing a lot on the ramp.
And our first skier on the Slalom Lake, and kind of looking like a character out of a dystopian movie by Ridley Scott.
I think he looks like Marshall Mathers, a.k.a. Eminem, the rapper, if you ask me there, Tony. He's got that, he dyed that hair blonde and, looking like he might be from 8 Mile.
But is he the real Slim Shady?
Let's see if he stands up right here,
Gotta love it. All right, then. So Gennady Gorelia getting ready for jump number 3. He'll be hitting that ramp very, very soon, but we'll see what Tobias Georges has in store for us. This is Series 4 Slalom.
Okay, third and final, though. Full double cut. Has not got any lift yet. Let's see if he can't get it on jump number 3.
Here he comes. Oh, look at this. Bam!
That's a bit better.
A lot better. That will probably be about a 46 meter jump, at least from this perspective. Series 4, Slalom. Let's rock and roll with Tobias Georges, a 30-meter start on the green loop. Go, Glenn.
Yeah, 30-meter line now. Very strong overall skier. Tobias out of Argentina. And 30-meter line. Just a warm-up pass. Conditions absolutely perfect out there at the moment. Glassy, calm. No sunstrike. Just that's kind of really nice temperature as well for skiing. So that's a good opening pass.
Yeah, no, strong skiing here from Tobias on his opening pass, and again, you see those Latin American skiers really push that handle in front of them and use that use that rotation by pushing the handle forward to get that ski tip in the water. Sometimes they don't get the ski to go all the way out, but Tobias is doing good working off the wakes and not letting that catch him out here as he's making his way through the 13-meter pass and, strong start to his slalom campaign.
All right, just enough time to tell you that Gennady Gorelia, 47.8 meters on jump number 3. 47.8 meters on jump number 3. Here's your new leader. There is your leaderboard. Gennady Gorelia out in front ahead of Funo, Young Hanifer, Martinov, and Visidis. Now, let's change to another graphic. That will give you the jumpers to take to the water in the men's series 5. Dima Thompson will be our lead-off skier wearing bib number 157. Then we'll have Ivan Zaletsov and Paolo Pagozzi, Alexander Benzoales, Polydor Mikolauchenko, Andrea Pagozzi, Yuhu Kim, and Lucas Cornell. Jumping back on, we got slalom in on the water. 12 meters, Tobias Georges.
Yeah, big 1 and 3 ball here as he makes his way down this 12-meter pass. Tobias from Argentina, and this is a nice pass. That's very easy stuff there. Enjoying the conditions here at the World Champs and skiing very well.
All right. Conditions are absolutely perfect out here. We got just a little bit of wind to throw some texture on the water, and then you see Tobias out here rocking that 135 side. It's he slam dunks that side over there, and then gets the ski to go around on 2-4. But I'm really liking how he attacks the turn here, gets the ski under the line, and gets a good efficient exit out of the 135 side. So good strong skiing there from Tobias, and now setting himself up for this must run pass if he's going to give himself a chance to take the lead, with the 11 meters coming up next.
And switching from slalom to the jump lake as we see jump number 1 for Dima Thompson from Switzerland. It's considerably lighter than Gennady Gorelia, that much I can tell you. But
Oh,
no! Oh my word!
Here comes the
bounces
pain.
off the front.
That's a
out the
nasty
front.
crash. He puts
a
the
nasty
hand
crash.
up.
He puts his hand up, but maybe a lot of that is instinctual. There we go. That is Dima Thompson. Man alive. Let's take a look at this instant replay. This is going to be rather distressing for some of you out there, so you might want to turn away. He just pushed off on his right ski and just took everything with his face and his chest there on jump number 1. On the meantime there, we got on the water at 11.25 meters. Tobias Georges. Take it away, Glenn.
Oh, he's in trouble, and this is a big upset. This is disappointing stuff for the Argentinian. I can't believe it. He's missed the 11.25 metre line, and this is a bit of a boil over here, I'd say, Zane.
Yeah, that is definitely not what he was looking for there. You know, I mean, he's definitely known for running that 11-meter pass and just not able to get through it. And, you know, you see him. Let's see if we see what happens here. You see kind of goes with the upper body at the gate. So gets the turn here off of 1. That's lefty. And then here on 2, here that gate catches him up there at 2. And then let's see if he gets outside of 3. He come up really short, just gets outside of 3, but loses the handle before the wakes. And, you know, that's a product of the gate, just leaving his feet behind him. We really wanted to see him get the feet under the line, and then he would have had his speed controlled into 2. So that's going to be an official score of 2.5 at 11.25. So not going to be what he's going for.
Yeah, and interesting. I remember back at the 2023 Worlds when Joel Poland had a poor trick performance. He went and shaved all his hair off. I don't know what Tobias Georges is going to do here, though. There's nowhere left to go, really, with his hair.
All right, then, as we see Dima Thompson, he's looks like he's cleared initial concussion protocol and will continue to jump. And the Italian Red Cross was also very much present out there in rescuing Dima Thompson.
This is a bad crash, Tony, but the good news for him is if you just watch as he hits the water, the way his skis kind of hit the water is way better than it could have been. No, that is a bad crash, but it could have been worse. If the tips go in, it's a lot worse. He did kind of land on the skis. Tony, I'm trying to look for a positive out of that one.
Yep, glass half full.
Yeah. He's young anyway. He's bouncing back.
Well, Dima Thompson, we definitely don't want him injured any more than he might have been on that jump number 1. He's one of our crew here on TWBC, and he's done an extraordinary amount of good work since he joined us this season. So on the water on the slalom lake as we get ready for Dima Thompson's second jump. This is Blaze Grubbs, an independent USA skier. And let's have a look and see what he's got on pass number 1. This is 13 meters, the green loop there, Glenn.
Yeah, from Northern California, of course, Belacqua to Sacramento.
Yep.
And yes, 13 meters, 32 off for our American viewers. That's a nice opening pass.
A qualified pilot.
Yeah.
And I think he actually works for one of the major aircraft manufacturers, Cirrus planes, and flies their jet. No, what a life, huh?
Yeah. And he's certainly got it all going on as Blaze Grubbs. So Zane Nicholson's had to leave the commentary booth, which means I may now be on expert comments for slalom, which is not anything anyone wants to hear, really, Tony. My expert comments. So we'll find a way. We'll find a way.
Okay, we'll make it work. Anyway, here we go. Here comes Dima Thompson. Now, if you're in his position, having taken that kind of first jump, what would you do?
Well, if I was his age, I'd go harder. If I'm my age now, I'd go home. But here's jump number 2. Oh, that's nice
better
jump.
look at that. That
He's
is
booted that.
better.
Well done.
And you know, he might just have taken the lead with that.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe start off jumping like that.
More importantly, it's going to get his confidence back, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No two ways about it.
Cut all the way through the ramp. One of the reasons he crashed on his first, I think, was he was a little bit early and had too much time, stood up a bit much before the ramp. So on the second one, he cut through the ramp a lot better. And there we are. We do have a new leader. Is that 49.9?
Yeah, 49.9.
Okay, back to the slalom lake.
All right, then. We've got on the water Blade Scrubs coming back in on 12 meters, and certainly not one of our tallest slalom skiers in this event. Certainly not for the ability that he possesses. But I tell you what, 12 meters, and he knocks that one down beautifully. And behind that Nautique towboat, doing a fine job. Coming to us out of Northern California, this is Blade Scrubs. We'll take a look at the instant replay. And also check out Dima Thompson and see how he's going to get on in relation to the third jump. So a lot to be impressed with here from Blade Scrubs there, Glenn.
Yeah, nice pass. 35 off, 12-metre line for him's a bit of a regulation warm-up kind of pass. Not sure how many. It's probably pretty early in the morning right now in California. So I'm not sure how many. You have to be a pretty hard out water ski fan to be watching the webcast tonight from California. I'm sure there's a few.
It's about 1:40 in the morning there right now.
But good pass here on the 12-metre line for Blaze.
As our co-worker.
All right there, so 49.9 meters on the second jump. Here he comes. Oh, and he almost lost that left ski out on the landing. And he should thank his lucky stars that they're not picking pieces of him out the water right now.
He's got that kind of jumping style where he just sort of stands up at the bottom of the ramp, looking to pre-kick it a little bit, and he was very lucky not to end up landing on his face there on jump number 3. Anyway, Blaze Scrubs back on the water, 11.25 metre line, looking good.
Looking fantastic, as a matter of fact. He gets round number 4. He's got a good approach into number 5. Gets it to go around number 6, 11.25 meters, and knocking it down. 41.9 meters, and he lost a whole 8 meters just because he got almost blown out over his left tip there. 41.9, and Blaze Scrubs on the other lake getting the job done with 11.25 meters there, Glenn.
Yeah, really nice pass. On time and early the whole way through this pass. Blaze historically really good on the 11.25 metre line, but he struggles a little bit on this next one, the 10.75. 39 off if you're watching from the United States. But that's a beautiful 11. Let's see if he looks to be in good form. He's set himself up well here for the 10.75 coming up. Remember, our current lead is 4 on this next pass with Germany's Tim Wield.
All right there, so we continue on with the jump event. Moving on from Dima Thompson, we have Ivan Zelentsov. All right there, looks like we had a reconfiguration so far as the running order is concerned. Taigan Park has been moved from Series 6 to Series 5, and he is on the water right now. Taigan Park from South Korea. Here we go, Blaze Scrubs on 10.75.
Blaze Scrubs is looking good. He's got a good start here on the 10.75. Can he run it? You see Dad watching from the background there, and he crossed the 5. He's got 5. He's not going to run it, but still a great score.
Oh, and he gets there just before the boat guides.
10.75 metre line. We've got our new leader, folks. Wow, Steve Grubbs' dad. We saw the shot there, the little insert, parent cam, watching from the banks. That's a good score from Blaze. He's got the lead. I think it's going to be 5. We'll have a bit of a check there. 5 on the 10.75.
I mean, provided that he actually got that ski outside of buoy number 5, I don't see it being anything but because the ski actually made it to the position behind the boat after that buoy. But Taigan, so he does get 5. He gets the 5, and he gets the lead, and at the same time.
Yeah, really good pass here. I mean, he's starting to get a little down course here. Heads over to 5, round 5, and then, yeah.
All right, then. Here we go. Taigan Park on jump number 1. Oh, and getting into all kinds of trouble there. But he is still able to ride out that jump there with our inset view, bringing us simultaneous coverage on Lakes 2 and Lake 1.
It was interesting as we rewatch this pass here from Blaze, as our next slalom skier has actually left a dock, I think.
Yeah, the next skier that's
It's all happening.
Yeah, it is. Charlie Emmett from Great Britain
we
is
might
on
be
the
missing
water
Charlie's
right now.
first pass. Here we go. We're not missing anything. He's all over it.
14.25 meters.
14.25.
All right, Ivan Zaletsov about to hit the ramp for the first time out of his 3 jumps, I believe. Actually, it's a Tigan Park, as a matter of fact. He's getting ready in for his second.
I'd love to know the backstory behind that, because he was supposedly going to be our second jumper of the tournament. Yeah, it could be something to do with the ramp height maybe, but he's been moved into the next series.
Okay, 41.5 for Tigan Park on jump number 1. Now that is probably the reason why he's been brought into this series, because the ramp height for Series 6 is 1.5 meters high, and then everything else from that point onwards is 1.65 meters high.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't need to be moving that ramp consistently up and down every time. All right, Rampoli goes up. Here we go. This is Tigan Park.
Yep, jump number 2.
Oh, nice. Good effort there. Good speed, and the position wasn't all that bad. All right. Charlie Emmett coming in on 30 meters, represented Great Britain in this instance. Here he comes. 30 meters.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, solid stuff. Warm-up pass for Charlie. Enjoying these great conditions.
43.6 meters for Tigan Park. 43.6 meters. So we'll pick him up on that jump very, very soon. But here is Charlie Emmett wearing bib 100. How did he get so lucky? That was Charlie Ross's bib at the U21 Worlds.
Oh, well done, Tony. I didn't pick up on that. Sorry, mate.
Yep, wearing the Centennial shirt, the bib rather, as Nautique celebrates 100 years of existence through their umbrella company, Correct Craft, on the waters of the world since 1925. Find out more by going to nautiques.com. All right, 43.6 there for Tigan Park on jump number 2. Let's see if he can pump up the volume here as we see Charlie Emmett come into the course for his third pass. 13 and 12 run back-to-back. Here he comes on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, it's 12. He started at 14.
Started at 14, I beg your pardon.
Still making pretty good work of this, though, is Charlie, representing Great Britain. Union Jack, of course. There we go, nice 12-meter pass.
48.3 there for Tigan Park on the last jump. 48.3. 48.3. That puts him in second place right now for Tigan Park. 48.3.
Yeah, I'm not sure what time would be in Korea, back home in Korea, but a shout out to jumping Jimmy Gion if he happens to be watching his fellow Korean jump. Just watching a replay here of Charlie's 12-meter.
You asked the question, Glenn. Here's your answer. It's 10 minutes to 6 in the evening.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, good viewing times. I'm sure Jimmy Gion is watching.
All right, and but our attention turns to Ukraine right now with Ivan Zaletsov as our slalom boat getting ready to bring in Charlie Emmett on 11.25 meters. And just take a look at the leaderboard, how much it's changed in the last few skiers. I mean, Tim Field snagged the lead away from Jacobania with 4 and 10.75 meters, and not too long afterwards, a 5 buoy count was produced up there by Blaze Grubbs. Here we go, 11.25 meters for Charlie Emmett. Let's take it away, Glenn.
Must run pass. He's getting it done at the moment. Over to 4 he goes. Round 4, breaks forward on 4, but I think he's still okay here. Round 5, good 5 ball. There you go. Good skiing, Charlie Emmett. Runs the 11.25 metre line.
Yes, nice fist pump there at the end there. He is on fire. This is Charlie Emmett, and is now within 5 buoys of possibly taking the lead in this competition. So Charlie Emmett there just rocking that ski into its edge change on buoy number 1, getting some good angle, and then just really, really resisting hard against the boat. Not doing too much movement in the turn itself, but is ready and rocking to go at the tail end of each turn. And as we see here on that pass there from Charlie Emmett, as we switch over to that view. Good fist pump there at the end of very confident skiing as we see. Oh my words, Ivan Zaletsov, quick turn. Bam! Look at that! There is your new leader right there, and that jump could well be in excess of 53 meters.
Yeah, good jump. Straight into his work. Lands it, looks across at the crowd, and says, how do you like that one?
How'd you like those apples? There you go. Here we go. We've got Charlie Emmett on 10.75 meters as we wait the distance of Ivan Zaletsov on the jump number 1. He gets round number 3. I don't think
maybe he didn't go round 3.
No, I don't think he did. So he gets 2 at 10.75.
52.3.
Okay, not bad. 52.3 meters. Wow, what a jump there for Ivan Zaletsov.
Wasn't a bad guess, Tony. You said 53. So
okay, yeah.
Hats off to you.
Yeah. So Charlie Emmett is confirmed on 2 at 10.75 meters. And how did he get there? Getting a good leverage out of number 1 and just...
Pretty late here, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly, and he got blown inside of number 3, so that was at 10.75 meters. But he's pleased with that score. He's pleased that he's gone into 10.75 meters at the World Championship, and some good skiing generally here from Charlie Emmett here in men's slalom series 4. Next competitor out is Bautista Humada, but we've still got some business on the jump late, courtesy of Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine. He's jumped 52.3 on jump. Oh, quick turn. Tim Bradstreet like quick. Boom! Yeah, and unable to land that jump there, but I don't think it would have been all that far anyway, at least not compared to the 52.3 on the previous attempt here. But just take a look at this. Are you having flashbacks to Tim Bradstreet?
Oh, I mean, it was a big turn, but it's still not Tim Bradstreet-like. But yeah, what a great moment that is. Tim Bradstreet's Junior Worlds here 15 years ago when he jumped 59.8 metres.
And feeling the power of that towboat. I mean, his left hand came off the handle very, very quickly, and that really affected his airform to the point where he was landing on the backs of his skis, and just couldn't really recover too well beyond that point there, Glenn.
No, he didn't put a lot of effort into landing that jump standing up. He obviously knew it wasn't as fast, so he's got one more jump to come.
All right there, here comes Bautista Humada on 30 meters. So, and he'll be looking forward to welcoming the world in the next season of the Junior World Water Ski Championships at their site in Cordoba in Argentina. That is taking place at the latter part of March all the way through to the early part of April. And more details on waterskibroadcasting.com. Here we go. Full double cut here for Ivan Zaletsov.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. He turns pretty hard here. I don't think he's at 57k. I think he's at a slower speed. Just looking at the way that he turns these skis. Sinks in. Plenty of speed here. He carries it through the ramp. There you go.
There you go.
That's a decent
Fantastic
jump.
effort.
Probably the biggest jump of a set. Needs to
Probably
stand
his
up.
biggest jump of the season. So we just wait on the jump distance there for Ivan Zaletsov. I reckon that's going to be about a 54-meter attempt, at least from this perspective. There's some great flight there from Ivan Zaletsov, and we'll get back onto Slalom Lake. I'm Tony Lightfoot, he's Glenn Williams, and we've got live simultaneous coverage of the Slalom and Jump. And the reason why we're doing this is to compress the schedule enough to allow... oh, my word.
Oh, we've got a missed gate. Oh, this is devastation.
13-meter starts, and unfortunately unable to get the gates on that opening pass. So a 0 buoy count.
Oh, no.
That is certainly not what the doctor ordered here. So let's have a look and see how close he was to the entrance gate. Yeah, completely over the top of it.
Yeah, he looked like he missed it by a fair way, didn't he? Clear cut. Oh, devastation, though, for the young Argentinian. Heartbreaking.
But maybe he can use the Junior World Championships next season by way of redemption on his home water.
Absolutely.
.52.5 on that last jump there for Ivan Zaletsov, as we now work our way to our next competitor. Coming to us out of the Dominican Republic, it's Paolo Pigozzi. And there is your leaderboard, 52.5 on that last jump for Zaletsov, ahead of Dima Thompson on 49.9, and that jump from Tegan Park with a 48.3. Currently in third place as we look at the top three. All right, there, moving right along with the slalom event, as I'm joined here with Glenn Williams. We got Gustavo Kretzmer, individual competitor from Chile, and not looking too bad on the open.
Good opening pass here, as you'd expect. Gustavo. Back on the jump lake.
All right there, so Paolo Pigozzi taking his first attempt. And as I was saying, the reason why we're doing this is to basically compress enough of the schedule to leave room for maybe moving and shifting some series and events, because we anticipate the weather being a little bit worse tomorrow than it is today. So we have to prepare for that and allow and create enough time to mitigate the effects of adverse weather conditions.
Just dropped the handle here on the landing.
Yeah.
Looked like quite a nice, tidy opening jump, but handle just got he bounced a little bit and it got ripped out of his grip. Maybe needs to look at a change in gloves, I'm not sure.
Maybe suggest a pair of pro gears. Go to skiprogear.com to find out more. Yeah, he definitely needed some pro gears.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Hang on a little tighter there.
Yeah, you might want to send Liche his way. All right, then. So let's have a look at Gustavo Kretzmer. He's gone through 14 now. This is 13 meters on the green loop. Gustavo Kretzmer, the brother of Daniela Kretzmer, who won the junior world title a couple of cycles back. and was on the podium at the U21 Worlds that took place at the Lakes of Catherstone in the slalom event, the same slalom event which saw a victory from Cristiano de Osma.
Right you are, Tony.
All right, so Gustavo Kretzmer looking good for the first couple of passes, 14 and 13 meters. And we're having fun here with the live coverage of not one but two events taking place simultaneously. All right, then, and as we see Gustavo Kretzmer's instant replay disappear, and we will see what Paolo Pagozzi has in store for us on jump number 2. Yes, that registers a score for him. He what is classified as a fall on jump number 1. He has, but jump number 2, he takes this jump distance, and I reckon that this is going to be high 40s there for him. Maybe mid 40s upon deeper reflection on that jump there. As we see Gustavo Kretzmer, 12 meters go.
Across the tube ball he goes. The Chilean looking very comfortable here. 12-meter pass. It's not been missed all morning, Tony. We feel like we've probably had 20, maybe more slalomers. Nobody's missed the 12-meter line yet, which is great to see. 44.4 on the jump leg.
All right, then, 44.4 meters for Paolo Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. Still has to jump a little ways further to take the lead away from Ivan Zaletsov, who's probably knocked down a jump very, very close to his personal best of 52.5 meters. So it's all happening here. We got Open Men's Series 5 Jump Elimination. We have got Men's Series 4 Slalom Elimination. Gustavo Kretzmer getting ready for 11.25 meters next. In the meantime, third and last jump there for Paolo Pagozzi. Brings the handle down nice and low, drives in off the surface. Getting a little bit twisted in the air, and that sent the alarm bells ringing there, but not enough to completely preclude him from landing on jump number 3. We'll get the distance on that shortly. Here comes Gustavo Kretzmer, 11.25 meters. Take it away, please.
Yeah, must-run pass here for Gustavo. Oh, not a great one ball. Breaks forward on 1. He's got some work to do. Out of 2, he looks okay. Round 3 he goes. He's getting late, but he's working hard. Round 4, I think he can do this. Cross to 5. He's got 5. Can he get to 6? He pulls all the way to 6 and out the exit gates and runs the 11.25 meter line.
Fantastic skiing, and a skier who practices and trains over at Lago Los Moros in Santiago de Chile. That is an effort through 11.25 meters, yielding their 6 buoy count. All right, there, 44.1 on the last jump there for Paolo Pagozzi, 44.1, and that puts him, I believe, in about the top 5 positions at this time. All right, next jumper to come, and a skier who would ordinarily be skiing for Clemson University in the collegiate season, but skiing for Germany right here and now. It is Alexander Menzel. And for those of you that are worried about the condition, the physical condition of Dima Thompson, I can reliably inform you that he is walking, and he is looking none the worse for the effects of that first jump that he took not too long ago there, Glenn.
Yeah, good to see. He's up and moving around. Blaze Grubb still leads a slalom elimination round from Northern California. Gustavo
Kretzmer, 10.75 meters. He's round number 1.
Breaks forward again on 1.
He's round number 2.
Good
Look,
2.
He's still there, you know. He's round number 3. Can he make a play on number 4?
Oh, this is good.
Look at this.
Over to 5. Can he run the 10.75? No, he breaks forward on 5.
Oh, and a two-way tie for the lead between Gustavo Kretzmer and our number 1 skier right now with 5 on 10.75 meters.
Look, Tony, it's a good score, but I think he's going to be slightly disappointed. He's left a little bit out there, because if he just had got a little bit better 5-ball, didn't break forward, he had a real good shot at being our first competitor to run the 10.75.
All right, then, as we turn our attention to the jump event, that score from Gustavo Kretzmer, 5 and 10.75 meters, tying the lead with Blades Grubbs. In the meantime, Alexander Menzel, jump number 1, and using the boat's awesome power to bring him at speed into that ramp surface of 1.65 meters high. That is Alexander Menzel. Glenn, analyze this from Gustavo Kretzmer.
So he breaks forward on 1, but he did that at 11 as well, and it wasn't a problem. Really good 2-ball here. Big turn on 2. Into 3 he goes. Late, but he's getting it done. Over to 4. Good 4. He's early enough now to run this pass, but something here on 5 just breaks forward and kind of loses it. And it's a good score, as I said. Ties for the lead, but I just feel he's going to feel like it was a really good opportunity for him to get onto the 10.25 here. Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity.
And what if the cut is as low as like 1 or 2 at 10.25 meters, you know?
Yeah, as long as these conditions hold, the cut's going to be probably 3 at 10.25. So he's, just running 10.7 is not enough. You never quite know, though. There's a bit of weather coming through. Oh, so close. Still a good score, though.
All right, then we're going to get a distance coming through any moment now for Alexander Menzel. It's 42.9, 42.9 meters. 42.9, getting decent lift there, but needs to generate a little bit more speed and more of each, to get anywhere close to the 52.5 meter jump that's hosted by Ivan Zaletsov from Ukraine. Here he comes. And that boat is extremely powerful, something that some of the skiers have had a hard time getting used to, especially Alexander Menzel. Victor Schultz Sorensen of Denmark for a 30-meter start.
Yeah, not a skier I've seen a lot of before, but nice, solid opening 13-meter pass.
And Victor Sorensen, Schultz Sorensen's claim to fame, a bronze medal at the Junior World Championships way back in 2010.
Wow, so here?
Yeah, at San Gervasio.
Oh, it's okay.
But he has been slaloming well in recent times. At the European Open, he qualified into the men's slalom final there in the Salmsee in Linz in Austria. So harking back to some of that World Championship podium finishing form, and we'll see if he can produce something that would maybe send him back to the finals for another time. We're going to get the distance for Alexander Menzel on jump number 2. It is 44.2, 44.2 for Alexander Menzel as he gets ready for jump number 3. 145 feet for those of you watching the distances come through from the United States. And he's now going to push out nice and wide as you can be with a 3/4 cut, but trying to keep some water speed up and making the turn happen, and coming off the handle, a product of just not enough pressure off that right ski and letting the power go towards the boat upon hitting the jump. Victor Schultz Sorensen, 12 meters. And Glenn looking in good shape. Not terribly stressed right now, but it is 12 meters.
Yeah, some great skiing here. Like, the standard of men's slalom continues to rise around the world, and you put them on a good site like this and add in the factor of having that wonderful ski nautique. and the scores are super high at the moment, you'd have to say. We're kind of on the cusp of someone running the 10.75. We're slowly but surely getting there. Sooner or later it's going to happen.
All right.
We'll get some scores into that 10.25.
Indeed, another score that's come through is 46.2, 46.2 on the last jump there for Alexander Menzel on his last jump. Alice Polidor from Czechia is going to be next. As we see Victor Schultz Sorensen out there on the water representing Denmark. This is the skier that Zane was helping with on the dock just a few minutes ago before he got out onto the water. Blaze Grubbs and Gustavo Kretzmer currently in a two-way tie for the lead right now on 5 at 10.75 meters. And Glenn, it's certainly going to take a breakthrough performance from one of our remaining skiers in this series to really take the lead here.
Yeah, it's going to happen sooner or later. Here's the 11.25 metre line now for Victor. Looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Over to 5 he goes. Oh, that's a nice pass. Pretty cruisy 11, really, wasn't it,
Yeah.
Tony? All over that.
Yeah, absolutely. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he wasn't prepared to compromise one iota in terms of making these turns happen. Just laying the ski over, then just ski into the handle, and then it's off to the races. Like that one, number 2, a little bit of a tail slide there. That's about as much as he's prepared to allow on that particular effort. But managing to get round number 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and indeed number 6 checks up on 5, gets round number 6, no worries. Okay, so Alice Polidor from Czechia coming in on jump number 1. Let's see what he's got. Oh, good solid effort there on jump number 1, and great skiing there from Alice Polidor as we now get ready for Victor Schultz Sorensen to come back into the course on 10.75 meters. There is your current leaderboard at Ivan Zaletsov for 42.5. That's the target that everyone is aiming for right now to take the lead. There we go. Alice Polidor impacts, landing, good to go. Now, moving back over to the slalom lake. Dual simultaneous coverage of the slalom events in Series 4. Here we go.
Ooh, not a good 2-ball, unfortunately. He got a score there of 3. We will check it. But he wanted more, I'm sure, and he started pretty well, I thought, on 1, but then we'll watch the replay here, something went horribly wrong on 2-ball. And we do need to review as well whether he went around 3 or not.
All right, Alice Polidor, we're going to get his first jump. It's 40.3, 40.3 for Alice Polidor from Czechia. And it is a 3-buoy count, adjudged not to have gotten round number 4 for starters. Never mind getting to the wakes to actually score the full point.
I think he went around that buoy there.
So he gets 3. So there we go, and
but good, not a bad start. I thought this was a pretty good 1-ball, Tony. But yeah, it just kind of overdoes it on 2-ball.
All right then. So Victor Schultz Sorensen, 3 buoys there. Here comes Alice Polidor, second jump, first jump distance of 40.3 meters, and I reckon that one is going to be a skosh longer. There you go. Good skiing there from Alice Polidor from Czechia. And our next slalomer already out on the water. Yes, indeed, it is going to be Alvaro Lamadrid from Mexico. 40.25 meter start. Skis out of the Boca Laguna facility in Chapala, Mexico, that has hosted a number of championships, including the World U21s, and not in this current cycle, but in the previous one, and that was also produced by TWBC with its live broadcast. And you can even go back and watch that, Glenn, if you really wanted to. Because I know that a member of your family was actually
Yeah,
skiing in
but
those.
she definitely doesn't want to watch it again. She didn't.
All right, then.
Courtney didn't have a great Worlds in Mexico a little while ago, but
All right, then, 42.2 on jump number 2 for Alice Poliador as we see Moritz Engelhardt getting psychologically ready for his turn out there on the slalom course. He'll be last out in the men's Series 4 elimination round slalom. We have 3 more skiers to go in the slalom event before we round off Series 4.
24 hours of skiing almost, Tony, and it's been male dominated, I'd have to say. We're yet to see a female skier at these Worlds.
Yes.
So it will be good to change it up a little bit at some stage.
Yes, and we'll do that as early as the women's slalom elimination round slalom, which will take place after the conclusion of the men's series of slalom for today. Here we go. We've got Alvaro La Madrid from Mexico. His personal best is somewheres on 10.75 meters, and he'll need to produce a score of that similar vein to start to challenge the top scorers going into the finals. And there we go. That is Alvaro La Madrid. And Alvaro La Madrid in the World Under-21 Championships in 2009 at his home site, I believe, got a podium position.
Yeah, absolutely. Still a bit of an athlete, this guy. I'm thinking he's got to be probably around, I don't know, would he be around 40 years of age maybe? And I see does the odd half marathon, triathlons, that sort of thing. Fairly fit kind of a guy.
All right, then. So continuing to rock along with our jumpers right now, we've got the score for Alice Poliador with 42.8 as our next jumper, Mikolauchenko, takes to the water. Slalomer about to take is actually on the water at this time is Carlos La Madrid, getting ready for pass number 3. He's gone through 14 and 13. Now this is 12, Glenn.
Yeah, and wouldn't expect to have too many problems with this pass. He seems to be in pretty good form. He's got his eye in here at Richito. On time and early here. 12-metre line, 35 off.
Wrestling that handle a little bit, though. Bringing the handle down firmly, but see a little hesitation in one or two places there. So that was Alvaro La Madrid. And a little bit of a funky way of holding that handle into his gate shot there.
Well, it obviously works for him, I guess. Different technique.
And one gate technique that we don't see an awful lot of, not nearly as much as back in the day, it's the one-handed gate shot. Most of the gate shots that we've seen so far have been of the two-handed variety, the good old-fashioned, tried and true.
I've always been a bit of a fan of the one-handed gate. That's certainly the way I rocked it back in my day.
Here we go. This is Mikolau. Oh, he almost split his difference there on jump number 1.
Almost wonder. I'll watch the replay maybe if we get a chance. I almost wonder if he clipped the corner here. Because he kind of left that right ski behind a little bit on the ramp.
And yes, the boat is dropping him in to inspect his fin.
Let's have a look at the replay here. Yeah, right on that corner. Definitely, I'd say that.
Man, if we could get a zoom in on that right ski fin to determine that.
So this young guy that's 14 years of age, he's really
40.6.
Probably slalom not much more than an hour ago, I think, Tony, and skied really well with 2 at 10.75. But with the change in the running order, I mean, he's young and fit enough, he can handle it. Here we go, 11.25 metre line. Alvaro La Madrid getting it done at the moment. Across the 5, he's got 5, and he will get 6, and he does. And he runs the 11.25 metre line, and back to fin check cam.
All right then, so it looks like that Mikhailichenko has had his jump fin inspected by Felipe Liel from the towboat, and it looks like the fin is satisfactory enough to continue on, as we see Alvaro Lamadrid continue on with his slalom effort. He's gone through 14, 13, 12, and now 11.25 meters, and looking good for a respectable score on 10.75 meters. Coming up next there, Glenn.
Yeah, he's had a good set so far. Can't see any reason why he can't get a reasonable way down this 10.75. Yeah,
but it looks, quite pedestrian, I would say, on 11.25 meters. To quote an expression you tend to use in your part of the world. But there you go. 11.25 meters, and getting the job done as Alvaro Lamadrid gets ready for 10.75 meters. The leaderboard showing a two-way tie for the lead at 5 at 10.75 meters. Mikhailichenko is getting ready for jump number 2, having jumped 40.6. That is the action that's going on both lakes right now. Let's see what Alvaro Lamadrid can do. Go, Glenn.
Yeah, out of 1 he goes. A little bit slow out of 1. He's going to need a decent 2, and he's got a pretty good 2. Round 3, that's all he can get.
Oh, yeah.
3 on the 10.75 metre line for Alvaro Lamadrid of Mexico.
And a number of skiers have tied with 3 at 10.75 meters. We only recently, Victor Schultz-Sorensen got 3 at 10.75 meters himself. So a lot of competitors have all tied for that score. Here comes Mikhailichenko. That was earlier, we can tell, because he came off the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, he almost over-adjusted, though. It was a little bit too early, I think, there. But it's understandable when you clip the corner, you kind of want to make sure you're away from it on the next jump.
Indeed, indeed. So we're having a look at Alvaro Lamadrid there with his attempt on 10.75 meters, and just getting a little bit bogged down on number 2 and not getting much more by way of a good edge into number 3. So there we go. That is Alvaro Lamadrid. Incidentally, Mikhailichenko's jump is 47.5 meters. All right, then. So that is Alvaro Lamadrid. He's being returned back to the dock as we get ready for Mikhailichenko's third and last attempt. He has jumped in the high 40s in the past, and could well have given himself a pretty good shot at a top 20 position in the men's overall. Try not to use all of it.
Jump number 3
right,
now.
And here we go. Here we go. This is Mikhailichenko. Oh, look at that. Brilliant edge and good flight on that one. That's going to be close to 50 meters, I would say.
Yeah, better jump. Geez, I'm impressed with this kid. Just 14 years of age, 10.75, and then up in the high 40s, maybe even 50 metres in jump.
His personal best is 49.3, and here we go. We got Carlo Elias, a legendary Italian slalomer.
Wow, yeah, it's crazy to see this guy skiing so early at a Worlds, but I guess he's probably, life's moved on a little bit now. He's probably got a full-time job, obviously family, but one of the best skiers of kind of 15 years ago, I guess. One of the best skiers in the world.
All right, then, so 47.4 meters on this jump for Mikhailichenko. He's expended all 3 of his jumps His best jump is 47.5. Our next competitor to go, coming to us from the Dominican Republic, is going to be Andrea Pagozzi. We're down to our final 3 jumpers in Series 5 as we continue to monitor the situation with the Men's Slalom Elimination Series 4. And even though that Carlo Elias' best days in the slalom event are most certainly behind him, he still continues to impress out there on the water there, Glenn.
Oh, absolutely. It's talent's forever, really, isn't it? He's maybe he doesn't train as much as he used to, but still a very good slalom skier.
All right, a fantastic effort there. Good extension into buoy number 6, and a certified architect who works in the out of Milan. That is Carlo Elias, and we will see what he does with a pass number 2. In the meantime, our jumper out on the water is Andrea Pagozzi. We're going to wait on him to take his first jump. But in the meantime, 12 meters for Carlo Elias. He seems to be on his game still.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't he? Runs that pass very comfortably.
Fantastic effort here, and just seems to have that ability to just ski tidily from one end of the course to the next, with very, very minimal body movement, and then gets into a good stack position like that and just holds on to it and just sends it. Great skiing there from Carlo Elias. And here is the first jump there from Andrea Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. Turns away, good tight line, driving it on through. Almost forcing his kick a little bit too much on that right ski, and moved quite a bit in the air, which would have reduced his jump distance. We're going to take a look at the instant replay here from Andrea Pagozzi as we get ready for Carlo Elias' next pass coming up, which is going to be 11.25 meters, if I'm correct. There we go, Andrea. 47.7, 11.25 meters coming back for Carlo Elias as we switch from one lake to the next there, Glenn.
Yeah, hectic stuff here at the World Champs for 2025, but we're keeping up just. And here we go. This is the 11.25 meter line. Look very good so far in the set, and it's continuing now into the 11.25 meter line. Carlo Elias. Easy as you like, really. That is sensational. Super smooth, super easy on the 11.25.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like he's been doing it for a while. Yep. All right, then Carlo Elias getting through 11.25 meters. Like a walk in the park there for him as we check and continue to monitor the situation. All right, then. So we got Carlo Elias getting the job done on 11.25 meters as we switch from slalom to jump and getting ready for our second jump here from Andrea Pagozzi. 47.7 on jump number 1. And still trying to force the kick there, but I do believe that jump is marginally further there from Andrea Pagozzi. As we take a look at the instant replay on this jump and see how things are shaped up for him on jump number 2. We'll get the distance momentarily, but just not. But looks like he put quite a bit of weight on his left ski as we await the distance for him. 10.75 meters for Carlo Elias. He's still got something in him. Look at him go, and dropping the handle round number 3. He'll get 2.5 for that. 2.5 there, which is a bit of a shame. But Carlo Elias there, 2.5 at 10.75 meters is going to be the score for him. In the meantime, we're just waiting on that third jump distance there for Andrea Pagozzi. Actually, it's a second jump attempt, I beg your pardon, 48 meters. 48 meters exactly, so he's got his one last attempt to take to the water. So Carlo Alais just barreling into buoy number one. Had a good enough turn and was early enough for number two. And just relaxed enough on number two to really do the same into number three. But unfortunately, just a little bit too late, too late at the end there. All right, there, 48 meters exactly on jump number two. Can he do anything to extend that distance? Here he comes. Andrea Pagozzi extending that one further. That should be about a 48.5 meter jump, maybe closer to 49. So some great jumping there from Andrea Pagozzi. All right, there, here we go. Benjamin Lutz on 30 meters for his opening run. An individual competitor, an independent from the United States who comes to us from Illinois. And here he is. 49.8 meters, 49.8 meters from Andrea Pagozzi. His third and last jump, and that represents his best distance, 49.8 meters. And we've just seen Benjamin Lutz go through 30 meters on his opener, but a good-looking jump distance, and he got it all together on that last one there, Glenn.
Yeah, tidy stuff. Been impressed with some of these younger jumpers so far here. A lot of these guys are eligible for under 14s or under 17s, and they're jumping nice.
Yeah, they're making that transition almost seamlessly, going from U14s to U17s as we have a look at Benjamin Lutz out there on the water, slicing and dicing it away on the slalom course. He is our penultimate skier in the men's Series 4 slalom. And in the meantime, we have Yeonhoo Kim from Korea on the water right now. And just a little bit of showmanship.
Little there. Inside arm action there.
Yeah.
It's all the rage.
All right, coming in on 12 meters. This is Benjamin Lutz. Let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, beautiful conditions, and really any problems at all.
Not bad, not bad. He gets to grips there on number 5 and gets it to go around number 6. I like what he's doing out there. Benjamin Lutz from the United States. All right, so jump number 1 for Yeonhoo Kim from Korea.
Koreans have always loved the jump event, haven't they, Tony? It's definitely their favourite. They love the thrills and spills of the jump event. Let's see how this guy can go. Jump number 1. Into the ramp he comes. Bit stretched out of the bottom.
Stretched, you weren't kidding.
Kind of safety crushes himself there, which is sort of smart, to be fair, because I think if he had to try to kick that one, it would have could have been a little bit messy. Shout out to the Italian ambulance service here. The guys, a couple of guys here, I don't think you can really see it on the webcast, but they've been standing kind of waist deep in the water for this entire jump event. I mean, it's not a cool day, it's quite a warm day, so it's okay, but real dedication to keeping the skiers safe, which is great to see.
All right, trying to get a read on Yeonhoo Kim's personal best and stats. I'll have that for you in just a moment as we endeavor to get you the distance on jump number 1. This is Benjamin Lutz on 11.25 meters. And not looking too bad out there for the most part, getting the job done.
Ooh.
Whoa, getting a little bit there. Almost called it too early, but there we go. That's 4, that's 5, and that is number 6. 6 on 11.25 meters. And you know, never mind 12 meters being cleared with increasing regularity. What about 11 now?
Well, that's a good point, Tony. It's been a while now, hasn't it, since anyone's not run the 11.25 meter line. What we're yet to see, though, is somebody complete 10.75. And we sort of all know it's coming. It's just a matter of when. We have 2 skiers at the moment on 5 at 10.75.
Indeed, indeed. And we've got a number of skiers tied with that lead at 5 at 10.75 meters, Blaze Grubbs, and one other competitor, Gustavo Kretzmer, in a 2-way tie for the lead. And looks like we've just seen the jump there from Kim, from Yong-Hoo Kim, who has jumped distances approaching 47 meters as we look at this instant replay of jump number 2 for 45.9, but with a fast time.
Yeah, so if he doesn't exceed that distance, there will be a re-ride. Great shot there. Glenn Martin behind the wheel and on the Slalom Lake. And here's Ben Lutz now. This is 10.75. Can we see someone run this pass for the first time at these Worlds? Out of 1, bit of a slow one. He's a little bit late now. 2 across the 3. Round 3, no. Not even sure. I'm not sure he went around 3 there. We'll have to wait and see.
He gets 2 at least, but
yeah.
We'll see if he got round 3 to at least score a portion of that. Maybe 2.5 is going to be the most that he can get out of that, but 2 is certainly there for him. But I understand that that second jump there for Yong-Hoo Kim is 45.9. 45.9.
See if we can see what happened here. Yeah, a bit slack line there on 1. Kind of skied a little bit straight to 2. Never really had the angle to turn in on 2. Pretty late here. We'll just check this out. Well, I'm not sure if I saw that properly, Tony. I don't know what you thought, but we'll leave it to the judges, I think.
All right, then. So he does get, I believe, a 3.
Okay, we're about to have our last competitor in Series 4 Slalom.
So last one in Series 4, and that is going to be Moritz Engelhardt from Austria. I hear the towboat, and it's bringing in Moritz Engelhardt, who is a member of the Austrian team that medaled in the U20 in the Open Europeans. We'll have a look at this last jump there for Yong-Hoo Kim. That jump was looking in the mid 40s, mid to upper 40s there. Some good skiing there from our Korean athlete. As he makes his way back to the dock, we'll get his jump on replay very, very soon. But here comes Yong-Hoo Kim. .46.1.
Yeah, which negates the re-ride now because he exceeded his second jump distance.
All right, then. So Moritz Engelhardt getting through the opening pass. I believe that was a 13-meter run, and you're seeing more and more competitors deciding not to go on 14.25 meters and instead go in on 13 for whatever reason. But a lot of the time, it's win strategy. 46.1 for Yong-Hoo Kim from Korea. And that negates the need for him to re-ride any of his previous 2 jumps. As we bring on our next competitor you're quite familiar with, Lucas Cornell, although not familiar with his jumping ability as much as his slaloming ability.
Yeah, look forward to watching Lucas jump. Meanwhile, we're back on the 12-meter line now for our Austrian competitor,
Moritz Engelhardt.
Oh, what's happened here? Bit of an upset. Unbelievable stuff. He's missed the 12-meter, and that's the first skier to miss 12-meter all day, I think, Tony. We've been talking it up.
Aside from the zero gate score earlier.
Well, if you get 0 on 13, you still don't miss 12, do you? So, sorry, Tony.
It's okay.
But this is a bit of an upset here. Just sort of 12 metres become a bit of a pass we just expect to see run. And somehow he's just found a way to fall off here on 4 ball, 12. Disappointing stuff for the Austrian. But back on the jump lake, yeah, Lucas Cornell, I don't know, at some stage we'll switch over there. One of the world's best slalom skiers. He's also a very strong trick skier. Jumper's the weaker of his 3 events, but he's probably Australia's best bet in the men's overall, I would think, is Lucas Cornell.
Indeed he is.
Here he comes.
And here he comes. Okay, just trying to hold his position all the way through the jump, but he still finds a way of trying to kick off his left ski a little bit there.
So he's done 1 semester of university in Queensland in Australia, and then he's taken this semester off, Tony. I was chatting to the Cornells last night. And he's obviously went to under-21 Worlds in Canada, and then he's been skiing a little bit in Florida between those under-21 Worlds and then these World Championships. So the whole family enjoying a bit of a holiday, I guess, extended trip to the Northern Hemisphere.
All right then. So as we get ready for the next series of slalom, Series 3, Blaze Grubbs and Gustavo Kretzmer currently have a 2-way tie for the lead right now on 5. Tim Wild, 3rd place right now with a 4 at 10.75 meters. Jakob Bogner with 3.5 at 10.75 meters all the way from Series 10. Then we got a multiple way tie for 5th between Santiago Correa, Dominic Kuhn, Victor Short Sorensen, and Alvaro Lamadrid on 3, and the rest of the results you can navigate to by going to IWWF.sport. That's IWWF.sport. There is your current schedule on Lake 2 and Lake 1. Lake 1 jump. All right there, so let's have a look and see. Coming in, Lucas Cornell, jump number 2. Oh, better direction, better distance, yes, and he is all kinds of happy with that one.
Yeah, very happy. Oh.
And how lucky is he to have bib number 23, the legendary number worn by one Michael Jordan and many other similarly talented U.S. athletes. 49.7 meters.
I reckon he thought it was 50 when he landed. He was pretty happy. Jeez, almost left a ski behind.
So 46.6 and 49.9 meters, and that puts him 49.7 there for Lucas Cornell, and here is our running order for the women's elimination round slalom skiing. The women be coming up next. That is Alyssa Shevkanova, Medina Yoga, Yu Young, Kim Ying, Kamaya Huru or Hutch, and then Lee Yeming.
Yeah, a little bit of an Asian feel to this first series of women's slalom. First time I'm going to see ladies at these world champs. Changing it up. Here comes Lucas Cornell. Dearly love to go 50 metres here.
Certainly capable of producing it. I believe his personal best is around about 52, probably 53 meters. Obviously dedicating a lot more of his time to slalom skiing these days, as he has won a Pro Tour stop and excelled in the slalom event in more than his other events. But I tell you what, he's out there. He's doing it for Australia. Looking good. So, as they say down under, that set is fair dinkum.
Yeah, put another shrimp on the barbie.
all the cliches coming out in one jump here. but he definitely presses out over the jump skis.
Look, he's finished good to see he's finished safe and sound. No injuries in the jump event, because he is in the running for the slalom title is Lucas Cornell. He's also a very good trick skier. So,
all right,
jump set's done and dusted. Back to the slalom lake.
Back to slalom in. The boat speed's been reduced from 58 to 55. And looking for the distance, it is going to be 49.5 meters. 49.5 meters for Lucas Cornell. As we end off that rotation, we'll go into men's Series 4 jumping. I think that we're going to dump some fuel in the boat in the meantime, but we're on in women's slalom 6, Series 6 right now, and our skier on the water is Medina Yoga on 16 meters. All right there, so we're refueling the boat on the jump lake, and we're still continuing on the slalom lake, and what a wonderful tournament it's been so far. It's been hectic, put it that way. And there we see Andrew Bergman at the helm of that towboat for the women's slalom event. For the slalom event. All right, okay, so this is 13 meters. Yep, she went in on 14.25 meters to open up her account. Our first female skier in these World Championships. Yeah, gets it all right.
Nice
Looking
pass.
good there for Medina Yoga, representing Switzerland. So, quite a bit to be impressed with there for the first couple of runs. 14 and 13 there for Medina Yoga. And we'll see what she has in store for us next. What did Moritz Engelhardt get? All right there, so Medina Yoga, who insist on nothing but Pro Gear gloves. Go to skiprogear.com to find out more. All right then, here we go, folks. We're still in the midst of a refueling break before we go on to men's Series 4 jump elimination. Medina Yoga. This is 12. And getting that far on the course and no more, unfortunately, there for Medina Yoga.
Yeah, a bit of a nasty fall maybe, just slipped out the back there a little bit.
So not looking too bad there. Up to a certain point, brought the handle up high, taking on the slack line, and taking one or two bounces in various places. But
A little disappointed, I think, to have not gone further down that pass. Still not too bad a set, though.
all right, we're moving on in the slalom event. Women's Slalom Series 6 now. Still focusing in on the jump event, which is currently in a refueling break. There is your leaderboard right there for the jump event, as we now get ready to bring in Young UG. Hopefully I've pronounced that right.
Sounded pretty good to me, Tony.
And it's good to welcome back a lot of our competitors from Korea and Japan who who over the last couple of World Championships have been largely absent, due in no small part to the whole pandemic situation that occurred in the aftermath of it, of course. But it's great to see the Koreans and the Japanese here en masse, and certainly wish them the best of luck going forwards. Young UG is our next competitor. Minimum starting speed 55, minimum starting line length 18.25 meters, and she elects to go in on 16 meters.
Okay, just to update you on the jump lake, we're about to get underway with our next series. Scott Ellis is going to be our driver. The first competitor from Germany will be Albert Gross. And there we've got a shot there of Andrew Bergman, who is our slalom driver at the moment.
All right, here we go. Women's 6 preliminary slalom event. The elimination round series continues, 16 meters, 55K. Young Yu from South Korea. Getting in a little bit deep here on the opening pass, but still managing to make some inroads and get the ski all the way around number 6 and complete the run. And we'll go to 14.25 meters coming up next. So again, it bounced a little bit behind the boat there with the wakes, and now we'll see if she can just really pull it together and get through the 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. Our jump boat is making its simulation pass up and down. At the helm of that towboat is going to be Scott Ellis. And there aren't that many drivers in the world that you would rather have in the towboat driving you jump than Scott Ellis.
Absolutely, have to be one of the world's premier jump drivers, Scott Ellis. Great to see him. He's made the transition from elite pro athlete to official, helping out in the sport, which is great to see. It's going to warm up a little bit here now too. The temperature's picking up, Tony, which is quite pleasant.
Okay, so Young Yu from Korea, 14.25 meters. She's going to find this hard going a little bit, but I tell you what, she's still there. You know, look at her go. 4, 5, and number 6. So handled it very, very well indeed. And Young Yu from Korea knocking that one down.
Yeah, it was a good pass. Getting it done. Now onto the green, shortening the 13-meter line.
So rocking our way through these competitors at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Richeto in Italy, in the region of Piemonte, the province of Novara, and has a number of organizations associated with these championships, such as the Ministry of Sport, the Ministry of Tourism, and the various other initiatives that those entities spawn. And we have a lot of great sponsors on board, and many from within the water ski industry, such as Masterline and Eagle, but many more from outside of the industry, which is an encouraging sight going forwards. As we see our next our competitor on the water, it is Young Yu from Korea, 13 meters now, little flat into number 2, but still making some inroads here, and is inside buoy number 3, but a good effort there. It is going to be 2 2 on 13 meters. So while Medina Yorga gets 2 on 12 meters to open up her account and takes the lead, 6 buoys a little bit earlier was the score of Young Yu with 2 on 13 meters. So now we've got Yin Kim from Korea who will be coming up next. Jumper on the water at this time will be Albert Gross from Germany.
Hey, Jeremy, is the golf cart over there with...
I left it by the tower.
All right, so as we continue on with our competition, we've got simultaneous slaloming taking place in the women's competition along with the men's Series 4 jumping elimination round. My name is Tony Lightfoot alongside Glenn Williams, bringing you commentary for both events going on at the same time.
Here's Albert.
Handle coming across a little bit there, and Albert Gross.
Tony, there's a bit of a tailwind out there now. It's not super strong, but it's going to change up things a bit for these jumpers. Jumpers typically do not like jumping in tailwinds. They'll jump in calm conditions, preferably head breeze. And a lot of the training here, a lot of the times you see footage of skiing here, it is with a headwind.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we have a tailwind at the moment.
And you know the jumpers will do their absolute best to avoid jumping in the tailwind if they can possibly avoid it. I mean, they'd rather sit on the couch and eat potato chips and watching the paint dry than go out there and jump in a tailwind. But there are certain skiers out there that relish the challenge of going out there with the tailwind and jump out there and try to be safe.
I don't think there's too many of those left, Tony.
But there are some.
Yeah, but she's not like the 1980s when with those short skis, some of the skiers like the tailwind. But I think nowadays these guys don't really like jumping. But it is what it is.
All right, our slalomer on the water of Yim Kim. So she went in on 16 meters, I believe, and 18 meters, I beg your pardon. 18 meters at 55K, the minimum starting speed and line length.
Yeah, and just for our viewers back home, if you just join us, the reason why we're running 2 lakes at the moment, running jump at the same time as slalom. We've moved this jump ahead. It was meant to happen tomorrow, but we've got a little bit of bad weather coming through tomorrow. We're feeling tomorrow as the weather's only really going to be conducive to tricking. So trying to get this jumping done today. Here's Albert Gross now from Germany. Jump number 2.
There you go. Getting pushed down a little bit as soon as he got to the apex of his flight. And that's what the tailwind does do to you in this instance. Getting good speed and definitely some good stand-up lift, but almost as soon as he gets to the top of his flight, that wind is pushing him down. 16 meters here for Kim Yin from Korea. Look at her go, just trying to do her best to run this pass and getting the job done. Nicely done there. 2 passes to the good. So 50.7 meters for Albert Gross, 50.7 meters for Albert Gross. And that's about 1.8 meters away shy of the lead. which is the equivalent of 6 feet shy. So on the water is as our slalomer Yin Kim of Korea. 2 passes to the good for 18 and 16. Both of them cleared at 55K. Current leader right now, Medina Yoga from Switzerland with 2 at 12 meters. We still got plenty of slaloming to come in the women's competition before we end off the day with about 3 more series of tricking, courtesy of the men. But we still got jumping to come. Here we go. Good extension there off the top of the jump, and that is going to be in excess of 50.7 meters, probably closer to about 52.
Yeah, we might have a new leader in the jump event, I think, Tony. That might be the biggest jump of the day so far. As we watch Jin Kim slaloming out here on the 14.25. Just 4 boys, I think, will be her score.
So that lead is currently in the possession of Ivan Zaletsov with a 52.5 meter jump, as far as I can recall. So we'll get the leaderboard soon, but on the water and kind of standing up a little bit off number 3 is Yin Kim from Korea. This is 14.25 meters, at least an attempt of. She gets through the entrance gate, just looking at the instant replay here, and is able to get about halfway down the course. But we'll double check to see that score, because she was close to missing that. But there we go.
Yeah, new leader, 52.9. The German leads the men's jump elimination round at the moment, Albert Gross.
So 52.9, new leader Albert Gross from Germany. Zaletsov has now been relegated down to second spot with 52.5. Skier on the water at this time is Oscar Domino from Denmark. As our slalomer from Korea, Yin Kim, returns to the dock, having scored 3 on 14.25 meters. And giving way to our next competitor, it'll be Haru Hachikoyama.
Yeah, and what a legend of Japanese water skiing is Hutch.
18.25 meters, 55K for Hutch, who's more known for her jumping ability. Here comes Oscar Domino.
Yeah. Get ready for Tony's jokes about pizza.
All right then, let's see what he can do on jump number 1. He'll edge out wide, turn, keep the good line tight. Let's see if he did. Not quite.
He didn't deliver on that one, Tony, you'd have to say.
Okay, so pass on jump number 1 for Oscar Domino. Haru Kiyama getting stuff done on the opening pass. So a pass on jump number 1 there for Oscar Domino, and clearing their opening pass is Haru Kiyama. Or Kamaya, as I should say. All right, we've got 2 simultaneous events taking place right now because of the need to compress the schedule with some events being moved into today's action to leave enough room in the schedule to mitigate the effects worsening weather, which our meteorologists have forecast for this event starting on Thursday, which is tomorrow. Certainly trying our best to make sure that that everyone who has entered is accommodated for with the best opportunity possible to perform their very best here in Rocchetto in Italia. All right then, here we go. This is Haru Kamaya. This is 16 meters. And as we go to inset box there, we got Oscar Domino with jump number 2, and he's a little bit annoyed with himself there. He gets that jump to go, but he's not especially pleased with the distance that's associated with it, which should be coming through very, very soon. So Haru Kamaya getting through 18. This is now 16 meters. And using her shoulders more than anything else to get that ski to kind of bite and get leverage.
Yeah, very much a jumper, of course. We remember her over the years has been a top flight jumper. Slalom was probably, even in her heyday, was never her strongest event. But it's good to see her out there. Not sure if she's officially the Japanese team captain, but she normally is there or thereabouts. Oh, we've got a new leader here, back on the jump lake, 53 meters.
Yep, 53 meters exactly,
yep.
174 feet for Oscar Domino.
He wasn't happy with the distance, but it's enough to take the lead for now.
So on the water, Haru Kamaya, as Oscar Domino gets ready to perform his third and last jump. Not getting much out of the ramp on that one either, but he has the lead with 53 meters. That is Oscar Domino, as we saw on the main view of Hutch. Doing her best out there on 14.25 meters, having started on 18. So let's have a look at this once again there, Glenn. What do you see?
Ooh. Almost rocked back there coming into one ball. Stretched out into two. Pretty down course here now. Not able to go too much further down this pass, and slips inside three. Kind of like just enjoying herself out here at the moment, because she...
Okay, so Oscar Domino, despite all of that, is still able to extend his lead with a 54-meter jump. 54 meters exactly, or 177 feet. Next competitor to take to the water.
Here's
in
one for,
the jump
for
event.
Aussie water ski fans. It's Joel O'Toole.
Joe O'Toole.
Joel, a good three-event skier out of Australia. I'm sure a lot of Aussies are still awake and watching this webcast. Shout out to all of you. You can jump up around that low 50s normally, 51, 52 metres. Joel, fairly comfortably. Good trick skier, solid slalom skier. Good sort of an all-round three-event skier for Australia is Joel O'Toole.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing some fireworks out of Joel O'Toole, but we will continue on with Jiming Lee from Korea. She's about to start her campaign in the slalom event, and I believe that this is going to be an 18.25 meter start, unless I'm mistaken. 18.25 meter start, yes, indeed it is. The red loop. So that's a good starting point here for Yiming Lee. All right, not a bad effort there. There we go. 6 buoys there, opening pass, 18.25 meters. This is Joel O'Toole, jump number 1.
Nice, tidy jump.
Yes, getting it done. Nicely done there.
Slightly back on the ramp. Still a very nice solid score. I'm not sure it'll be quite enough to get ahead of the lead at 54 metres, but tidy enough opening jump there from Joel O'Toole out of Australia.
Losing a bit of his position off the turn here, and was struggling a little bit to get a lot of it back. And the timing didn't exactly help for him either. I mean, he came off the top left corner, so indicating that he got to the vicinity of the ramp a little bit too early and losing a bit of speed that way. Anyways, 51.9. 51.9 on jump number 1. Skier about to make her way back into the slalom course on 60 meters is going to be Jiming Lee.
Okay, here she goes now, 16-meter line.
All right, not bad at all. Jiming Lee on 16 meters. Keeping a good workflow here. There's 4, there's number 5, and she's in a position where she gets around the buoy number 6, so no worries there for her. So, as we see Jiming Lee get through on pass number 2, Joel O'Toole on 51.9 meters takes jump number 2.
Oh, that looks bigger.
Ah, look at that.
That's
good looking jump there, and the Aussies are in rapture right now.
Yeah, that's going to be 54, maybe even getting close to 55 metres, Tony, if I had to guess. A little bit hard watching on the screen to pick the distances, but the Aussie fans are certainly happy. We can hear some big noise coming from Team Australia as Joel O'Toole gets hold of a big jump here at the 2025 World Championships, Recito, Italy.
Yep.
Oh, it's 56 metres for Joel O'Toole. That's a big jump. Well done to Joel. He's our new leader.
Yep, lead changes are coming thick and fast here with the jumpers. Albert Gros not quite getting to the lead. Well, he jumped 52.9 meters. He did take the lead as he got out onto water. And then a 54-meter jump there, taking the lead away from him with Oscar Domino. And now we've got a 56-meter jump there, taking the outright lead. As we see, unfortunately, there, Jiming Lee getting into a little bit of difficulties there with 14.25 meters.
Okay, here's Joel O'Toole. Been a good set so far for him in Australia, 56 metres. Let's see if he can't go further on jump number 3.
All right there, so with Jiming Lee, 4.5 on 14.25 meters, that concludes Women's Series 6 Slalom. We go into Series 5 shortly. Here we go. Joel O'Toole getting the job done on jump number 3, but I suspect that his middle jump of 56 meters might actually turn out to be a personal best there for him, or very close to. Some good skiing there for Australia's Joel O'Toole. So let's have a look at this again one more time there, Glenn.
Yeah, this is a good jump. Like you say, maybe not quite as far as a second, but tidy.
And 51.7 on the last jump, losing
quite
losing
a
a
way
bit
back.
of distance there.
Quite a way back. So that second jump, as you said, may well be a personal best for Joel. 56 was far and away his best of his 3.
Okay, so moving from one series in slalom to the next, we've got about to take to the water on the next series. Francesca Pagozzi will be our leadoff skier in the Series 5 slalom. But they are in the midst of a fuel break right now as we see the last performance there of Jiming Lee, and we will push the results of the top 3 in the slalom event right after we see the end of her run. So here we go. We've got Medina Yoga with 2 on 12. Young Yu from Korea with 2 on 13. Jiming Lee with 4.5 on 14. Ying Kim with 4 on 14. And Hutch Kamaya with her score. And you can keep an eye on these results as they become available by going to IWWF.com, IWWF.sport, and follow the link from that front page. All right, continuing on with our jump event. It is going to be on the water. Jose Brown turns in, drives hard. Yep, not a bad looking jump. Won't take the lead, mind you, but a good jump to build off from.
Yeah, solid enough opening jump. Probably it's just a two-handed 3/4 there, a little bit narrow. Probably a little bit early too. He just come right off that left-hand corner or right-hand corner as we look at it from our view, which tends to indicate that the ski is a little bit early. Got to the ramp a little bit early, so he's got a score on the board. Was at 48.1. It's certainly a little bit left in the tank.
And that jump of 56 meters, that lead distance, is in fact a new personal best for Joel.
Yeah, well done, Joel. Good effort. It's the time to do it, isn't it? Under the pressure of a World Championship elimination round to get a personal best.
All right then, so continuing right along. Simultaneous coverage on both lakes. We've got jumping on one lake, slaloming on the next. We're in the midst of a fuel break before we go into Women's Series 5 elimination. We've gone through Women's Series 6 elimination. 48.1 meters on that first jump. 48.1 meters on that first jump there for Jose Brown. Rolls in. Oh, and just wasn't strong enough to hold that, unfortunately. So taking a pass on that. Second jump for Jose Brown.
Yeah, and he's got himself into a little bit of a hole now. You could hear his shout of anguish out there because he was a little bit early on his first and he passed on his second.
So Jose Brown, who's definitely capable of pushing a jump out there that will be comparable to what we've seen so far by way of the leader. Looks like his best jump, according to the records that I have in front of me, has been a 54-meter jump. Now it's going to take a little bit more than that to take the lead naturally, but if he can just hold his position and then just knock one out there, then I tell you what. it'll definitely open up things here. All right, here we go, folks. Let's bring him in for jump number 3. 48.1, a pass on jump number 2, and we'll see what he has on the 3rd and last jump coming up right here, right now.
Well, he's left it to the last. He's got to get it all together here. But it's the beauty of jumping. You do get 3 attempts at it, so he's still got another chance. See if he can get his timing right. Makes his turn into the ramp, he goes, edge as well. That's definitely his best jump, but I don't know, Tony. I don't think it's going to be up near his best.
It'll struggle to get over 50 meters,
Yeah,
that
I
much
agree.
I can tell you.
Yeah.
And so wearing bib 58, that is our jumper returning to the dock, Jose Brown. We'll get the distance for you momentarily as he takes flight off that 1.65 meter ramp height.
50.6. 50.6. So, yeah, up over 50 meters. But, you know, he's got a personal best of 54. I think he'd be a little disappointed with the set. Well, I think we've got an Aussie up here again. It's a bit hard to see with the helmet on, but I think it might be Corey Saddington.
We're not too sure because let's have a look and see.
Got the running order there, Tony, isn't it?
Yeah, I got the running order, and I've also got the bib numbers to go along with it as well. All right then, so so bib number 26, it is Dominic.
Sorry.
All right there, so skier on the water is Corey Saddington from Australia.
Yeah, I thought it was Corey.
They do have kangaroos there, don't they?
In Australia?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not in Austria.
No, not in Austria.
No.
So
Yeah.
Corey slalomed earlier on. It was an okay slalom score. It wasn't, you know, super happy. I'm trying to remember. I think he got something like 4.5 at 11. So deep down at 11, he would have wanted to run 11 meter. See if he can make up for that with a big jump. He's seen his good mate, teammate Joel O'Toole with a PB just 15 minutes ago. So let's see if Corey can't come up with a personal best himself. I'm thinking, Tony, his best would be somewhere around 54, maybe 55 meters. Something like that, if I had to guess.
All right, I'll see if I can pull
See if you
that
can
in.
figure it out. Here we go, Corey Saddington from the famous Bridgewater Water Ski Club in Victoria.
Here he is. Oh, nicely done
tidy.
there with jump number 1.
Tidy opening jump there for Corey.
A good start there for him. We'll see if it's anywhere close to 50 meters, and from that point he can decide how hard he needs to push. But was a little bit flat off the jump there. Didn't see much movement from his legs to extend high upwards and forwards. All right there. So as we get ready to put out the distance for Corey Saddington on his first jump, here's the running order for the latest series of women's slalom, Series 5. Francesca Pogozzi, Brittany Wharton, Maria Popova, Kirsi Wolfersberg, Susanna Orakova, Katrin Anderson, Maisa Jakobsen, Hannah Stopnicki, Amber Butterfield, and Aliyah Young-Hanafa. So 10 skiers in that series, and we're getting some information on Corey Saddington, namely with the jump that he just produced.
I still haven't seen a distance. All of Australia's on the edge of their seats looking for Corey Saddington's first jump distance. Here comes jump number 2.
All right, then, from the information that I'm able to gather, it's a 52.5 meter
Okay.
jump, 52.5.
Yeah, solid, tidy opener, but he'll want more. See if you can't bring it down the course a little bit, push a little harder.
All right, then, equivalent to 172 feet on jump number 1. There we go, 52.5, and that one is excruciatingly close.
Yeah, he said. I think it's going to be slightly further though. I think he seemed like he had a little bit more speed on this one, but he is disappointed. So that, or maybe he's just thinking that he missed out here. It could have been even bigger. We'll wait and see. To me, it looks around 54, 52.8.
All right, 52.8 meters on jump number 2, so marginally further. But he needs at least about 4 or 5 meters on top of that, you know, to really make a lasting difference out there.
Yep, and back on the slalom lake now.
All right, there, back on the slalom lake indeed, and it is Francesca Pagozzi from the Dominican Republic. It is going to be a 16-meter start.
Beautiful conditions.
Yep, no two ways about that. Sun starting to poke up through the haze and stuff like that, but the wind is a little cause for concern right now. There is a little bit of it out there, which is having a bit of an effect upon the jumping right now. So slalom not so much, but here we go as we see Francesca Pagozzi slalom with the instant replay, and there we go, Corey Saddington with his third and last jump, and I wonder if that's going to bridge the gap between himself and the lead.
Yeah, similar reaction after that jump to his second, so I think he is thinking it's maybe not any further.
So Francesca Pagozzi getting through the opening pass of 16 meters, waiting patiently. At dockside is Brittany Wharton from the United States. And here we go. That last jump is 52.8 meters, exactly the same as the previous jump of 52.8.
Very consistent set from Corey. You could sort of separate those jumps, all 3 jumps within 0.1 or 2 of each other.
That is consistency, you would call it.
Yeah, but probably consistently a little bit less than what he wanted, I guess, if we were to sum it up.
Yeah, but I mean, he'd been jumping that kind of distance on average. So, I mean, oh, look at this.
Bit of trouble here.
Oh, Francesca Pagozzi there on 14.25 meters and not making much in the way of inroads there, unfortunately, there. But there you go. That is Francesca Pagozzi. Okay, so Francesca Pagozzi with 3 on 14.25 meters, 3 at 14.25 meters. All right, so moving right along from Francesca Pagozzi, we're going to go on to Brittany Wharton. Our towboat is at dockside right now, getting ready for our next competitor, who, if this list holds true, is going to be Jake Abelson, our next skier. But looks like we're holding for a technical break on the jump lake before we send in Jake Abelson into the course. 16-meter opening pass there for Brittany Wharton, who comes to us out of Little Rock in Arkansas. And has competed alongside her husband for the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette in their collegiate years. And there we see Andrew Bergman, our driver for the women's slalom, Virginia Sauty there with being the passenger and our boat judge. Not looking too bad there on pass number 1, a good extension and 16 meters. A fairly straightforward run-of-the-mill pass for a lot of our competitors, and many competitors have actually totally bypassed 16 and would tend to more than usually start on 14.25, and there are certain skiers out there that wouldn't feel comfortable starting on anything longer than 13 meters. But so far so good for Brittany Wharton. As we see one of our challengers in not only the slalom and overall, Paige Reaney. Looking out and seeing what occurs. We've got Jake Abelson getting ready to go. He'll be out there in just a few moments. Brittany Wharton still out there and rocking the slalom course and getting round all 6 buoys, getting through on 16 and 14. It is Brittany Wharton. Brittany Wharton doing a fine job out there, just trying to play it smooth and not try and move around too much on the turn. So just nonchalantly just making her way through the opening couple of passes. So now pass number 3 beckons there as we see the leaderboard for the jumping event. Joel O'Toole there with a 56-meter personal best there for him. He has the lead in the jump event. The slalom event a little less clear cut, and we'll have that leaderboard up for you very, very soon.
Okay, we've had a bit of a change to Corey Saddington's distance. We had reported, I think it was 51.9, but it was actually 53.4. So Corey finishes up 53.4 meters. Looks like on the jump lake, you can't see it at the moment. We're watching a replay here of this slalom pass, but looks like whatever the technical difficulties were have been resolved, and the boat is doing a bit of a phantom pass simulation run, and we'll come back and pick up Jake Abelson very shortly, and we'll resume in the jump event.
All right, and at the same time all of that is happening, Brittany Wharton is good to go for 6 buoys on 13 meters, and hunting down the lead female score in this women's slalom event. That is 2 at 12 meters, currently produced by Medina Yoga. So here we go. This is Brittany Wharton. No gate apparently. So that is going to cause 1 or 2 problems there for her going forwards. That is Brittany Wharton. It's a 0 count It's a 0 count on 30 meters for Brittany Wharton. We'll have a look at this gate shot once again. Oh, clearly, unfortunately, there for Brittany Wharton. So it looks like the jump boat has performed its simulation passes up and down, and we're now is in a position to pull our next competitor on the water. Coming up next, Jake Abelson, who has medaled at the top rung at the U21 World Championships, and is the only competitor to have ever tricked over 13,000 points in the men's tricks event. But this is jump. This is part of his overall package, and we'll see how things shape up for him. As we now bring in Maria Popova, who has medaled consistently well in the U14s and now U17s. Slaloming not being the best event out of her three. She intends to excel in the jump and the tricks, but a rising star on the European scene. This is Maria Popova from Ukraine.
Yeah, and good opening pass there from Maria. It's the replay here. It's obviously it gives up a little bit of a height advantage in the slalom event. Makes it a little bit tougher in slalom, but certainly moves very well on her ski to make up for that. And very shortly we'll have Jake Abelson in for his first jump. It's kind of a big moment in terms of overall. Because of his 13,000 plus point trick run, he's always going to have a shot at being there or thereabouts on the podium and overall. He just has to, his weaker two events, slalom and jump, he needs to get the scores in those events. Oh, that's a tidy opening jump from Jake.
Yeah, very spicy and tasty there on that jump there. And that jump, I would imagine, given his personal best is about a 56.5 meter distance.
Yeah.
He might have just exceeded it on jump number one.
Well, certainly up over, I think, Joel O'Toole's 56 metre lead. We'll wait and see, but very nice jump from Jake. Ooh, 55.6.
55.6, not a bad jump there. That puts him within 0.4 of a metre there and thereabouts behind Joel O'Toole. This is Maria Popova. She's all over the place here on this run. She's struggling to stay upright, but managing to get round all 6 buoys there on pass number 2. That is 14.25 meters, and that is the second pass for Ukraine's Maria Popova. And looking a little nervous out there, it does have to be said there.
Yeah, she got it done though, didn't she? Just a youngster. And as you said, tricks is definitely her better event. But certainly got through the pass. So Jake Abelson, of course, opened up with 55.6. He really wants to jump. He really wants to jump at close to 60 here, I reckon. 57, 58 metres. Get himself a shot at the overall. Another great jump on jump number 2. Ooh, he's got to land this though. He's not going to.
Oh, wow.
Wow, geez, that's disappointing because he'd landed that jump, essentially, just fell back down.
Wow.
Let's be interested to see how far this is.
Hopefully he's okay in amongst all of that, because he tried to hang on for as long as he could. So a 0 count on the distance there, and he tried to get up there to score it. But here comes Maria Popova on 13 meters. Oh, and unfortunately unable to get a ski outside of buoy number 3. So it looks like it is going to be a 2 buoy count, 2 on 13 meters. The final score for Maria Popova as the Ukrainians continue to march on, as it were.
Yeah, good on them. It's great to see them so strong. Their water ski program's still continuing on despite the war, the invasion, of course, that's going on in the Ukraine. And they continue to produce top water skiers and perform well on the world stage. Well, I guess we may never know how far that jump of Jake Abelson's was, but... okay. Righto. So 2 at 13 for Popova.
Well, tell them to show it now because it won't ever get up on the screen to where it can see it.
Okay. So we're not going to get the distance on the fall of Jake Abelson's. I'm not sure if it was. It looked further to me, but how much further, I'm not sure. Let's see what he can do on his third and final coming up. Here he comes.
And you know, and with the whole deal with overall and the events and you know, and being able to identify certain moments in a certain championships which tend to be pivotal in a person's competitive package, that one could well have been it, unless he conjures up a distance that's further than that on jump number 3. Look at him go. Sticks that landing, certainly.
He does. And look, I think that might be the biggest jump of the set, but we'll probably never know just how far that second jump was.
But let's have a look at this from Jake Abelson. Won the Junior Worlds last season in this event. He started off first off the dock in the final and jumped a distance that was unsurpassed all the way through to taking the gold medal in last year's Junior Worlds.
Yeah, so waiting on the distance. How far was it? We'll have to wait and see.
All right, there, Kiersey Wolfersberg getting ready to slalom in just a moment. We'll wait the distance there for Jake Abelson. This jump ought to be large. The question is how large.
Yeah, and meanwhile the jump boat's just parked up here again. We might have a rewrite, I think, for Jake. Just looking at the dock, I'm just getting a little out of one corner of my left eye. I can see what's going on the jump dock.
Fast time, actually.
Is it?
According to the scoring service, it would have been 59.1.
Oh, geez, he'd like 59.1. So this is a bit of drama in the men's jump at the moment with Jake Abelson.
All right, then, and Kiersey Wolfersberg getting through 16 meters. Okay, so apparently no re-ride will be assessed on jump number 3, and his best jump is 59.1, and he takes the lead as a result.
Well, that's a big result, I think, for Jake. It's a long way to go yet in this tournament, but if he's able to trick, let's say, over 13,000, and the rest of the men's overall skiers, trick, I don't know, maybe not over 12,000. So if he can end up 1,000 or 1,500 points ahead in the tricks, then obviously he's behind in slalom and jump with those top overall guys. But I think that jump distance that he's just scored 59.1 is a decent effort from Jake. May well be a personal best, I'm not sure, but it will give him a bit of a shot here, at least of getting on the podium in the overall.
All right, then, moving in towards the slalom course, having started on 16 and cleared that. This is 14.25 meters for Kiersey Wolfersberg. All right, there, some legendary form out there from Kiersey Wolfersberg. 16 and 14 getting ready for 13 meters. Now, jumper on the water is Stepan Spak, and this is the first instance where that ramp is 1 meter 80 high, the 6 foot high ramp height. So whilst Kiersey Wolfersberg gets ready for pass number 3, which is going to be 13 meters, getting ready for jump number 1 is Stepan Spak, who has changed national allegiances from his previous one to being a full-on Ukrainian now. Certainly gives him a lot more flexibility in where he trains, and so far as is remaining competitive within the sport. Kiersey Wolfersberg coming in on 13 meters, and coming in on jump number 1 is Stepan Spak. Getting some good float on jump number 1. He struggles with the landing a little bit, and as Kiersey Wolfersberg stands up off 3 ball on 30 meters, we await the distance for Stepan Spak on jump number 1.
Yeah, it looked like a tidy enough opening jump. Chrissy will be a little bit disappointed not to have run this slalom pass. Just didn't get a good start, did she?
No, certainly not the best of starts here for Kiersey. Oh, she managed to get the ski outside number 3, but there we go. That is a 3 buoy count there for Kiersey Wolfersberg of Switzerland. 3 buoys there for her. So now our next competitor in the slalom event will be Susanna Orakova. All right, here we go, folks. Let's see what we've got here. Stepan Spak with a 57.9 meter jump.
Yeah, it puts him in second at the moment, doesn't it, behind Jake Abelson?
It does.
Ahead of Joel O'Toole.
But let's see if he can produce a jump of over 60 meters. Here he comes. Oh, look at that. Good, solid effort there. Get up, get up, get up! Wow.
Well, I guess they were running out of lake there, but it almost felt like the boat was slowing down there. But watch this one. This could be close to 60, if not over 60. It's a big jump.
I think it's closer to 61.
But this landing is interesting. So he's in trouble here. He's got to stand. He's got slack rope. And then, wow.
Oi!
That is unusual.
61.9.
Yeah, 61.9. By the time he actually stands up there, the boat's got to the end of the lake, so the boat's having to slow down to turn. So there's no helping of the skier there. It's just a matter of running out of lake, really, from the boat. Interesting. But it's a good jump, though. Gives them well into the lead now.
Yeah, and definitely gives them a lot of flexibility going forwards. No, but we've still got a number of series. We've got about 3 more series of jumps to come, but they won't start with those series until we get through this day's action, and we'll see where the schedule takes us for the next few days. Here we go. We have got on the water on 14.25 meters. I believe it is Marie Vipranyetsova.
First day was yesterday, so today felt way better than
Susanna, actually. Susanna Orakova. And there we go. Stepan Spak there taking a pass on jump number 3.
And you're all good?
So pass on jump number 3 for Stepan Špak, but he's already created enough damage out there with 61.9 meters. He is your new leader coming to you from Ukraine. And now we see Zuzana Orakova getting through pass number 1. I believe that was on 14.25 meters, if I'm not mistaken. We'll double check on the line length, but it certainly looks like 14.25 minutes, at least from this perspective. So 13 meters is coming back at 13, which is the next run. Here we go, Zuzana Orakova, 13 meters.
Getting it done.
She certainly is, and 13 meters, a little bit of a bounce here and there, but mission accomplished there on 13 meters. Now getting ready for 12. Jump League. We'll have a look at our next competitor in just a moment. It will be Patricio Zohar from Argentina.
Yeah, another great young Argentinian competitor, up and coming. So 61.9 is the lead at the moment. There's been plenty of World's Finals that with 61.9 would get you into the final, Tony. You get the feeling it's going to be a little bit further this year, but we'll have to wait and see. Remember, 12 of these men's jumpers will make the final. And Stefan with his 61.9 has sort of set that early marker as a bit of a possible finalist.
All right, Zuzana Orakova getting ready for her next pass, pass number 3. And here we go, coming in on jump number 1. Patricio Zohar getting the height, though not too much speed to carry on with that run as we have a look and see Zuzana Orakova. This is 12 meters and just not getting much of anything going on with that run, so it looks like it is going to be 2 on 12 meters for Zuzana Orakova. And that currently puts her in a two-way tie with the lead with Medina Yoga. So 55.8 meters on the first jump there for Patricio Zohar. But that does have an irregular boat time associated with it.
Yeah, so it's a fast time. So if he doesn't out-jump that opening jump of 55.9, he will have a re-ride. But he'll be hoping to, of course, I think he's here to try and jump 60 metres, so he'll be hoping to out-jump 55.9.
All right. Obviously, if he doesn't jump anywhere close to that jump distance of 55.8 meters, he would have a re-jump, and the upper ceiling on that re-jump would be the distance that re-ride has associated with it, which is 55.8 with no protected score. But there we go.
A little shake of the head. He's not happy with that one.
No, and it. You never know, it could come down to that re-ride on for jump number 1 to determine his best jump distance, because at the moment losing a little bit of steam off the turn into the jump there and getting good extension, but just not enough speed to carry with it. So a lot of action taking place. We see Katrine Anderson getting ready to go. She'll be starting in, I believe, on 16 meters. Yeah, 16-meter start there for her. All right, as she roars away into the slalom course with the boat speed of 55k, Katrine Anderson from Denmark sets off in the hopes of getting a score that could take her through to the next round of the competition. We are in Series 5. Here we go. This is jumping and slalom skiing. Katrine Anderson in the main view. Patricio Zohar on his second jump.
It was actually his third, and I never saw the distance for a second.
Yeah, the distance for his second jump, thank you for reminding me, is 57.1,
Okay.
57.1.
Yeah, I don't know whether that last one may be just a little further, maybe a metre further, but it's a bit hard to tell.
Yes, they come straight on it. The illusion of distance,
Yeah.
can be a little bit deceptive at that point. But there we go. Katrine Anderson has gotten through 16 meters on the slalom lake, and we'll continue to rock on with our jumpers. We got men's Series 3 jump. Then we got Open Women's Series 3 jump. The remaining jump series that we have. And it looks like a 58-meter jump, 58 meters, which puts him in third place right now. If my internal leaderboard is correct, because we have that lead distance of 61.9 meters, courtesy of Stepan Špak, and obviously that huge jump there from Jay Cableson with 59.1 is good enough for second. That is your current leaderboard in the jump in the competition thus far. And just as a reminder, 12 skiers, the top 12 skiers in each event move on to the final rounds of the competition a little later on in the week. Katrine Anderson getting the job done here on 14.25 minutes. Let's have a look and see how this plays out there, Glenn.
Yeah, it looks pretty comfortable. Because the Danish team coach, Zane Nicholson, is also our expert comments man. Saw a shot of him a little bit earlier on. He was down on the dock there, just working with the Danish skiers. That's a nice pass. I think we've just had a change. It must be between series and the jump. Maybe just had a change of boat driver, I'm not sure. A bit hard to keep up here, Tony. We've got two lakes running at the same time.
And I think also as well, the ramp needs to be reduced in height from 1.80 meter to 1.65 meter ramp height as we transition from Series 4 into Series 3.
Yeah, there must be a couple of jumpers in the Series 3 that want the slightly lower jump height.
Indeed they do, and as we look at Katrine Anderson on 13 meters, look at this, getting a little broken off on number 1 into number 2, but she's still there on number 3. Katrine Anderson, getting a little bit discombobulated there, going into number 4, so she'll score 3.5 there, 3.5 on 13. Having gotten to pass number 3 after a 16-meter start. But it is good stuff here from Katrine Anderson. Her best event is the jump event, and we'll see her later on in this competition in that vein. But now we're going to go on to our next competitor. It's going to be Maisa Jakobsen, who has been making quite a bit of noise in the jump event in recent times. But she is definitely highly capable overall skier in her own right, and we'll see what she can do as she takes to the water in the slalom event in Women's Series 5 Slalom. We've still got a fair amount of slalomers to go before we transition on to the tricks event. But this is the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the National Training Center for the Italian Water Ski Surfing and Wakeboarding Federation, the FISSW, and brought to you by a whole slew of entities, both private and public. I mean, you have the Ministry of Sport involved, the Ministry of Tourism, their various sub-initiatives supporting the event as well. So, I mean, it is a well-supported event as we continue to rock on with the jump event. And skier on the water at this time, it is going to be Tom Parkin from Great Britain.
Yeah, Tom Parkin, great up-and-coming young jumper out of Britain. Look forward to watching him. And meanwhile, on the slalom lake, we've got Mays Jacobson about to leave the dock. Very little wind at all now. We spoke earlier a bit of a tailwind in the jump. Well, I think that's probably gone now. Okay, here we go. Mays Jacobson. Sort of stunned the world a little bit. Well, it certainly made me sit up and take notice with her jump. Was that at Ski Fluid tournament at Kylie's site?
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, she set she first of all set the world record in junior girls jump right here in Riccetto.
Okay.
A few weeks beforehand, before she reset it at Fluid, but
it was pretty close to 50 metres, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a massive
very,
jump
very
for an under-17 girl.
I think it was 48.1 if my memory serves me right. But we just saw Maisa Jakobsen get through on a pass number 1, which was 16 metres, and we're looking at the replay on that pass right now. Tom Parkin has just opened up with his round of jumps there with the first attempt, and we'll get the distance for him very, very soon. Tom Parkin, who comes to us out of Yorkshire and trains over at Hazelwood Ski World, as well as a couple of other well-known facilities in the United Kingdom. And Tom Parkin opens up with his jump of 45.3 meters. So here comes Maisa Jakobsen. This is 14.25 meters. The yellow loop. Oh, getting into all kinds of difficulty. Got it off number 5 into number 6, and I just turned away for a second, and I thought she has a good handle on this run, and maybe
stuff.
not.
Here's Tom Parkin now, jump number 2.
Driving in.
Oh,
no!
Goes right out the back, and those ones can hurt. Landing right there on the back. Hopefully he's okay. Might be a little bit winded maybe. Let's watch a replay here. Pushing, trying to get some more distance, but slightly early maybe. I think he's drifted onto his heels there. Pulled his arms in.
Yeah, he crashed the same way. All right there. So Maisa Jakobsen We're looking at the replay of this one now. Things started to go a little sideways on her, but that didn't occur until she was at least halfway down on this run. She got a little bit high-sided on number 4, and around number 5, she let that ski. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Well, she's lucky. She could easily miss that pass, but good on her. She's
just inside in a gate buoy as well. All right then, so here we go. Coming on in, Maisa Jakobsen. Hopefully she can use that as energy going forward. There's number 3. Now number 4. Oh, and blows the tail of that ski. So at the most, it's going to look like 3.5. But we'll see if that is going to hold. That score is going to hold up. That is 3.5 on 30 meters.
Yeah, solid enough skiing. And meanwhile, back on the jump lake, we've got a skier here. It looks to be fine. He's going to put his skis on. They'll do a little concussion protocol test on him. I'm sure he's fine though. Certainly didn't land on his head.
So not bad skiing there from Maisa Jakobsen. We're looking at her slalom with the instant replay right now, and she was certainly more in control of this pass than she was on 14, put it that way, but she just couldn't really get much of anything going on in the right direction. She's not normally used to running that pass of 13. But there we go, Maisa Jakobsen now getting ready for the next jump is going to be Tom Parkin. 45.3 on jump number 1.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing set for Tom Parkin so far. 45.3 is not a massive distance for him, and then to crash on his second, he's put himself under a bit of pressure. Oh, it's interesting here. I don't think there's any thought of injury here for Mays, but the getting a bit of help from the medical people, but she looks fine, I think, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's good.
Didn't think it was that hard to fall.
She's a tough cookie.
Someone who can jump 48.3 metres at 51k off 5 foot probably can take a slalom fall like that.
All right there, so moving on from Maisa Jakobsen, we see the Canadian Hannah Stopnicki about to take to the water.
See her tricking a lot, of course. She's one of the best female trick skiers in the world. Don't see a lot of her slaloming, Tony, or at least I haven't seen a lot of her slalom.
No, she is more known for her tricking. I mean, she won the under 21 World Championships in the tricks event, and she's also won the Junior Worlds in the tricks event a couple of cycles earlier. So she's more known for her tricking abilities rather than a slalom. But that's not to say that that she's any less capable of a slalomer than she is with tricks. It's just that that whenever it comes down to an Instagram post, you see more of her tricking than slaloming.
Absolutely. It's interesting number 1 ball here. She kind of bobbled a bit here on 1. Yeah, dropped her shoulders.
All right, and for those of you wondering about Tom Parkin, he is okay. He is back on top of the water and getting ready and raring to go with jump number 3, having taken a pretty brutal fall, it does have to be said there.
Well, let's hope Tom Parkin can get it together here on his third and final jump. Hasn't been a set to remember for him so far. Oh.
Hey, the monitor feeds down. right, then we've got coming back on 14.25 meters is Hannah Stopnicki. And Tom Park in there taking the third and last jump, not in a complete control, but still able to survive this jump.
Not the jump set he was after, though, at these 2025 World Championships. Yeah, not going to be a score that he's going to want to take home.
So it looks like Hannah Stopnicki was able to get through the pass of 14.25 meters, and no two worries about that. All right, then. So moving on to our next jumper. Our next jumper is going to come to us from Austria. It is going to be 43.6 for Tom Parkin on his last jump, incidentally. But as I was saying, the next jumper to come is a skier that placed on the podium in last week's Euro U21s. It is Vincent Ahama. And at the same time, we're seeing that we're looking at the performance from Hannah Stopnicki, and trying to get to grips with this with the slalom event, but unfortunately, getting down course and unable to take that kind of hit around buoy number 2. But her eyes are more focused on the tricks event, so probably not too displeased with their performance out there with 1.5 at 1.5 on 13 meters there for Hannah Stopnicki. All right, there we're looking at the leaderboard for the men's jump competition. Stepan Spak there with 61.9 leads the field. As we now bring to you our next competitor, Vincent Ahama from Austria.
Yeah, part of the very strong Austrian team, and of course very strong in the jump event, the Austrians.
Yeah, placed on the podium, as I said last week, in the Euro U21s, and for good reason, as you're going to see here with jump number 1.
Tidy. High 50s, I think, if I had to guess. Tidy opening jump.
Yep, looking good, and he comes into this event with family heritage going for him. If you remember back in the day, in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, as I mentioned before, there was a jumper named Karl Ahama that was really knocking it down, you know, and competing against the likes of Daniel Dobringer and Franz Oberleitner and all of these Austrian legends that were synonymous with the jump event. You said it was going to be high 50s. Well, I'll give you half marks for that, because he jumped 54.9 meters.
Well, I wouldn't give me anything on that. Should have been mid-50s. I should have said mid-50s. 61.9 though, still, it's starting to look like a really good jump, isn't it? It is a good jump.
And Vincent Ahama already up to 5th spot right now, and he has 2 jumps, two more jumps to work with. All right there. So as we continue right along in the slalom event, we're moving on from Hannah Stopnicki. Our next competitor representing Great Britain is Amber Butterfield, who competed for Great Britain at the European Open Championships about less than 3 weeks ago over in Salmsee, in just outside of Linz in Austria. Look at this. This now on the water is Vincent Ahama, and trying to drop the hammer on his competition right now, but unfortunately unable to do so with that jump. It looked a little bit out the back there for him, but he was able to control it enough to land it. 16 meters for Amber Butterfield, and so far so good for our British skier. All right, Amber Butterfield, anything you see out of this?
59.3 for on the jump lake, which is a decent jump. It's probably, what, our second biggest jump now?
Yeah, 59.3. Yeah, I believe it is.
So
59.3.
well done. But in terms of Amber Butterfield here, not too much here. It's a comfortable enough opening pass for her. It's 16 metre at 55 Ks. Not a super difficult pass for her, so she's just an opener.
All right, then. So Vincent Ahama getting ready for his third and last attempt. Currently, the best jump that we've seen is from Stepan Špak with a 61.9 meters. But trust me when I say that those jump distances are only going to get bigger between now and the end of the elimination round series. Here we go. We're going to see Vincent Ahama coming up soon, but this is Amber Butterfield, and this is 14.25 meters. A quick turn. Here comes Vincent Ahama on the inset screen. Up and yeah, brilliant
nice
looking jump there, extended it out.
Yeah, I think he might have gone 60 on that one.
I think he might have gone that kind of distance as well.
Good jump from Vincent Ahama.
Yeah, so great jump
Austria.
in there, but also a good-looking slalom pass indeed there for Amber Butterfield on 16 and 14, back-to-back runs, now getting ready for 13. All right, we're getting the distance now for Vincent Ahama on 59.5, 59.5, which keeps him solidly in about 4th or 5th place right now.
No, it's got him in second, isn't it?
That might actually, that does vault him into second.
But,
my bad.
But it would have been, I thought it might have been 60. So I guess from his point of view and our point of view, it would have been better to see him go over 60, but still 59.5. Got him in second spot at the moment.
All right, then. So on the water, also representing Austria, it is Alexander Schiel. I'm sure he's going to get plenty of support from the Austrian contingent along the shore side, much like Vincent Ahama. But in the meantime, let's have a look and see what Amber Butterfield has in store for us on 30 meters. This is where things start to get complicated with the gate shots and with the additional speed and allowing for that ski to rotate. 30 meters, no worries there at all. It's a walk in the... Whoa, I was about to say a walk in the park, but anything but off number 6 and through the exit gates there. But she did check up to see that she was carrying a bit of speed into the wakes, so she just decided to shut it down in time for the gate buoys there, Glenn.
Yeah, she was running the risk of skiing inside those gates, but she, as you say, managed to check herself. This is a pretty good pass. It's actually probably one of her better passes here on the 14.25. It's quite often that happens as you kind of get to those shorter line lengths. It's easier to get a better turn out of the buoy. Okay, here we go. This is big now. The Austrian Air Force is flying out here. Nice opening jump from Schiel.
And there it is. Good looking jump.
Got the full face helmet, the speed suit on. Goodman jump skis, which matches speed suit. If you get a chance to see the top of the skis.
58 meters.
Yeah, he needs more. He knows that, though.
Here comes Amber Butterfield. This is 12 meters now. Anything more than 2 would give her the lead at this point. There's 1. There's number 2. And good to go for number 3. Handle up high. Looks like it's going to field from Great Britain.
Yeah, solid score. Solid score, 3 at 12. He's going to be pretty happy with this.
So solid skiing there from Amber Butterfield. But unfortunately, she lost her way a little bit into buoy number 3 and will ski for the wakes. But the first couple of buoys didn't look all that bad, but then she carried way too much speed there into number 3, and that is all she wrote there. Literally. Here we go. Coming in, Alexander Schiel.
Slips out on that one.
And he knows it too, and he was probably a little bit late on that one. That probably explains the expression there that he gave before sinking into the water.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. It's a world's elimination round. He knows he's probably going to need, 63, 64 metres probably to make the final. So he's pushing hard, but just a little bit too hard on that one. Let's go. No point in taking a hit on trying to land that pass because it's not as far as the first jump anyway. And we go now to Alia Hannaford Jung.
All right, 16 meters for Hannaford Jung. For Alea Jung Hannaford, I should say. Got to get the sequencing right. So getting everything situated on pass number 1, and a skier who spent quite a bit of her time competing in the collegiate ranks and for Florida Southern College. And I think she's either graduated or very close to graduating, I believe a year early. So valuing academics along with her performances on top of the water. This is Alea Jung Hannaford. All right, then. So continuing right along, we'll see Alea Jung Hannaford approach the course with pass number 2. It should be 13 meters based upon what I've known of her in the past, but it could be a little bit longer. Yes, it is 13 meters. This is Alea Jung Hannaford, and
had a pass from Alexander Schiel, which is disappointing for him.
Yes, indeed. Alexander Schiel from Linz in Austria, not able to get much of anything going on with the remaining 2 jumps, and has to make do with a jump of 58 meters to settle in with his position, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, that would have put him in about 4th place right now. All right, then. So moving on from Austria to Germany. Our next competitor is going to be Tim Wild. At the same time, we'll have Alea Jung Hannaford march away down here with this pass.
Yeah, well, it's just to wrap up that jump set from our Austrian competitor. This is what we watch Alea here. This is 12. I guess we'll Is it 13 or 12?
It is 12 meters. 12 meters, the blue loop there for Aliyah Young-Hanafer. I tell you what, it's looking good here on 12 meters, and I tell you what,
That's awesome
combined with her performances, her potential performances in the jump and in the
yeah, that's got to be 13. I think if, all due respect, I think if Aliyah had have just run 12 that easy, she would have been throwing the fist at the end of the run. So we got a little bit discombobulated. So much going on. But I was going to say earlier with our earlier jumper, Alexander, there's just such a disappointment there. He's, I expected him to maybe go 60 metres today, but he ended up passing on his last jump after a fall on his second jump. Didn't really get the score he was after.
Okay, so to confirm that Aliyah Young-Hanafer started on 16 meters, so she is about to get ready for 12. Jumper on the water at this time is Tim Veald, who won the European U21 jumping championship just this past week. Oh, look at that good long-looking jump there from Tim Veald, and he seems to have found a way to connect with those jumps now more than ever. But then again, you're always when you're related in some way to the to a jumper that basically just nailed it for so many years in the form of Stefan Veald. It's not hard to wonder why Tim Veald is the jumper that he is.
59.1.
59.1.
Yeah, which he lost a little bit on the ramp there. So I think if he can get it together, carry his speed a little bit better through the ramp, get a little bit better pull through the air, then could easily see him go 62 odd meters here. So he started well, though. It's good to get that score on the board on jump number 1.
All right, and there's Aliyah Young.
Oh.
Okay, so apparently there's still a gate review going on for Aliyah Young-Hanafer on 13 meters, and that's the reason the boat stopped prior to her making her way into the course on 12. So a little bit of drama going on for Aliyah Young-Hanafer as Tim Veald comes in, 59.1 on the opener. Let's see if he can hold this tight line. Turns in, sets.
Nice turn. Ooh, it's a good jump, but he still didn't get it all out of the ramp.
Lost a bit of direction off that right ski, but still able to knock it down. Good skiing there from Tim Veald. Here we go, approaching the course on 12 meters. This is Aliyah Young-Hanafer.
So we believe she's got the
Oh,
gate.
look at that. Round number 1, and she was lucky to get round buoy number 2 with that start, but not nearly as fortunate on number 3. So it looks like it is going to be 2.5 on 12 meters. 2.5 on 12 meters. The final score for Aliyah Young-Hanafer. 64.
Oh, here we go. Big jump. 64.3 meters from this youngster from Germany. And, geez, he didn't get it all off the ramp either, Tony.
No, he didn't. I'll tell you what, if this guy connects.
Yeah. Like he's another couple of meters there, I'm sure, if he can get it all together. Well, that's great for his overall score. It's also, it's got to be getting close to making a jump final too. 64.3. A long way to go yet, of course, but that is some sort of a leap from this youngster.
Well, I mean, we've got 2 other series to come after we completed this one. So, I mean, you've got at least 20 skiers.
Yeah, a lot of jumpers, but 64.3 is a big jump, Tony. You know it, I know it. That's a decent effort. Let's see if he can connect, because I still don't think he's got it all together on the ramp yet. He can gain another meter or so yet, I'm sure.
Here he goes. Let's see what he can do. If he connects all the way through on jump number...
Oh,
yes.
look at him.
That is the connection.
Massive jump.
Yes.
How good.
Oh, yeah. He likes it. I'm sure the Germans like it. His family absolutely love it.
Sensational jump. How far is that? How far is that, Ricciardo? Because he's seen the distance. He knows it's big. It's definitely going to be further than 64.3. 65.2 metres, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute rip snorter of a jump from this young competitor. Wow. Just watch it here. Beautiful turn. Sets himself nicely through the wakes, edges all the way through the ramp.
And just utilising the full power of that Nordic. Just bam.
Yeah, we talk a lot about headwinds. You need headwinds for big jumps, Tony, and sure, you need headwinds for big jumps, but there's no headwind there. If anything, it's a slight tailwind. And he's pushed out so far there.
All right, then. So as we continue to monitor the situation on the jump lake, this is the women's slalom leaderboard after the latest complete series, which is Series 5. Amber Butterfield in the lead with 3 on 12, 2.5 on 12 for Aliyah Young-Hanifer. Medina Yoga with 2 on 12, currently in the two-way tie with Susanna Orikova. And the rest of the results you can see by going to IWWF.sport. Here we go, is the men's jump-in leaderboard after the completion of their current series right now. Almost at the end of Series 3. There is your current leader, Tim Field, with his jump distance of 65.2 meters. And if you want to see the other results, then you can go to IWWF.sport. Women's slalom running order. Women's slalom running order for Series 4. Emily Newsom will be our leadoff skier, followed by Lane Maroney. Then Marie Vipranetsova, then Julie Fay, Ariana Sacco, Lisa Gusenbauer, Vittoria Siracco, Violetta Mosiolski, Nicola Kuhn, and Jenna Morgan. All right, now we're on to our next jumper out on the lake. This is Joe Nakamura of Japan.
Exciting jumper out of Japan.
Let's see what he has in store for us. Wearing bib 126. Coming to us from the land of the rising sun.
Oh, nice jump.
Oh,
Really
yeah.
Nice opening jump. Junior Masters, of course. Jumped well, didn't he, at Callaway Gardens?
And quite naturally, the national men's jump record holder for Japan.
Yeah, and still only 18 years of age, I'm guessing. Still very young. That's a nice opening jump.
Good pull off the ramp, though. Good direction. We're going to get the distance for him very, very soon. For Joe Nakamura. All right, the jump distance is about to be released to us.
56.2.
56.2, which isn't too bad, but he'll need to throw something deep into the 60-meter trough to come away with a possibility of maybe making it through to the final. All right, there, next competitor in the slalom event and leading off in Series 4. It's going to be Great Britain's Emily Newsom. We've changed out boat drivers. We've got Scott Ellis at the wheel of the Nautic towboat.
Geez, these drivers are working pretty hard too, Tony, because it's only feels like it's only half an hour ago that Scott Ellis jumped out of the jump boat. Now he's in the slalom boat.
He swapped one leg for the other.
He did.
Emily Newsom, a little bit narrow on number 1 on 16 meters, but she knows that she can make adjustments. Here we go, coming in, Joe Nakamura. Jump number 2 is a little squirrely and a little bit off key on that one, but there we go. That is Joe Nakamura. And we've seen the instant replay here for Emily Newsome. We've got live simultaneous coverage on both lakes. You are not missing a thing, ladies and gentlemen. Emily Newsome doing a fine job there. Joe Nakamura with his jump there of 51.2 meters with one jump remaining. Emily Newsome getting through 16 meters. Good counter rotation there into number 6. Not entirely necessary given that she'd done most of the work beforehand. But there we go.
Well, seagull, is it? But,
I'm not too sure what it is.
Okay,
Probably a character from a Disney movie. I don't know. Maybe it's a bird of some sort. Okay, we'll just call it that. All right then, here we go. This is Emily Newsome, known as Mimi to her friends. 14.25 meters. Just trying to stay with the run here.
Meanwhile, here's Joe on jump number 3.
Oh yeah, he nails that
Good
one,
kick
he
off the
connects.
Yeah.
Joe Nakamura. He connects with his final jump as he heads back to the dock. We'll get the distance from him. In the meantime, Emily Newsome continuing to ski after pass number 2 of a 16 and 14, now getting ready for 13. What is the distance for yeah, look at that, 59.1 meters for Joe Nakamura.
That what is the Japanese? You mentioned earlier she's got the Japanese men's jump record. That may well be a new record, Tony. We might have to do a bit of research. And there's the bird in the way.
All right there. So now let's introduce to you our next competitor representing Italia. Yes, it is Vincenzo Marino. As Emily Newsome looking at the instant replays, she'll be back into the court shortly. 16 and 14 under her belt, 13 meters, wearing bib 107. A personal best of into 11.25 meters. We'll see if she's able to attain that kind of a level of scoring. Emily Newsome, 13 meters. Keeping everything on an even keel here, and good slaloming, good slicing and dicing out there. All right, then, as we wait for our towboat to bring in Vincenzo Marino and look at the tail end of the instant replay for Emily Newsome. Trying to get some information on Joe Nakamura and his potential for a national record. Here he comes, Vincenzo Marino, who performed some last-moment heroics last week to secure not only a second place overall behind Tim Field at the European U21s, but also at the same time securing the team title for Team Italia last week at the European U21 Championships in Vienna, Austria.
Yeah, tidy enough opening jump for the Italian competitor. Just wait for that distance. And looks like we've got a 12-metre line just been
Yes,
Fist-
absolutely.
fist pump. Well
Oh,
done.
my word. Happy as Gilligan out there, I tell you. And it is 58.3 meters for Vincenzo Marino, but he is capable of jumping into the 60s as Emily Newsom sinks into the water and gets ready for 11.25 meters on her path to maybe hitting a new personal best somewhere along the lines. But a good slalom in there from Emily Newsom. Now, so far as Joe Nakamura is concerned, I've looked up and down the list and seen his jumps, seen his scores, and I can say with quite a decent degree of confidence that 59.1 is probably the Japanese national jump record. I don't see anything there on his.
Congratulations to Joe. That's some sort of an achievement to pick that off at a elimination round of the World Champs.
All right, here we go. Coming in, Vincenzo Marino, jump number 2, and slipping out and not getting much out of that jump, I'm afraid.
You could hear it from here. He wasn't happy through the air. One more jump to come, though. Try and impress the home fans.
Here we go. This is Emily Newsom on 11.25 meters. She's in the lead at this point, the only competitor to get onto this line length. But there we go. That is going to be a 2-buoy count. Is that going to be enough to maybe send her through to the finals? Only time will tell. But it is a good start there for Emily Newsom with 2 on 11. As we await our next competitor from Australia, will be Lane Moroney. But let's keep an eye on what's happening on the jump lake, because Vincenzo Marino is got the bit in his teeth. He's going to be determined enough to try and put a. Looks like it's a 1-buoy count apparently there for Emily Newsom. Didn't quite get the ski outside the buoy line on number 2, but 1 at 11.25 meters is enough for the lead.
Yeah, Tony, and sorry that I've been away. I've had a bunch of skiers rolling on, so I've been juggling skiers. But Emily Newsom was super pumped with that 12-meter pass, and then you just see her here at 11. Just got off the handle a bit early, came up short at 1, and then wasn't able to get outside of 2.
I tell you what, this guy is a clutch skier. He performs well under pressure. Let's see if he can do likewise here. Vincenzo Marino on the Italian team. Got the speed, not so much in terms of lift, but maybe the distance will turn out to be pretty good.
Yeah, he's not happy though. You see the big handle throw there. He definitely wanted more. It's tough, especially in front of the bit of pressure there in front of your home crowd, your home worlds.
So Vincenzo Marino on that last jump.
So we've got a ramp change now.
56.8 on that last one. So his best jump is 58.3. So with that, Vincenzo Marino shuts down the ramp at 1 meter 65. The ramp is now going up to 1 meter 80. We have a remote control system that raises that ramp height automatically. Okay, so Rob Hazelwood, a welcome return to the jumping ranks for him. He's going to be next on the water. In the meantime, we have our slalomer out there on the water. It's going to be Lane Moroney from Australia. What can you tell us about her a little bit there, Glenn?
Yeah, well, Lane is actually, her home side is where the next world champs are going to be. In fact, her
Moala.
Yeah, Moala. Her dad is here, and he is the chairman of the organising committee for those next world champs. So I guess he's giving a bit of a learning curve for him about what goes into running a world champs.
All right, then. Good information to have on tap there as we continue to bring in Elaine Maroney into the slalom course. She started in on 16, I believe, 16 meters for her opening pass, and now it's going to come back on 14. In the meantime, the ramp has now been raised up to 1.80 meters or 6 foot high, and we got Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, doing it for King and Country, you'd have to say, I'm sure. He doesn't jump a lot nowadays, more of probably a specialist, a slalom specialist. But I mean, I guess that he's looking to get a team score, help out Team GB in the team's event with a jump score.
Yeah, and we get a shot of our last skier there, Emily Newsom. She was super pumped with her ski set, got the first lady to get through 12 meters and got her a score at 1:11. So that's pretty respectable, kind of uncaps the slalom event here for the ladies, and now we're going to be expecting to see that 12-meter pass taken down. But right now we've got out of Australia Lane Maroney, and looking pretty strong here at the start. You know, gets a good one. Still, it comes down course out of 2 a little bit, so we'll have to see what she can do. Stays over her feet here, and carrying some energy down course, but looking strong through these first 2 passes, and going to want to see her try to get a little bit tighter on 2-ball when she makes that next pass at 13.
And Rob Hazelwood landing his first jump there, and then it's going to be in the high 50s. That much I know. That, but could it be into the 60-meter range? We'll find out momentarily. But Lane Maroney looking in good shape here with the instant replay here on her second pass, and a little bit of a hitch into her edge change on number 2, but it's nothing that she can't handle. But Rob Hazelwood's opening jump, I said it's in the high 50s. It's 57.6 meters there, Glenn.
Yeah, solid opening jump from Rob. May not jump all that much anymore, but he certainly knows how. He's got accomplished in the jump event. Very good 3-event skier growing up.
Oh, yes, and let's not forget the Hazelwood family name wouldn't be the Hazelwood family name without the jumping event from the likes of Tim Hazelwood and the International Hall of Famer in the form of Mike Hazelwood, of course, so he's got that going for him. Here comes Lane Maroney coming in on 13 meters.
Yeah, this is a pass she runs very regular in tournaments.
But getting a little bit deep off number 2.
Yeah. That's disappointing. Anyway, down to the jump now. Oh, here he comes, Rob Hazelwood, jump number 2. Good turn. Into the ramp he comes. Bit of speed. Decent lift off the top. Well, that could be 60. In fact, he's happy. It looks like it'll be well over 60 with the fist pump he's just given. Nice jumping, Rob Hazelwood.
That might be enough to convince him to jump full time.
He looks like he's enjoying it out there. Yeah, disappointing for Lane Maroney there on the 13-meter. Here's a replay of Rob Hazelwood. Oh, good jump. 61.8.
Yes, indeed. Happier than the kid in the candy store there. 61.8 meters. Just 0.1 of a meter shy of equaling the best jump that we've seen from Stepan Špak with 61.9.
Yeah, but don't forget... Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. We were just...
No. Yeah, don't forget the 65.1 from...
Of course, from Tim Vild.
From Tim Vild, yeah.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. There we go.
Then we see the replay here of Lane coming in. Again, down course off of 2, and you see she gets off the handle super early there into 3, and that's what kind of caused her to come up short, so she tries to get a big turn and just unable to hang on to the rope, and you can see the frustration there, and that's a bit of a bummer, just unable to take the line out with her and get that big turn.
All right, so Lane Maroney looking at this instant replay, kind of gotten off the handle there and didn't quite fancy taking that kind of a hit on the tail end of number 3.
Okay, here's Rob Hazelwood now, jump number 3. Oh, that's another great jump.
A little bit out towards the back, though, but
He's happy.
he's happy. I think he's happy he's survived,
Ah,
actually.
he's enjoying it. This could be the comeback in the jump event for Rob Hazelwood.
Yep, we're in bib 101, where George Orwell established a room 101 where one puts one's undesirable things and artifacts. But I tell you what, maybe Rob Hazelwood should keep those jump skis close by.
Yeah, 62.5, so had an improvement on jump 2.
So 62.5 there. Skier on the water coming to us from Greece, and a game time decision to determine whether she would actually step out onto the water, considering the injuries that she's had. This is Marie Vipranyetsova, and starting on 14.25 meters.
Yeah, and I'd heard too that there was some question if she was going to ski, and it's really good to see Marie out here on the water, and happy to see her skiing here. I know she works around this area and does a lot of coaching and stuff here, so it was good to see her to get to ski at basically her home lake.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of time out from running Lake 3 with the paid practice sets during these championships. But a skier who's come to us from Greece, a multiple-time European women's jump champion. But as you say, battling injuries, and it's good to see her out on the water. Maybe it would be enough for her, I would say, to maybe go out there and try her luck with the jump event. It's going to be a game time decision going forwards there for Marie Vipranyetsova, but for so far, she's grateful that she's out in the water slaloming.
All right, well, let's see what she's got as we bring her back in 13 meters. So looking good at the start here. Nice, good start off of one. Big 2-ball. So really looking strong here. I'm super happy to have her out on the water, and looks good here. Let's see. Had the same thing happen to her at the 14-meter line, Tony. She was looking super great, and then just kind of got pulled up going to 6, and then it happened again there on the 13 meters, and was unable to hang onto the rope that time.
Wow, here we go. Jumper on the water at this time, and not getting particularly straight path off the top of the jump is Antoine Marin. Now, here's the big story on Antoine Marin. He was not qualified to ski in this event initially. I mean, it wasn't ranked high enough. He wasn't selected from the French team, and he only got into these championships by winning the golden ticket at the World U21 Championships by placing on the podium. As a matter of fact, he is the World U21 men's jump champion.
Yeah, and I got to say, Tony, I watched that webcast from back home in New Zealand. It was a bit of I did not expect him to win that event.
No one did.
I was going to say, it was a bit of an upset, and good on him.
Yeah, no, he definitely came in, and there was one dark horse, or he was kind of a dark horse, and
you don't get that often nowadays with world events.
No, and he came out and kicked a booter, and just that was awesome for him, and congrats to him for qualifying and making it here for this Open World Championships.
All right there, so Marie Vipranyetsova scoring 5 there on 13 meters, and the skier on the water right now is Julie Fay, 14.25 meters, coming to us out of Switzerland, and skied, I believe, in the final in the women's slalom competition at the Euro, actually the Open Europeans rather than the U21 Europeans.
Yeah, no, Tony, I think I remember her taking a little bit of a stack there at the U21 Europeans. So.
Indeed.
Speaking of crashes, that one will hurt too. That's the way he landed, just
on his neck.
Yeah, ripped his helmet off.
Now he's swimming around for the bits of padding that line the helmet.
Jeez, it's a cruel sport, isn't it? One tournament you're the world champion, under 21 world champion, and then Next one, you take a bit of a digger here.
And the handle was way up high there.
Ooh, I feel that.
And I mean, he knew off the top of the jump that jump was not going to be pretty. So he brought everything in, arms, the whole bit. It looks like he's going to be brought into shore.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he skis again here, because there's a fair bit of impact there on the neck and the head.
Yeah, I mean, a good thing that he had that neck brace on, guys.
True.
I think that's a piece of equipment that we should see basically all of our skiers have in this jump event. Safety first for the skiers, and I'm glad he had that on for that crash. But right now we've got Julie Fay on the water. This is 13 meters. Looks pretty good. You see her swing her feet a little bit heavy into 3, but it didn't catch her out right there. So that's something that we're hoping doesn't happen as we move forward to the next few passes, as we see a completed pass there, 13 meters, and has a chance, a little bit of a redemption shot here at, from her crash that we saw at the U21 Europeans.
All right there. So continuing on with Julie Fay, pass number 2. She's gone through 14 and 13. 12 meters comes up. We'll try and get you the latest on Antoine out there jumping, or maybe he's done. Antoine Morin. Yep, he probably took quite a substantial knock, and unfortunately, it doesn't look very good right now for his chances of continuing jumping. The officials, the medical crew from the Italian Red Cross.
Yep, 0 to 0, unfortunately.
Yeah. From great to not so great,
yeah,
unfortunately.
World champion 1 week, and then in a crash like that, it's a bit of a cruel sport, especially the jump event.
Here we go.
Yeah, and she wasn't able to get through this pass in Vienna, Tony. You see her get off the handle again early into 3. So
there you go. She's done it this time.
Yeah, and again, you see her. She has a tendency going to that 135 side to want to dump her feet and hop off the handle, and I think that's kind of what caught her out in Vienna. But able to get through that pass, and nice job. You see there, she swings the feet really quick going to 135, and that just causes her to not quite get as wide. Now 246, she does a much better job on that onside turn, but you see here, off the handle again a little early. That's why you're getting a little slack line on the backside of the buoy, but. Definitely came for redemption, got it, and gets through this 12-meter pass. You see right there, she almost didn't get outside a 5-ball. She was coming up short, had to stretch for it, but
she's certainly working.
But able to get through it, that's big, and there you go. I believe that's our second lady of this event to get through 12 meters. So now she's got a chance to, shake it off and look to take the lead.
All right, so we'll wait for the boat to make the towboat for the jump lake making its path up and down as we get ready to bring in Julie Fay from Switzerland into the course right here, right now. This is now 11.25 meters. Entrant number 1 gets nice hook up though, round number 2. And she skis for the wake, and she is absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, and Tony did much better going into 1-ball this time about not dumping the feet, staying on the handle a little bit longer to get the ski to go out and get the width, and she got a really good turn there. But then you see as she's making that pull, we'll see on the replay, but as she's making the pull to 2-ball, just doesn't keep working the ski all the way through the wakes, and Kind of comes up short at 2-ball, but still, that is enough to take the lead, and she should be super happy. Again, came and redeemed herself from last weekend, and we see the gate. She rolls the ski up under the rope. Really nice. See how she stays on the handle a little bit longer there, so that gets the ski out, makes it want to turn. But then right there, you see, she didn't quite keep working through the wake. She was skiing straight towards 2, and pretty smart of her to stand up there, take the S-turn, and get the full 2 at 11 meters.
Yes, indeed. She'll be happy, maybe happier than a chocoholic with a lifetime supply of Toblerone.
Tony, I'm not sure I followed that one all the way, but, it sounded good. I like it, so.
But there you go, and she S-turns that wonderfully. She got crouched down, and got really low, and then took the slack out of the line, and was there right way before the next set of boat guides.
Yeah, and for the people watching at home, it's a lot easier to make that S-turn on the onside turn than that offside. So there's some people that are really good at doing it on the offside, but it comes a lot more natural when you do it on the onside turn. And Julie doing a really good job there to get that S-turn and get the full 2 and put herself atop the leaderboard.
All right, then. So looks like we're down to our last 2 competitors in the jump event. We're going to have Benjamin Lutz take to the water soon, and after him, Brandon Schipper. But we've still got slaloming taking place on the Slalom Lake, Series 4 Women's Elimination. And we've just seen Julie Fay ski. And now we have, from Italy, Arianna Sacco. Now, she competed at the World U21s, right?
I believe so, Tony. If I'm not mistaken, that's been a few weeks. Sorry. So we are just stating corrected. This is the first year in the Open event, and this is her first Open Worlds. I know we saw her sister last weekend take home the women's slalom championship at the under-21 Europeans. She was the only girl to make it through 12 meters in that final. So maybe we can see her sister come out here and, put out a good score here, maybe take the lead from our last skier.
All right there. So Arianna Sacco getting the job done on 14.25 meters. Nice reach, nice extension on that pass. And we're, as I say, we're down to 2 more skiers in the jump event. We've got Benjamin Lutz, who's looking to make an impact out there.
I was afraid it's a step above that.
All right, then, here we go. We've got jumping on the main screen. We've got slaloming on the inset. Here we go. Coming on in on jump number 1. This is Benjamin Lutz. And not quite connecting with that first jump, unfortunately.
No, but it's a tidy enough one to get on the board with. And we saw him slalom, of course, earlier on today. So it's the second ski of the day. He can build from that, I'm sure, through the rest of the set.
So Arianna Sacco getting the second pass under her belt there, Zane.
Yeah, and looking good. And I'm going to stand corrected here. I misspoke. She is not the sister of Victoria. It is Sacco and Sirocco. So apologies on that one for making that mistake. But, yeah, looking good here as we're making her through that second pass. I believe it was 13 meters, and works her way through it and looking smooth here as we see her turn 5-ball and working her way over to 6.
Well, they might not be sisters, but they are kindred spirits, put it that way. Arianna Sacco getting ready for her next pass. Julie Fay in the lead with 2 on 11. Emily Newsom 1 at 11. But there's still a long ways to go to determine who the 12 skiers are going to be going into the final rounds of the slalom event in the women's, and conversely the men's jump finalist as well that's taking place as Benjamin Lutz passes up on jump number 2.
Oh!
Yeah, and you just saw that gate and one ball catching Ariana out right here, and not able to get all the way through that 12-meter pass.
All but ran it, though. She was almost there.
But I'll tell you what, Ariana Sacco certainly fought to the bitter end, and she picks up her ski and makes her way into the shore. We're going to take a look at the instant replay on her particular effort. That is Ariana Sacco. And one of the most important things that the skiers have to do is to be able to control their speed and control their width prior to the gate shot in order to at least get a halfway decent start there, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she did okay at the gate, but again, if you hop off the handle too early, your feet swing too fast, and the ski doesn't carry all the way out, and that's what kind of caught her out there at 1, and then you see the ski not turning. She's turned on the tail, and so then she was pretty much behind after the turn at 1, and she's trying to get it all back, and there at 4 ball, she just pushed a little too hard. As we see the replay one more time, we'll kind of see what happened to her at 1. She rolls the ski under the rope, does okay here, but boom, she's off the handle really, really fast, and you see the ski runs with her, doesn't get the turn she wants, and so now she's carrying a lot of energy down course. Like there at 2, she didn't even start the turn until past 2 ball. Then at 3, she barely gets outside of it. And so at 4, she knows she needs a big turn if she wants to run it. And you see her, she pushes after she goes by 4, and the ski just pops out of the water. So that's going to be 3.5 at 12 meters there for Ariana.
And there were so many that said, okay, just
Here's Benjamin Lutz now, jump number 3.
You're still young.
And over he goes. It's a tidy jump.
Look at that. Nicely done. And he had to have that jump as well. I mean, he had been jumping subpar going into that third and last attempt.
It's a tidy jump, Tony. I think he's a little bit early there, and I don't know if he quite got the speed that he wanted through the ramp, but we'll wait and see the distance.
Benjamin Lutz, one of the top collegiate men's jumpers back in the day, and coming to us out of Illinois. And look at him, yeah, looks like it's a 58.3. It's a decent jump, but not all the way connected with 58.3 meters.
All right, and over on the Slalom Lake, we got Lisa Gusenbauer from Austria coming in for her slalom campaign. This is 16 meters. Lisa got a medal at the U21 Europeans last weekend. I believe she placed 3rd. And been skiing really well as of late. I know that she's got a personal best of, I believe, 2 at 11. So it's going to take all of that if she wants to tie for the lead, and maybe a new PB today can get her all the way on the top of the leaderboard right now. But we see here the replay, she's looking really strong and smooth and just getting her feet under her. But, like I said, she's been skiing really, really good this season and looking to carry that on here into this slalom set.
And skiing with a little bit of scrunch shoulders a little bit. She opens out up a little bit more, being right foot forward, being left foot forward into a 1-3-5 sides turn. But whenever she comes into an offside, she tends to really scrunch in a little bit and doesn't open up nearly as much.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's something that we want to, that's very good observation there, Tony. You want to watch that as we get to the shorter line lengths, because if she starts hunching her shoulders over and giving that lead shoulder up to the boat, she'll start to get pulled down the lake and, not be able to carry her speed through the turn. It'll just kind of make the ski run. So that's something to kind of keep an eye out for as we shorten the rope up and see if maybe she makes an adjustment after this first pass. I mean, I know it is 16 meters, so you kind of don't want to over ski it because you've got you got a little bit extra rope, and there is a chance that you over ski it, overturn it, and fall over.
All right, then, here we go. This is Lisa Gusenbauer. Take it away there, Glenn.
Yeah, 14.25 metre line. And, pretty comfortable stuff at the moment. Perfect conditions, glass calm. We watch in the smaller screen, jump number 1.
Oh!
Big jump to open up with. Who is that jumper, Tony?
Brandon Schipper.
Oh, it is Brandon Schipper, yeah.
And that's another one of them skiers from the Midwest over in the U.S. And they're known for that Midwest Air Force, and he is out there showing you why. I know I talked to his parents a little earlier. He just got off a flight this morning at 9:30, so he got lucky that he was at least here with the change in schedule, and good to see him here and able to jump and put out an absolute booter there on jump number 1.
That's impressive. That's a flight from the United States into Italy, gets in at 9:30 this morning, and it's 66.1 meters. No famil, no practice. It's the biggest jump of the tournament so far.
He doesn't need any famil.
Well, obviously not.
Yeah, no, I mean he's super strong. I know he does a lot of CrossFit and stuff too in his off time, and he's been competing at that at kind of a professional level. And you see right there, he's super strong. Works through the bottom of the ramp, and that was a huge jump of 66.1 meters. So big opening jump there for Brandon, and he'll be looking to build on that and see if he can't get it out. He might even be pushing that 70-meter mark.
And for those of you folks watching in from the United States, that's a 217-foot jump. Not a bad effort to open up with.
All right, Lisa Gusenbauer coming in. This is 13 meters. So now we're getting down to where we kind of got to start working. We'll see big one ball there. And again, Tony, you kind of showed it. She gave that shoulder up, and that made that ski turn a little bit slow on that 2-ball. So same thing at 4. So that was a good observation, and it's really kind of catching her as the rope gets shorter. So that's something we're going to want to see at 12 meters is her work a little bit better through the wakes.
Yeah, meanwhile, Brandon Schipper just keeps spanking off big jump after big jump.
Yep.
He's a big man. It's a Herculean effort too.
Captain Abs, they call him.
10-hour flight or whatever it is. Gets in at 9:30 this morning. No famil. No little single cut just to feel out the jump. He's straight out there and over 66 meters on his first jump. Well done.
And I mean, just imagine the level of confidence you've got to have, to just rock up onto a dock, throw your jump skis on, put your helmet on, go out there, turn in, having not seen that jump before or even felt it, and spanked off like a 66-meter jump. And I would suspect that this jump is going to be around about the same range. It is 65.4 meters, not quite as far, but impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's kind of how Brandon trains. I've skied with him a little bit at Jack's and seen him. He's definitely always having a good time, and then right when it's his time to ski, he somehow has all of his stuff on and ready to go. So kind of a little bit of the same thing how he normally trains. So I think that's kind of, he's got that working for him and big on him to put out 2 big jumps. But right now, Lisa Gusenbauer, this is a must-run pass if you want to try to have a chance to take the lead. 12 meters, a little bit slow out of 1, loose line. You see, 2-ball was better, though, so now she's built up a lot of space, so let's see if she can get through this pass. Needs a big turn out of 4, gets it over to 5. Oh, she was slow there. Can she get outside of 6? And, just inside of 6-ball at 12 meters. That is kind of reminiscent of her pass that she had at the U21 Worlds. Did the hard work and then just right inside of 6-ball at 12 meters.
Oh, look at that one, and he just absolutely crushed that jump.
And he's happy about it, Tony.
He's having fun.
All right, we see the replay here from Lisa Gusenbauer. You see she gives up that lead shoulder going to 1, so that's kind of why she loses the line. And then here at 2, I thought she did a little bit better, so she gets the ski.
This is a big jump. There's a big jump score coming. Sorry, Zane. There's a big jump score coming. I haven't seen it yet, but I can see the reaction of the skier. This is going to be huge. I just need to see the score. Where is it?
Oh, my word.
That's a very happy jumper right now. It's possible he's jumped 70 meters. We'll wait and see.
And by the sound,
not quite 70 meters. It's 67.1. It's 220 feet.
But I would bet just by how much he's screaming, that's a personal
It's
best.
got to be a PB. That is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Off a plane at 9:30 this morning.
Brandon, come on over here, sir.
Yeah, give him a minute, Tony. He's still taking it all in. I mean, that's huge. That was big jumping. So big for Brandon to be able to get off the plane and then kick a booter. That's 220 feet. I do believe that's a PB for him, and he is absolutely fired up. All right, and over on the slalom lake, we've got your U21 European slalom champion, Victoria Sirocco, out on the water and looking smooth here on this 14.25 meter pass.
So fantastic skiing there on both accounts there. Victoria Sirocco making her way into the course on the first pass, and Brandon Schipper. Let's have a look at this jump again. I mean, you got to marvel at this. And there's a good reason why he's built the way that he is. It's so that he can push something like that.
That is a monster of a jump.
Ooh, and he got that extra little bit of pull on the landing as well.
I mean, there's no headwind out there at all to help him. He's just, sensational jumping. Unbelievable stuff.
All right, then. So we've got Brandon Schipper right here.
Dude, that was sick.
Well, I tell you what, man, Brandon Schipper all over that. You're gonna need to watch this, because we're gonna re-rack that again. Vincent Stadelbauer with the 1s and 2s. You're in the current lead there with 67.1. In your wildest dreams, did you reckon you could do that?
Dude, I mean, I knew I had it in me, but I mean, it's so hard to stay calm out there. World set, you PB on your first jump, like, hard to stay calm, but yeah. I just got to shout out the Schipper bros back home. Grant and Ryan, thanks for jumping with me all the time. You guys are the best.
All right, then. Stick around for a little bit as we see Victoria Sirocco get through 30 meters. I definitely want to get your reaction to you actually watching your performance out there. Victoria Sirocco, 30 meters, and she gets around buoy number 6 to secure that run and get ready for 12 meters. Let's have a look at that jump again.
I gotta say, Glenn was dialed behind the wheel, and that ski nautique is dialed, bro. That was amazing.
All right, then. Let's have a look at this. There we go.
Dude, check out that Waters wetsuit speed suit, though. Coming to you live next year. They're coming out.
Oh, look at this. Now, the thing that made it for...
Oh, my gosh!
that pull at the...
Holy buckets, dude. My tips usually flare off the top. They didn't flare that time. Oh, my gosh. All that last jump, all I was thinking about was just staying connected through my left shoulder. I have a tendency to be armsy and stuff, but I did enough workout this morning to tire my arms out, so I didn't have to use them when I was jumping.
Well, I think at this point in the proceedings, I'm kind of out. I'm kind of spent on the amount of questions that I could ask you at this point. I mean, you just basically exemplified everything that jump delivered for you, and congratulations to you.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it. I'll say also, nothing on earth satisfies like Jesus. Even these 2 20-foot jumps, like, I walk with Jesus every day, and it's all good. It's all highs and lows, but life is good. Thank you.
Well, cool, dude. I'm looking forward to get you a nice night's rest and maybe boot one out over 70 meters. I think you got it in you, dude. That was awesome jumping, and look forward to hopefully maybe getting you into the final. Good skiing, bud.
Okay, Victoria Sirocco at 12 meters, and in a little bit of trouble towards the end, but was able to get that pass under a belt and still stay in contention for one of the top scores on 11.25 meters, and he's still jumping. He's doing like stand up jumps there, and he's clearing at least about 4 feet off the ground.
Tony, he had an 8-foot PB here at the Worlds. I mean, so these skiers have been working their rear ends off to get ready for this event, and then he comes out, has a stressful day. Like I said, lands, finds out he's got to jump, and then goes out there and not only puts out a good score, he puts out a personal best and bumps himself into the lead. And I mean, that's going to be a huge jump. I mean, we'll have to wait to see what the other jumpers have, but I would say that's going to punch his ticket into the final, and he'll get to be able to have another jump set.
All right, then. There's the men's jump leaderboard. Brandon Schipper, 8-foot personal best from 212 to 220 feet, just like that. Oh, and from one extreme to the other, I guess.
And I'll point out one other thing on that leaderboard there, Tony. Tim Veal He jumped his first time over 60 meters last weekend at the under-21 Europeans, and so then comes out here this weekend and doubles on it and goes 65.3 meters. So, all right, we're moving right along. This is Vittorio Sirocco at 11 meters, losing some speed here at the gate. Going to need to work here at 1. You see a little slow there. Gets around 2, gets the ski to turn, but not going to be enough to get outside of 3, but still that's going to be enough to tie her for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty easy to get distance out there for those guys that are attacking it, because you're right, there's some big PBs happening.
Well, I've heard, Glenn, from some of the skiers, they say that ski nautique that they're jumping behind feels so dialed. It's super strong, and then we're skiing at this perfect lake, and when everything is all perfect, it's just set up for some big scores. And we saw Vittoria Sirocco here get a pretty big score here, losing her speed at the gate a little bit. So you see her dump her feet a little heavy at a 1. That's why she didn't finish the turn quite like she wanted, and then pulls long to 2. But started to get the ski to turn, but just not able to make the play on 3. So a little bit of frustration, because I think she knew that she could get a little more, but still that was the smart play. Gets all the way to full 2, and you see there she's losing speed a little narrow here, and then as she dumps her feet, it goes really fast, and so loses the line off of 1, but big skiing there for the Italian skier.
All right there. So again, a good effort there. So what was the score there for Vittoria Sirocco?
2 at 11 there, Tony. So that puts her in a tie for the lead.
Vittoria Sirocco tie with the lead, 2 at 11.25 meters. And just to give you a historical perspective on that jump there, 67.1 would have qualified him into the final, obviously. But, I mean, it would be like third from last off the dock in the final.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, like I said, he gets off a plane and then comes in and just absolutely crushes it. And, so great for Brandon, but we're moving along. This is Violetta from Argentina coming in, and that was 14 meters. Looked really good and strong. I know she's been skiing pretty well. We've seen her at a couple Pro Tour stops this year, so I was looking forward to getting her on the water, and nice looking opening pass there. You see her, she kind of turns in a little bit heavy at the gate, but manages her speed pretty well here. That's why we're getting a little bit of loose line, but again, these first passes are just kind of a warm-up pass for these skiers and getting them kind of settled in, get the nerves dialed back, and doing a good job here on pass number 1.
Okay, just to let you know that our first jumper on the water in the women's competition, Yin Kim, fell on the first jump, but is not able to continue on to the remaining 2. So Francesco Pagozzi will be our next competitor to take to the water once that boat comes back and picks her up off the dock. So. All right, so we've got a. I mean, one's still in shock. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon coming over here as fired as he was, that kind of took the words out of your mouth there, Tony. So, and that's very uncommon. Usually we've got you all the time.
I'm normally pretty good with that kind of stuff, But I mean, it's you knew that jump was going to be big. And just by that little bit of pull right to the very end.
And you're not expecting that out of these earlier series jumpers, I mean, maybe the guys in Series 1.
I'm not expecting personal bests in this early on, this early doors in the women's slalom, much less the jump.
Yeah, I mean, and we've seen a bunch of personal bests all the way from yesterday there, Tony. So obviously things are skiing really well, as we just saw Violetta make her way through 13 meters. So she's looking good on her slalom campaign and setting things up. Now, she's got this 12-meter pass. It is a must-run pass for these ladies. But you see right there, I thought she rolls in for the gate a little bit better than she did on the opening pass. Wasn't as heavy, so you see the rope control is a little bit better on the backside of the buoys. And, right there off of 2, she didn't have that loose line, so she's nice and efficient off the backside of 2, able to make the play on 3, and now she's created all this space for this pass that it's kind of just, she's taking it easy and getting through it.
All right, then. So we got her Females are skiing on the slalom on the slalom lake and jumping as well on the jump lake. We got Violeta Mosiolski from Argentina, who's gone through 14 and 13. This is now 12 meters. So
must run past Tony. Got to get all the way through this one to try to challenge the lead. And big one ball there from Violeta. That was huge. So, but then it catches her out at 2. Now she's going to have to work.
She's still
here.
there. She's a determined young skier. Who continues to ski for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns in collegiate water skiing in the United States, and she manages to get it dialed down and get through the 12-meter run. 11.25 minutes coming up.
Yeah, I mean, right there, rolls in for the gate. Watch this one ball, Tony. It was massive. That's kind of what helped her out, because then she had a little bit of some trouble going on here. So you see, a little slow off of 2, so didn't work to ski all the way out. Now she's really having to work, but she had such a big one ball that created all that space for the beginning of the pass and gets her through it.
Okay, here comes Francesca Pagozzi up on jump number 1, getting it to go. All right, then. So we're going to get a distance there from 20.3, 20.3. It looks like we're not too far away from shutting down the jump lake for the day, and then after that, soon after the slalom is done, or there and thereabouts, then we'll go on to 3 series of tricking to take us all the way to the day's end. Oh, and not getting the best of starts on 11.25 meters, and she kind of has a sense in the back of her mind right now that there was an opportunity there for her to get deep into 11.25 meters and maybe make a break for the women's slalom final.
Yeah, just not able to get the same start she did at 12 meters. I mean, I thought she rolled in at the gate pretty good here, but you see when she turns 1, she brings that handle to the inside, has a little bit of slack, and then has to pull long to 2, which causes a lot of loose rope on the backside of 2 ball, and then has to squat and just not able to make a play. I think these ladies kind of know you're going to have to get deep down that 11-meter pass, to even give yourself a shot to make the final. And, we'll have to wait and see. But I'm just going to say I don't think 2 is going to be enough with the, with the women's skiers that we have left to come later this week. But still, that was a good job for Violeta to make it through that 12-meter pass. I mean, like I said, had the big one ball, but then had a bunch of bobbles after that. And, we see the frustration there, but still, she's tied for the lead. Shout out, there's one of my crew right there. That's the Danish team, and we see Katrina Anderson. She was slalomed a little earlier today, and we'll see her in the women's jump event later this week.
So 23.7, 23.7 for Francesca Pagozzi.
All right, we've got our next skier on the slalom lake. This is Nikki Kuhn. So we saw her brother Dominic go out, and he skied really well this morning. And, Nikki, a really strong slalom skier herself. So let's see if she can put it together here. You see she pulled out a little hard there at the gate, so the ski started to bounce on her. But looks like she's managing it pretty well here off the first 2 buoys and creates a lot of space. She's not one of the taller skiers that we've got, but she really works that ski behind the boat and creates tons of space in front of the buoy and gets the ski to go out wide. And, I really like her ski style, and we'll see if she can put it together and get her a huge score here, just like her brother.
All right, then, here we go. This is Francesca Pagozzi on the jump lake. Let's see if she can exceed her best jump distance of 23.7. And that might be pretty close to about a 24-meter jump there for her, so she's on a roll a little bit. So wait on the distance. Also wait to see what occurs out there on the slalom lake. We got Nikki Kuhn out there who went in on 14.25 meters. Am I right on that one?
Yes, you are correct, Tony. And like I said, was looking really strong on that first pass. And I've been looking forward to getting her out on the water, and let's see if she can put it together for the next few coming up. But as we get a look at our next skier there, getting ready on the dock, and we're waiting to shorten the rope up and bring Nikki Kuhn in for pass number 2.
All right, then. So here we go. Oh, a hard gate shot into buoy number 1 there, and really piling on the pressure. 23.7, the last jump there for Francesca Pagozzi. 23.7, just to round off her effort as we now work our way to Jiming Lee from Korea. Our next jumper, but our penultimate slalomer out there on the water is Nikki Kuhn.
Yeah, and again, Tony, I think Nikki just pulling out a little bit heavy at the gate, so when she turns in, it's a little heavy, and she had the ski a little more settled in. It wasn't bouncing as much as we saw on the 14-meter pass, but that's something to kind of keep our eyes out as we shorten the rope up to 12 meters. She's going to want to make a nice, smooth pull out so she keeps her speed, has the rope tight, and doesn't have to make that cranker of a turn when she rolls in and goes towards 1.
All right, not looking bad there. And keeping the flow going there with pass number 2 for Nikki Kuhn. That was 13 meters. And now let's see if she can post up a decent score. Now she's got the nervous passes out of her way now. Oh, and Jiming Lee.
All right,
from Korea.
Let's see if Nikki can get a little bit of a better start here. So I thought the pullout was a little bit smoother. She has her speed up a little bit better. And there you go. Gets off the handle a little early into 1, but manages it fine. But it catches her out at 2 ball, Tony. And that is a bit of a bummer for the Austrian skier. Again, I thought the gate was better, but you see her, she dumps her feet, lets go of the rope really quick into 1, and then, has everything working going to 2.
All right, then. So that score of 2 on 11.25 meters. So there, that score that we've seen there was 1.5 on 12 meters. But as I was about to surmise, the top score is 2 at 11.25 minutes, and it hasn't really gone seriously challenged at this point. There have been a few that have gotten close, and even some that have tied right now. But when we resume this Slalom Elimination event for the women's competition, you've got to bet that it's that the breakthrough score is going to be a lot higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call it here. I would say that cut line, Tony, is going to be 4 or 5 at 11 meters, just with the field that we've got, and so I'm being told that historically it's 2 at 39. So yeah, we're going to have to get through that 11-meter pass, and with how things are skiing right now, I mean, I know things are skiing really good, so we'll have to see. I don't think 2 at 11 is going to be enough when we're having a bit of a log jam there right now with several skiers scoring 2 on that pass.
So Jiming Lee on jump number 2. $17.1 on jump number 1, and 24.1 on jump number 2, and she takes the lead as a result on that one. We've got, I think, about 1 or 2 more jumpers at the actually one more jumper at the 5-foot ramp height, and that is Maria Popova. And then we've got 2 remaining jumpers at 1.65 meters high. That's going to be Hatcher, Kamaya, and Susanna Onakova.
Yeah, and right now on the slalom lake, Tony, we've got Jenna Morgan out here. This is 14 meters and, looking good. I bet you her sister Lauren is watching. I know didn't make the trip over and announced that she had retired from the 5.5-foot jumping. So had a huge career there from Lauren, and congratulations to her and moving on to a new chapter in her life. But I guarantee you she's at home watching her little sister out here skiing at the World Championships.
Oh, look at this. And Jiming there, Lee, managing to nail down all of her landings, all of her jumps. And she's definitely got a little bit of potential if she wants to continue here. And the good technique off the turn and just holds it all the way through. I reckon that jump is going to be closer to about 25 or maybe 26 meters. She definitely has the direction, doesn't quite have the float on the end of the jump, mind you, but the technique essentially is on point. Well, maybe not that far, but I stand by my assertions that her technique is very, very good and gives her the maximum potential to push out a jump of that kind of magnitude. So Jenna Morgan, let's see her back into the course, 30 meters. Jenna Morgan, who works as a flight attendant for American Airlines, based out of Miami.
Yeah, and looking really strong here, Tony. In this 13, a couple of passes under her belt. Now she's here to this, must run if she's going to challenge for the lead. And it's good to see her here skiing under the American flag. And again, we'll take a look here at the replay and see. But she does a really good job here rolling the ski under the rope when she gets through. So that sets her feet in front of her, gets her a good base to stand on, and then you see gets a nice tight 1, looking good over to 2, and a little bit of slack there going into 2 ball, but didn't let it catch her out that much, and gets a big turn there on 3. Now she's back into the pass, and that's a good 13-meter pass under her belt.
All right, some great skiing here from Jenna Morgan. Still looking in very, very good shape out there on the water. And getting ready for our next pass, which is going to be 12 meters. Our final women's skier of the day in this event. And then we're going to go into series 6, 5, and 4 with the men's tricks before we round off. All right, then, here we go. Maria Popova and jump number 1. And she's taken the lead with that opener.
All right, Jenna Morgan, and this is 12 meters. Gets a pretty good start at 1, bunch of space onto 2. So looking good here is round in 3. And yeah, go Jenna, come on. As she gets a little bit of a slow turn off 4, has to work for 5. But there you go. She's another one of these women skiers through the 12-meter pass. Now let's see if she can get a good gate and get a good start on 1 ball and be able to, make a play on 2, get over to 3, and take the lead outright. But we see her here. I really like how she's rolling the ski in at the gate, gets it under the rope nice and early, doesn't lead with her shoulders, so it helps her get a nice tight turn on that offside turn at 1 ball. And you see there at 2, just not, it was a little bit slow, but still looking good. But she had created a ton of space with the gate in 1, and you see she's nice and early here at a 4, and you just see she kind of checks up there, brings the handle to the inside hip, and that's why you see that ski check up on her a little bit, but gets through 12 meters, and now we're going to shorten the rope up and see. I think just based on what I'm seeing at the gate, Tony, I think she's going to get a play on 1 and be able to possibly take the lead.
All right, then, as we see Jeff Surday and Laurie Kruger, part of the U.S. team management, watch on and see what Kerry puts out there. On the jump lake, we have Ukraine's Maria Popova, who's just launched herself with a jump of 37.9 meters. She's still got plenty of room for improvement with that jump, but we'll see how things play out as we see Jenna Morgan. At 11.25 meters and half a buoy for her on that. It's not going to do the trick, unfortunately.
No, and I mean, she knew she needed a big turn there on one, and just wasn't quite able to keep a hold of the rope. And as we see her swimming in, maybe we'll get a look at the replay. Again, rolls that ski in really nice, and then as she comes in here, watch where the hands go, though. They come to the inside hip, so that makes that ski go up, and it checks up on her, and she just wasn't able to get them into the right spot, fast enough as the boat loads up on her, and she pops the handle. So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate there for Jenna, our last women's slalom skier of the day, not able to tie or take the lead. And, you can see she knows that she had the ski moving the right way, just didn't quite get everything into where she wanted to be and was unable to take that load.
All right, then, let's have a look at the leaderboard with Julie Fay, Vittoria Sirocco, and Violetta Mosiolski, all of them tying with two at 11.25 meters. They are currently in a three-way tie for first right now. Emily Newsom in fourth with one at 11.25 meters. Jenna Morgan half on 11.25 meters. Lisa Gusenbauer in sixth place with 5 on 12. And to view the other results, you can go to IWWF.sport, and click on the links that will take you to the official live scoreboard. All right, now we can take a little bit of a breath and we can focus on one event and one event only. We have got on the water, we've got Maria Popova. I believe she jumped 40.1 on jump number 2. Let's see if she can boost that out even further on jump number 3. Look at that. Good determined jump in there from our young Ukrainian athlete. Still only 14 years of age, and that is impressive jump in there from Maria Popova. And she is absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, Tony. I'm pretty sure that is a PB just from the little bit of tournaments that I've been around with her. I think she jumped a PB, so she's real happy. I know the Ukrainian team has been, several of them have been popping off PBs today, so that is absolutely huge for her and for the team. And, good to see our young competitor out here and skiing so well. So, hats off to Maria there for her jump set, and we'd love to see, smiles all at the dock. And
39.5 on that last jump.
Yeah, so not quite our furthest one, but I think she'll be really happy with jump number 2, over 40 meters, and that's a big jump for her.
All right, so that's it there for Maria Popova. Now that ramp gets moved up to 1.65 meters high. It'll take but a couple of seconds because we have a remote jump raising system. We don't have to send a boat out there or even a paddle board to raise the ramp up. We just hit a button and it's there.
And that's super convenient. It's really nice that they've got that set up here and are able to move the ramp that way. And, it keeps the lulls in the tournaments just a lot less. And it was great to see, these jumpers at the smaller ramp, but we're looking forward to getting our next ones out on the water.
All right, so skier on the water, our penultimate jump competitor is Haru Hutch Kamaya, coming to us out of Japan. Your ramp height is 1.65 meters high, 5'6". I don't know about you, Zane, but I'm still shocked.
Yeah, I mean,
67.1.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
I'm with you, and I'll be honest. I just love the excitement that we got out of Brandon Schipper after that. I mean, he was fired up, and he's still. I can see him from here, Tony. He is still over there, just hooting and hollering. As I believe that's John Travers over there, congratulating him on his 220-foot jump. So. that's huge, and it's just great to see our skiers out here with that much excitement. And Brandon definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve, and you could see that in the interview. It was really fun to get him over here, and I'm glad he came and talked to us, Tony.
He's also got the kind of abs that go on for days.
Now, be careful, Tony. I don't want to hear you talking about somebody else's abs. Just
I don't have any. That's the thing, though. I mean.
Now, but hey, I saw some videos of you jumping in the past. I bet you had some back in the day.
Not like that, I didn't.
But all right, we just saw Haru get over the ramp on her first jump, and a nice tidy jump there for jump number 1.
But there you go. That is Haru Hutch Kamaya coming to us from Japan. A good, decent edge. This is a favorite event out of the 3, and getting a good amount of height. The landing could have lost that jump for her, but she is an experienced young athlete, and so there we go. That's 36.7. I'm trying to play nice there.
Seasoned, Tony. She's a nice seasoned athlete from Japan, has a lot of experience under her belt, and you could see that there on jump number 1.
Yep, needing that experience to ride out the first jump as Hutch Kamaya with 36.7 meters. Still a little ways behind the 8 ball, behind that jump of Maria Popova. Now that's a contrast, isn't it, between the seasoned talent of Hutch and the rising star from the Ukraine water ski team, age 14, Maria Popova.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's great to see all the athletes out here putting it on the line. And so we saw Hutch right there really getting a nice tidy jump on jump number 1 and giving herself something to build on. So she knows that 40.1 meter is the bar to chase, and looks like she brought it down just a little bit here, Tony. So going to have a little more speed into the base, and comes off nice and smooth. And
getting a little twisted, though.
Yeah, just a little bit. So not quite working all the way through the bottom of the ramp. So you see her getting pulled up a little bit, but still, I think that was a little bit further as she gets a little bit of coaching there from the bank. She goes by. Maybe her Japanese team members are rooting her on, and we see the replay here. She works in, gets a little yanked up there at the bottom, and just not quite getting all of it out of it, but still nice, tidy second jump, and we'll have to wait on a distance and see if she can build on it. So it was further there, Tony. That was 37.5 meters. So she did build on jump 1, but really going to have to put it all out there here on jump number 3 if she wants to take the lead from Maria Popova.
All right, there is your leaderboard. Maria Popova from Ukraine, 40.1 meters or 132 feet against Kamaya. Hutch Kamaya's a jump of 37.5 meters. So we're down to the last 4 jumps of today's action. We still got tricking to come, and we got a whole slew of it, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are into trick skiing, you are in for a treat, because we have 25 trickers all taking part in men's series 6 through to and including series 4.
All right, let's see what Hutch has got here on jump number 3. 40.1 is the lead, so definitely going to have to build on jump 2. Looks like she's got a little more speed here into the bottom, Tony.
Stands up a little early before the jump, but she actually makes that work for her.
Yeah, I mean, she comes off the ramp really nice, and we'll have to wait on a distance there. I do not think that is enough to take the lead, though.
We're in bib 1, 2, 3. Hutch Kamaya from Japan, and we're going to get the distance at any moment now. 37.5 meters on jump number 2. All right, 36.4 on jump number 3, which means the best jump is 37.5, and now we hand over the reins to Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia, who will be our final female competitor, our final jump competitor for today's action. There'll be a lot more jumping and a lot more tricking and slaloming and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and we saw her slalom a little earlier today. Tony ran 2 at 12 meters, so got it off started with slalom, and I believe she's sitting here trying to stack up on her overall points. Going to need a big jump, though, to take the lead from Maria Popova that we saw a couple of skiers ago.
All right, then. So there's your leaderboard. Maria Popova, 40.1. Hadja Kamaya with second spot with 37.5. And you can follow these results as the scores become known by going to IWWF.sport.
Conditions are still really nice out here, Tony. I know they were calling for some rain, and it's been a little overcast, but we don't have a whole lot of wind. It's just a slight ripple on the water, and setting up nice. It could be a lot worse for these jumpers, just with the direction that the wind is blowing. But it looks like we're going to get through it all before the rain and the wind comes in, as we see Zuzana coming in for jump number 1.
All right, here comes Zuzana. First attempt. Oh, and didn't quite like the look of that attempt, so she decides to pass up on it. And we're going to get ready for jump number 2. And you can stay informed and connected with all things Nautique by signing up for Nautique offers and promotions, their monthly Nautique Nation emails, and the Nautique Network. Be sure to hear about event details, groundbreaking new products, athlete highlights, and the latest industry news. So whether you are an avid rider or simply love the lifestyle, our emails deliver insider access and behind-the-scenes content you don't want to miss. Head to Nautiques.com to find out more.
Yeah, and I'm super excited about them getting that new 2026 Ski Nautique out and getting the ski behind it. I've only heard really good things about it. I've heard skiers ranting and raving about how it skis, but I've also heard drivers talking about just how great it drives. Andrew Bergman was talking to me during site familiarization and said it was the best driving boat that he's ever been in. So I'm really looking forward to getting in one and driving one and skiing behind one.
Yep, so am I. So am I. As we continue to roll with the remaining 2 jumps of today's action in the women's competition. Zuzana Orakova.
All right, we got Zuzana coming in. This is jump number 2. So we had a pass on jump 1. Didn't like the look of it, but that's the best part about jump is you get 3 of them. So you don't have to take the first one if you're not really wanting to. And we'll see what she's got as she comes in for jump number 2.
All right, here we go. This is Zuzana Orakova taking in a good dose of speed and is able to get a decent lift off the top. And I don't know how close that's going to be to the lead set by Maria Popova. But we'll have a look at this instant replay anyhow. Up and over. And a good...
All right, Tony, and that was 37.6 meters. So... that's going to put her in second place, and now she's going to have to put it together here on jump number 3 if she's going to take the lead from Maria Popova, the young Ukrainian skier that went 40.1 meters.
All right, we'll see how things play out here with jump number 3. the last jump in action we'll see today. And from what I understand, the officials are trying to get set up for the trick, so we'll let you know well ahead of time when to expect that to hit the water. But I tell you what, I mean, it's been fun having you here, Zane, and also with Glenn as well, and especially that moment where Brandon Schipper came in and was just absolutely just on cloud nine.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something to all of our athletes. If you're super pumped and happy with how you skied, come over here and let everybody hear it and know it, and we'll re-rack your top pass. But that was huge from Brandon to see that and love the excitement. But right now we've got jump number 3 for Zuzana from Slovakia. So let's see if she can put it together here on jump number 3. Up and over.
Go.
And nice looking jump.
That's going to be close.
That's going to be kind of in the ballpark. We'll have to wait and get a distance, but that was a nice, good looking jump there for the third jump there.
All right, all alone at the starting dock now. Zuzana Orakova from Slovakia skis off, and that completes the jump event for the day. There's going to be a lot more jumping in the next few days, so be sure to consult the timetable of events that will be taking place over the next the remaining days of these championships by going to IWWF.sport and navigating your way from that point onwards. We are a few minutes away from going on with the next event, the tricks, but we've got one little piece of business that we have to attend to, and that is finding out the distance on jump number 3. Just waiting on that distance. It's a little, it's taken a while.
Yeah, and we'll wait to see what we get, but you know, Tony, I'm just going to tell you, I'm excited to be here at the Open Worlds. This is a tournament I've been looking forward to all season, and you know, we've already had some really great skiing just from, you know, the first 2 days, and you know, if that's any implication of what we got coming up later this week, you want everybody that's at home tuning in to make sure you like and subscribe to the TWBC YouTube page, and you know, that way you know when we're up and live and you don't miss a second of the action. It is great skiing, and you know, we're here at this awesome site, and you know, I'm expecting just some huge things this week.
Still waiting on that jump distance to come through, and it's and even the athlete on the dock that is concerned with that distance is still waiting herself. She knows it was further.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looked a lot further. You know, how much further is the question? Is it going to be enough to take the lead from Maria Popova, or is the young Ukrainian going to sit on top of the leaderboard?
Or at this rate, could it be a new personal best?
Yeah, if it could be a new personal, that would be absolutely huge too. You know, that's what we like to see here in the announcing booth. We've already seen several of them, and let's see, maybe we can get one more before we conclude this jump event.
Okay, just to let you know what the leaderboard looks like right now, we've got Maria Popova in the lead with 40.1. Zuzana Orakova already in second place right now with 37.6, but that was off jump number 2. Then Hutch Kamaya with 37.5 meters. Then Jiming Lee with 24.1, and Francesco Pagozzi, the last scoring jumper in this competition, with 23.7 meters.
taking quite a long time here on this jump distance there, Tony. I'm not sure what we got going on. They usually come out really, really fast, so maybe we're having a technical difficulty, but we will get that distance to you here as soon as we know it. But how about this, Tony? I think we're going to hit a commercial break real quick, and then we will come back, and we'll either have you a jump distance or find out if we're going to have a re-ride here on jump number 3.
All right, then we'll do that as we continue coverage of the IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live right here in Richeto in the region of Piemonte and the province of Novara, the commune of Richeto, and we have those entities to thank for allowing us to have our World Championships here, and also the various other agencies that have helped us severe this. Oh, looks like it's taken a while, so long, in fact, that the officials are probably going to allow her to a jump, an additional jump.
Nope, there you go, Tony. 38.1 meters.
38.1 meters. Okay, then that keeps Maria Popova in the lead, but now I think in. Yeah, let's have a look there. The leaderboard, that's easier. Maria Popova in the lead with 40.1, 38.1 meters in second place for Susanna Orikova, then Hacha Kamaya with third place, and then you can see the remainder of the results by going to IWWF.sport and click on the link that will take you to the results section. All right, then, we got a few minutes, so make sure you grab a refill of that drink and make sure you get some comfier cushions for your seat as we now get ready for the men's tricking event, starting with open men's 6 tricks elimination round, and then we'll go through that, and then we go on Series 5 and then Series 4. All that to come right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go on drive. On your mark, get ready, set, go! Ready or not, here we go.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, let's continue on with the tricking event. Men's tricks. Park Tagum will be our lead-off skier, followed by Dima Thompson, Rio Tafuno, Stepan Špak, and Nikolaus Vasidis. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage here. Men's Series 6 tricking elimination round is imminent. 2 20-second passes for each athlete. And we have Manuel Domini at the helm of that Nautique towboat. All right then, folks, the first tricking event is about to take place here at the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from the national training site for the FISSW, the Federazione Italiana Surfing Sci Nautico e Wakeboard. We are here in the province of Novara, in the region of Piemonte, the commune of Richeto. And we have a lot of support from a lot of different groups here. We have the Minister of Sport, Minister of Tourism, and the sub-entities that are... Oh, look at this! Park Tegum! Couple of flips so far. 1,000 points. There we go, he goes for the flip twist back. Just about 750 points and falls on that one, so okay.
Yeah, good start.
How do you score that one? Okay, 500, 500, and I think 750, isn't it?
Yeah, was the third one a back landing or a back to front? So we got 500 points there.
Yeah, we got iTricks here, and yes, they're reviewing. And it shouldn't take them too long to figure out the point score with 2 flips and a flip twist back, and maybe
750. So
there's the front
1,750.
Yeah,
plus a front in there as well and a back maybe.
Yeah, add another 120 points, and that should give him 1870.
And there, look at that, 1870.
There you go, just as if by magic.
That was probably about as easy a run, though, as you could score.
Now, what does he have for his encore, for his second pass, we wonder?
I don't know. It doesn't. For some reason, he doesn't really look like a toe tricker to me, but I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We'll wait and see.
We'll see. All right, then. So we've got you here in the announcing point. Thanks a lot for rejoining me here for the tricks event.
Yeah, it's been a long day, hasn't it, with a lot going on with both lakes running at the same time. But, yeah, I'm a big fan of the trick event, and I know didn't want you up here on your own struggling away, Tony, so I thought I'd come and give you a hand.
Oh, it wasn't a struggle.
It's not really a struggle, is it? Watching the best skiers in the world.
Nah. I could think of worse ways to spend my day. All right, then. So we've got open men's tricking. We got Tygum Park, and I think normally the procedure here for these types of events is to actually pick up the skier and then take them all the way to the end of the lake and then drop them back in, and in that time get the change out for the rope and the ski and what have you.
Well, I stand corrected. He is a toe tricker.
All right, then.
Good to see.
Oh, looks like he's going to go for a toe 5 here,
or a toe O. We'll wait and see. Okay, toe 5 back.
Looked fairly smooth to me.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good.
Not looking too bad there on the hole. Toe back and toe front. Toe side.
A toe wake back to back. I know you're a big fan of that trick, Tony.
Especially the reverse. Oh, look at this!
Yeah, good on him.
And I think he span out just in time to score
Definitely.
that.
I'm paying that all day long if I'm a judge. Yeah, so that one's a little bit harder to score, Tony.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit harder.
We'll leave that to the. There might just be a little hitch there in between the toe O and then.
And I think that's going to be the consensus.
Yeah.
I mean, we have our 5 officials. We've got Virginia Sorti, we've got Felipe Leal, we've got PJ Long, we've also got Bruce Coburn and Jeffrey Smith on our
that's a
on our
good
panel.
Trick panel. I mean, Bruce Coburn literally invented half of these tricks we just saw back in the 60s.
So if he feels that the trick ski is less than perfect, at least by his definition, it probably shouldn't be counted. Oh, bit of an edge grab there, but he manages to produce a run of 1,410 points. 1,410 points. We're in the review stage. So they've identified the tricks. Now they're going back and reviewing to actually see if they're credit or not. And then what will happen here is it will go into the timing to see how much of that pass was actually within the 20 seconds of time that is allocated for that run. You got me on that one there, Glenn?
Yeah, it's as clear as mud. I'm following you along. But, yeah, and we're having 60-second break between skiers, and no shorter. So in other words, we had, I think the under-21 Worlds in Canada, there was some skiers were waiting up to 3 or 4 minutes, some skiers were going straight away, and it's a bit tough on the athletes not knowing exactly when they're going to ski. So
okay, so we've got a new score coming through. It's 34:30, 3,430. That's on the strength of 1870 plus 1510, 3430 for Tygum Park. Now, Dima Thompson. Wake 5 front, ski line back. What does he have here? Flip in one direction, flip in the other. You can imagine the kind of state that he's in right now, having taken a pretty big hit there with the jump in. And I tell you what,
that was a good run.
Yeah, nice,
really nice run. 4 excellent flips, a ski line back, and a wake 5 front.
It was very methodical. It wasn't smooth or flowing as we have seen other passes, and he wasn't in a rush to put all of these tricks in. Maybe that was a byproduct of what he suffered with earlier on today. But we'll see if that front flip is actually going to be in time, because that is going to be a whopping part of his score, 800 points for the front flip. So going through this run. Not that many tricks produced here. I'll give him about 7 or 8 tricks there, all said and told.
Flip.
Yeah, and a beautifully executed front flip. But is it in time, though? The timing becomes an issue. There's this, looks like the ski line back is going to be docked here because of the rope is in the water. Now, the rope has to be out of the water in mid-rotation for any ski line trick. And it doesn't look like he has an awful lot of issues so far as timing with the few tricks that he has to put in. So that front flip is going to be in time, and that should give him a score of 34.70. That is 34.70, and that already puts him 30 points ahead of Tygan Park on the strength of one pass alone.
Yeah, shows how much those flips are worth. So the ski line back was the only trick he lost there?
Yeah, basically, because 3 out of the 5 determined that that trick was no credit for the line being in the water. Here comes Dima Thompson, 29.6.
Yeah, the toe flight back and then the toe back to back. It's pretty standard run. Toe flight
front. A little partition spin there. Toe into wrap, grabbing on rather nervously there with the getting ready for the toe Waco. Oh, good elevation there. Oh, nicely done. Oh, and he was already hurting enough from jumping this morning, and got a little bit of a twang there too.
Yeah, but it's the world champs. You don't want to, if you're the release person, you don't want to be releasing too early, do you? At a world champs, so hanging on there.
All right, looking good with toe tricks here. Tries the toe 5 front, and it ends up being a little bit more of a partition spin than anything else. The judges are reviewing what they've identified as being tricks that were performed in this pass. So they're on the review stage now. They're scoring the tricks. They've identified them. Now they're reviewing them to make sure that they're credit or otherwise. He fell on a toe wake line back to back reverse, or just a plain straight up plain toe wake line back to back. And the toes are subject to timing now. Now, I think that toe wake line back to back, had he have gone, it would have probably have been out of time anyway. So 24.50 is committed, and that gives him a grand total of 59.20.
Good score.
All right. 59.20. That point score should be released up on your screen. And as if by magic, there it is.
Well done. Current leader, of course, ranked number 1 at the moment in this tournament so far.
All right, then, here we go. This is the opening toe pass, and it belongs to Ryuta Funo. Toe wake back, toe wake front.
Oh, jeez. Unusual run.
Yeah, a little bit of a hybrid run here. Look at this. Some line backs and some wake lines as well. Wake back to back, and it's reverse, keeping everything moving forward. There's a Waco, a couple of sides there, wake back, and an unusual run to say the least. But it's got plenty of tricks in that, and the judges will look favorably on a little bit of creativity in that regard, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure these judges are not looking for creativity out there, Tony.
Wow.
They might enjoy watching it, but they're still going to score the tricks the same. But that is unusual. You don't see that very often now. You put the toe piece on basically to get 300 points.
It's not looking too bad at this stage. Now the judges are still trying to determine what tricks he actually performed. like these back-to-backs, or could they be confused as being a surface back and a surface front? That's the main challenge with a lot of these surface tricks with the officials. Yep, they're still judging. They're still trying to determine the rotation.
He won't get away with this at the World Champs with the caliber of judges we've got, but at a couple of, at a backyard tournament, some places around the world, some judges might forget. They might start by writing toe at the top of the sheet or on the eye trick and continue to score the rest of that run, Tony, as toe tricks. You never know. It won't happen here, but it could be a good little ploy there from our Japanese competitor.
Maybe. All right, then. Looks like one trick is being adjudged to be no credit. That's the Waco towards the end there. It's 150 points, and 4 out of 5 of a knock that move.
There we go. He's wrapped up on toe again.
Yes, indeed. But this time he's going to do more toe tricks. He does the surface toe 5 back.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. Reverse toe 8 back to back. You got to love that. Look at this. He's more adept to producing toe tricks than he is hands. Look at him go. The toe 8 lying back. What has he got here? Toe side and toe back and toe front. Reverse toe back, reverse toe front. Yes!
Good trick.
There you go. Ryuta Funo.
We don't see that often, do we? More than one pass of toes.
Fantastic skiing all the way throughout there, especially with these toe tricks. They're not the easiest ones to perform.
I know you love this one, the reverse toe wake back to back.
Boom.
Yeah, it's a great trick. Hard trick to get consistently as well.
Fantastic effort there. Good looking run there. Doesn't normally practice tricks all that often. As a matter of fact, whenever he came over to Bennett's in the spring of this season, towards the end of February, where it was actually snowing at that point, he went out there and borrowed someone else's trick ski and trick line, and still was able to produce tricks of this kind of caliber. But there you go, some great. All right then. So as we continue right along, we're waiting for the official point score there for Ryuta Funo. They're in the judging phase. They're in the process of identifying the tricks performed and determining whether those tricks are initially in time. But the identification is complete. The review is in the process of being performed against the tricks that he produced out there. Looks like it's about to open up here a little bit. Hopefully it won't be raining for too long, if indeed it comes to pass that it does. Seeing a few drops up on the lake now, so it's definitely raining here. I am here with Glenn Williams, coming to us from New Zealand. And I'm Tony Lightfoot, here from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And looks like we've got a committed score. The only trick that was taken out of his total was the reverse toe side slide, and giving him a total of 31.10 on that pass, combined with 14.40 on the original pass, giving him a grand total of 45.50. So 45.50 for Ryuta Funo.
Yeah, puts him in second spot.
All right, getting ready for our next competitor. This is Stepan Schipper. So he'll be our penultimate skier in Men's Series 6. Opted not to slalom earlier on today.
Yeah, he jumped well though, didn't he? Was it 61.9 he jumped?
Yeah, 61.9.
Yeah, so I wonder if maybe, because jumps is a big event, maybe when they changed the schedule, he didn't want to have to slalom and then jump maybe an hour later. I'm not sure why he pulled out a slalom, but maybe it was a fitness thing, I'm not sure.
Okay, running with C2, 0 ballast, 31K. Stepan Spak. And just absolutely stomping these tricks. Just look at him go.
Oh, nice.
So wait, line back to back at the end.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah, just absolutely sending it out there with all of those tricks. Electing to go with toe tricks first. And using those arms for balance, and does that to extremely great effect there. And that seems to be a common trait between the Ukrainian skiers and many other Eastern European competitor athletes.
Here's a good run, high scoring toe pass.
So the tricks are identified. They are being reviewed now. It seems that only one trick is going to be taken out of his repertoire, and that is the toe wake lino. A combination of factors go into the decision there. Not complete was one judge. Foot in the water was the unanimous opinion for the remaining officials.
He actually kind of landed on his on the rope, I think, to be fair. So I think the officials are right there.
All right, then, that being the case, his opening pass yielded a score of 33-60, 33-60. So there we go. We are committed to that score of 3,360 points. All right, getting ready for pass number 2. All righty, here we go. Looks like the rain's starting to come down a little bit. A few raindrops have even made it to the lens of our camera here. Going with backflips each side here. Flip twist to the back, 750 points. Flip twist to the front.
This is a good run, Tony.
Oh, yeah, just absolutely. He's on fire here. Ski line 5 back and just slipping up on the landing there. But an exciting array of tricks there as they're now being identified by our officials. Had a positional trick at the beginning, a non-scoring positional. There's the Mo back-to-back. He goes in for the second one. Getting good rotation there. There's the regular back flip, and then almost immediately back on his edge across the wake. By this time, he had 2 more flips than he could produce. He does the flip twist to back to front, and then he starts slowing the boat speed down at a preset time into that pass. Once he gets past a certain trick, the release person informs the driver that the boat speed change is necessary. But there we go. We are reviewing the tricks so far. so far, 49.70 on that second pass, and now it comes down to timing.
Yeah, all the tricks to me look to be credit to
Oh, yeah.
Tony. They're very clean, concise tricks. So a little bit easier for the judges when it's that way, of course. Just sorting out the time, adding the two scores together. It's going to be up over 7,000, actually maybe even up over 8,000 points here.
I believe the latter is more the
Yeah.
case here because it's 83.30,
There you go.
8,330. So there we go, 83.30 for Stepan Shpak. He's taken the lead with that score. Nikolaos Vasidis from Greece is up next.
Yeah, just a step down maybe from the previous skier in terms of ability. Some basic tricks out here. Oh, we're going to finish with a big flip, I think. Oof.
Yeah, he certainly did, but he didn't quite get the elevation in the right direction to make that flip doable for him. So once again, we're having a look at this replay in Men's Series 6 Tricks Elimination Round. So here's tricks are being judged by the officials right now. That's the identification process. Then we're in the review, which is just started. All right, not looking bad there towards the end. So Stefan Shpak is in the lead there with his two pass total of 83.30. So Nikolaos Vasidis looking to try and challenge that score. So just waiting on the signal from our officials before they can continue. And 930 points is a committed score on pass number one. So it'll be a little bit miffed with that point score. Fell on the backflip. Having put a decent array of tricks there, some surface moves to get things up and running. But here we go, and Nikolaos Vasidis. Keeping it going here. Oh, looks like he's going to perform a backflip here as well. And just coming up a little bit short there. So just not his day for getting the flips under order.
No, he looks a little bit underdone on the flip, doesn't he? Both runs. It's pulling up short. Some basic stuff here. So, I mean, his score is going to be probably around that 1,500 points, I'd say, in total.
Yeah, but a lot of the moves that he produced in this second and final 20-second pass had already been performed before on pass number one, so he's going to lose a whole bunch of points in that regard. Then he tries the backflip and
yeah, so he might be lucky to get to 1,500, Tony.
Yeah.
You're dead right.
All right, then. So, looks like we've got a potential score of 420 points, 420 points. And the judges are reviewing it, but I shouldn't imagine that it will take him all that long, considering what he performed out there on the water. It can get a little confusing at times, but our judges are here, and they are picked to be the best in the business in calculating trick scores and whoever has whatever each score being performed is. Okay, so 420 on pass number 2. That gives him a grand total of 1350. And let's have a look at the starting list for a men's Series 5 tricks. Paolo Pagozzi will be our leadoff skier there, followed by Corey Saddington, then Oscar Domino, Albert Gross from Germany, then Alexander Menzel of also from Germany. Alexei Filipenko is also on that list, followed by Adam Young-Hanifer, Leonard Martinov, Ales Polidor, and Luca Ruckenwald are 10 skiers in that list. New score coming through, and it is 1350, 1,350 for Mikolaus Visidis. Okay, Paolo Pagozzi. This now is pass number 1. Looks like he's going to do toes.
Yeah, it certainly does, Tony. And one of the many skiers, of course, that's going to end up skiing 3 times today. There's quite a few in this trick event. This will be the 3rd ski for the day.
We'll get into a little bit of difficulty towards the end there with that toe wake move.
Some interesting stuff there, Tony. A couple of those tricks he kind of does a different way to normal, the reverse. If you watch this start off here, this toe, is this a toe 5 back? But
toe 5 back, yeah.
But it's from the toe 7 starting position, really, isn't it? And
exactly.
It's just a bit different. It's all quite nice tricking here, though. It's all, I think, going to be full credit from the judges.
Yeah, it appears to be performed smooth enough for the to have them full credit. I mean, it's they're not like the most advanced tricks that out of the entire repertoire of listed tricks so far. But I mean, it's how well you can perform and get them credit. No, it's not just like throwing just a whole bunch of tricks into a pass and hope that you're doing well enough for credit. It's knowing that when you do it, you know that it's going to be credited because you spent a long time practicing and a long time in competitions, to put yourself in this situation. So, skier about to get into the water again is going to be Paolo Pagozzi. After him is going to be Australia's Corey Saddington. All right, then. So we got a committed score on pass number 1. 1,700 points. The only trick that was taken out was the toe wake line back. And one trend that I'm actually seeing start to appear a little bit more out of our officials is the toe wake-o seems to have been credited a little bit more this time compared to others.
I had noticed that, Tony. I wasn't going to comment actually, but yes, you're dead right. It was the trick that was not getting paid a lot in Canada a month ago, but it is so far today.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Paolo Pagazzi. Oh, almost tripped over the wake there. There we go. There's the second flip. A couple of sides. Does he have anything more? Positional to the back, wake front, wake back. Oh, goes for the ski line back to back. He won't get paid for that. Unfortunately, he fell and probably was out of time anyways. So in the judging phase of this effort here, we've got our officials identifying the tricks one at a time. All right then, so they're judging to determine the identity of each trick that he performed within the rule specifications for each trick, whether multi-degree rotational spins on the surface are smooth without stopping between the start and the finish of said rotational trick, whether a wake trick actually has air between the ski and the water, whether the ski line trick, the rope is actually off the water during the entirety of the rotation, so on and so forth. All of those little nuanced things that go part and parcel with the tricks event, which is about as nuanced as it gets within the sport of tournament water skiing. There, Glenn.
Absolutely.
Oh my word! I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing mostly red here for our athlete out there on the water. Paolo Pagazzi there. Getting a whole bunch of red there. Rope in the water, no hesitation. Ski line back to back, falling towards the end. Obviously not getting credit for that. So 3 major tricks there are taken out of the scoring makeup for pass number 2, and if it is correct, then it is a score of a 33.80, 16.80 on pass number 2. The addition there.
Okay, here we go. Corey said, I'm pretty sure he started his deep water start with his rope and his toe piece, but I might have been seeing things. But now he's doing a hand run. Of all the great trick skiers Australia's produced, Corey's not one of them. But he's in the team for slalom and jump, but he's out there having a bit of fun on the trick ski.
Oh, he's having trouble getting height off the wake there for the wake for the Waco and wake 5.
It's got to be 25 seconds by now, I would think.
Yeah, but he just keeps tricking just for the heck of it.
Does.
All right, let's have a look at these. You know, the initial handle tricks look pretty good so far as being credit worthy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just keeping it flowing. Nothing too much here to be terribly concerned about. Goes there for the Waco. The judges are still trying to identify the tricks that he performed, which if they are a little bit disjointed might be a bit of a problem for them. All right, going there for the line back and, yeah, going nostrils deep with that one.
I think he ripped his strap on his toe piece on his initial deep water start, because I'm pretty sure he started with his rope on toe, and then at some stage he's taken his toe piece off and done his hand pass. So,
yeah, especially if he does toe tricks with a particular ski without the binding on the back, that kind of makes hand tricks a little bit challenging.
Oh, I don't think he does. I can't imagine him spending money on 2 trick skis for the amount of tricking he does. But so it's possible if they've been able to fix his toe strap down at the other end of the lake that he'll come back and do toes on this pass.
All right, then we've got the first pass subject to timing right now. Looks like it's going to be 850 points if the scoring bears similar fruit. Yeah, 830 points. And the tricks that they took out are a wake back to back, a front, a Waco, and a reverse Waco, all one after the other.
Okay, so I think he's going to attempt a toe pass here with a broken toe strap. Which is a bit gutsy effort from Corey.
Here he comes.
Oh, he's happy.
There we go. Toho maybe didn't want to quite risk doing the toe 5 back.
Or maybe he can't do one.
Okay.
Oh.
He's struggling a little bit here, I do have to say it. And, well, I guess that's as much as he's prepared to put out there, given his skill level in this event. But there you go. That is Corey Saddington coming in towards the dock. And he'll be relatively happy with that, I would say.
Yeah, he's given the crowd a big G up, hasn't he? Oh, we're going to try it.
He's going to try the flip?
Nah.
So there you go. That is Corey Saddington. He'll swim into the dock, and that will complete his effort out there.
Well, completes his World Championships. Had all 3 skis today, slalom jump tricks. So the opening ceremony's tonight, so he's finished his Worlds before the opening occurs.
He's done it all.
He's done it all. Now he can just cheer on his Australian teammates for the rest of this Worlds.
So the judges are reviewing everything that they've identified that he produced. No toe strap there, no heel strap on the toe hold deal out there. So he had to be a little bit skilled there too to produce those toe tricks under those trying circumstances.
Yeah, the rain looks quite heavy at the start dock. It's not so bad here, is it, Tony, yet, maybe? It might be heading this way, but you see the pretty big droplets on the start dock.
Yep. Okay, the judges are still reviewing the tricks that Corey Saddington produced, and if the initial total of 1,100 is going to be a true reflection of his performance, it will be added to the first pass and of 830. So 830 plus 1,100 should give him 1,930 points.
That's pretty heavy. Now that's big fat rain, Tony.
Yep, and looks like we're going to have to take shelter for a little bit, so we'll...
Yeah, being from New Zealand, know a little bit about rain, and right now we're getting some big fat rain.
All right, that being the case, then we'll see if we can receive. We'll see if we'll receive a notification from our officials that the play has been halted. No, we're still going.
No, we've got a skier on the water. We're going to continue on.
And up to a certain point.
Yeah, we're breaking up. Wiser heads have prevailed here, I think.
Yep, you're right on that respect.
I mean, it's the World Championships. These guys have trained for 2 years for this event. I
All
don't
right,
want to be
then.
skiing in this.
Okay, so 2025 IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships will continue, but only after this.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
World record ropes masterline.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspot.
everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, then, welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the World Championships of 2025, coming to you from Richeto in northern Italy. Here we go. This is Oscar Domino coming to us out of Denmark, and let's see what he's got here. He's going to go for the ski line back, a little bit flat there from my perspective. So there we go, wake back to back, and goes with surface back to back, and fronts and backs there. It's not a bad little effort here. Oh, nicely done there. Surface O into the wrap there, and this trick is going to be very, very close to being out of time. And he goes for the front flip there, just as something that he wants to do.
Yeah,
just
a little bit of a different sort of a run there with the surface 360 wrap in, and then the wrap out over the wake.
Yeah.
And then he's got a front flip at the end that, although he didn't make it, it looks like he could make it, or at least he's pretty close. Even this trick landing with one hand, that's kind of cool. It's a little bit, it's slower, but it does look kind of cool, you got to say.
Yeah. Okay, Oscar Domino from Denmark, who competed in the U21s, World Championships and European Championships, and also competed in the Open. So he's been quite a busy individual, I would say. And we're just looking here and just tracking his front flip. Just didn't quite have enough room or height to actually make that trick completed. So it looks like it's going to come down to timing which tricks are going to be out of time, which tricks are going to be in. Looks like that ski line back there is a trick that's going to be not included in the total because the rope was in the water. So 350 points gone as a result of that. Most of everything else that he tried was pretty good, except. But now it comes down, as I said, to timing. They're in the review period right about now. So there we go. You see right at the top there, that ski line back, which would have been 350 points, is a no credit trick. So 750 points is going to go Oscar Domino's way. Needs to pick up the pace a little bit to have those two flips close to being in time. So here we go. We got Oscar Domino with 750 points on pass number 1. So continuing to roll here. All right. Okay, so Oscar Domino falling about 2/3 the way down the pass.
Yeah, it's a shame. He's actually left a few tricks on the table out there. Like you say, no credit on the ski line back, and then his first flip was out of time, which is a good one. And then his toe run was going reasonably well, but he unfortunately fell before the whole 20 seconds. So he's going to miss out on a few points.
Looks like the rain's coming down a little harder this time around, so it looks like the tricks that he performed on the pass number 2, mostly credit, does have to be said, but they're in the review stage right now. It looks like the reverse toe slide is going to be out, and that toe is the one that he fell on at the end. So pretty much between the start and that fall everything is credit aside from the reverse toe side. All given told, it should be 1,430 points on pass number 2. And when combined with the other one, it should give him a grand total of 2,680, unless there's something out the ordinary comes to pass with that effort.
Yeah, and the rain's just intensifying here again, Tony. I'm not sure what the officials are going to do here. They'll be tempted to keep going. Obviously, you've started an event. You need to try and finish it, but it's could be a fairly stop-start affair. Although the look of it, we're not. I don't know that we're actually pausing for the rain at the moment. We might be pausing just to get.
Okay, so as an official yourself in this kind of situation, if you were to call the event and stop it for whatever reason, what do the skiers have so far as options go? Do they get to keep the score as a protected total and go out again in their series in an attempt to rerun from the start?
Well, I think the rule is there to protect skiers from having to ski in worse conditions or considerably different conditions than what the rest of the series got. And I don't think anyone so far has skied in untrickable conditions. That's the beauty of the trick event. You can kind of get away with a little bit more. But I'm sure that there'd be some team captains, you know, if the event was to be called off now for rain, there would be some team captains of those first 3 skiers in the series that we've had scores for that would be looking for a rewrite. But we're a little ways off getting there. I mean, we've still got a bit of time up our sleeves here tonight, although we do have an opening ceremony at 7 p.m. in town. So everybody,
which they might want to move inside because it is an outdoor venue. All right, then. We're going to go quickly to commercial break, and then we'll return.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Needs a ball when he gets inside and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. Here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Masterline, made in the USA.
Morning, Ryan.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets off. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
That's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
World record ropes masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
All right, then we've got an event continuation taking place. We've got a whole bunch of tricking to come in this current series, which is series number 5. We've already done number 6. But as you can probably tell, the weather's a little bit on the inclement side. It's raining quite heavily, so we'll try to continue as if nothing is really affecting us in that way. But we've still got plenty of skiers to go. I think the last skier that we had was Corey Saddington, and his point score was a shade under 4,500 points, if memory serves me right. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have the pleasure of your company. And this is day 2 of the IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Riccetto, the national training site of the Italian tournament water ski team. And it looks like our officials are continuing to delay. Now we have about, give or take, about 20 or so trickers remaining, maybe closer to 18 when you factor in the first 3 competitors in series 5. We've got one more series to come after this, and each series has on average about 10 skiers. So I think you can probably make a pretty good determination as to where we are so far as a skier count between now and the end. Now, the officials are continuing to request a delay before we go back out.
You were like, fuck, okay, turn in the back, save, and then turn the
All right, and until we get a definite word from our officials that we have the green light to continue, we'll return to our commercials, and when we come back, we should be right and ready to go for the remainder of Series 5 tricks. We'll be back right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
USA. What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions. and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
All right, then. Looks like our tournament towboat, the Ski Nautique by Correct Craft, making its way back to the dock. There is your current leaderboard of trickers so far, taking the ones that had already performed in Series 6 and those that have competed already in Series 5 into account. As you can see, the rain isn't making life at all pleasant for our driver and the coach of our next competitor, who should be Albert Gross of Germany. And yes, it's coming down hard again, just when you thought that there is a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. The Mother Nature says to tell us once again, do not underestimate. So I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have you on board again. So we're still in an official hold right now. I don't know if there is any specific rule which governs how long we hold on from our officials before we decide to either proceed on or to whether to call it a day. Now that's the reason. That's partially the reason why we actually have a series of skiers all grouped in groups of 10 for this exact reason. If the event was called, then it wouldn't have any effect upon the skiers in Series 6, because every single one of them are competed. Now, obviously, it gets complicated, a little bit more complicated when it comes to Series 5, because we've had 3 skiers who have skied already. So the potential could be there for those 3 skiers to potentially go back out again and do a re-ride, under the proviso that they're given an opportunity to either accept the score that they produced in the original effort, or go out and try again. I'm guessing score protection rules come into play as well. We're in that instance, but right now I think we're a little ways off from broaching that subject. And in the meantime, while our judges ponder what to do next, we're going to step aside and take a break. And when we return, hopefully we'll have some skiing, or at least some notification from our officials as to how they plan to proceed. Back in a few.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Eagle. Made in the USA.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Hello everybody, I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this event, the Open World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Rocchetto. Weather's kind of turned on us, and it's still continuing to rain, but not nearly the kind of intensity that it showed us a little bit earlier on in the afternoon. Manuel Domini pulling our next skier. All right, then. So our next skier about to take to the water is Albert Gross from Germany. Let's see how things are shape up for him. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Not doing too badly with these toes, one after the other. Just trying to keep a good tempo, and unfortunately there for Albert Gross from Germany, taking a fall about midway through the run, as we continue to trick to at least get Series 5 completed before we maybe broach the subject of going on to Series 4. Albert Gross from Germany. A decent effort so far, and we'll see how things shape up for him with the second and final 20-second pass of tricks. Only did 7 tricks on that run: a toe wake back and toe wake front, a couple of toe sides, a toe back and toe front, and on his way to doing a wake line back, he took the fall. So looks like we're committed on whatever score that pass produced. It is 760 points. 760 points for Albert Gross. All right, welcome to a rather dreary looking Richeto, the national site for the Italian water ski team, located right here in the region of Piemonte and in this part of the world, the province of Novara, the commune of Richeto, and we're so glad and gratified that we have plenty of support from both local government and also from local sponsors as well, and especially from those that aren't immediately tied to the sport of tournament water skiing, which is always a good thing going forwards. All right, then, here we go. This is Albert Gross of Germany. Continuing to roll here, surface 5 back, surface 5 front, Waco. Getting good elevation here with these tricks and continuing to motor along. A couple of sides at the end, and I think that he'll be glad to get tricks out of the way. And looks like he's gonna find a nice warm towel and some shelter somewhere as soon as he makes his way back to the dock. So that is Albert Gross of Germany. We'll now continue on with our next competitor, and that next competitor is going to be Alexander Menzel. He too is from Germany. We'll have a look at these tricks one at a time. There's a back and a front, reverse back, wake back to back, and there's the wake back to back reverse. Surface back-to-backs, and then works his way to the front. Now, because that front is in a reverse, it can actually be put in that sequence and very cleverly tot up some points with a few intelligent twists and turns to make that work for him. There's the wake 5 front. Nice elevation there. Now it's just a question of whether that and the side slide are within time. Albert Gross of Germany. Looks like the side slide is going to be out of time, or at least not have too many points awarded to them because of. At least two officials say there's no hesitation between one side and the other. It looks like most of those tricks, in fact, pretty much all of them are credit, so it'll be 1,570 points. We're still in the review stage, but if nothing changes, it should result in a point score along the range of about 2,370 points. As the rain continues to drive into the site. The wind is picking up now as well, which is going to make the rain situation a little bit worse, especially for those skiers going into the wind for the pass number 1, and it is a total score of 2,370 for Albert Gross. Albert Gross from Germany, 2,370. All right, skier on the water is Alexander Menzel. Coming in on pass number 1. Toe 5 back, toe back-to-backs. Toe back and toe front, reverse toe back, reverse toe front. A couple of toe sides here and there. About 15 seconds in, toe wake back, toe wake front, and there we go, toe O into wrap. And I think that will be about the last attempted trick within time, although he will not get that trick as he fell on it. But a decent run. The judges identifying not only the tricks, but also the ones that are repeated, including the toe front towards this part of the run. Toe back, and there's the repeat at the toe front. But it's not looking bad at all. So there we go. That is Alexander Menzel, who not only competes for Germany, but also competes for the University of Clemson Tigers, the Clemson University Tigers in South Carolina at collegiate level. But a good solid effort there as he's picked up out the water and sent down towards the end. Stefan Schipper still in the lead, ahead of Dima Thompson and ahead of Ryuta Funo, with those point scores that you see up on the screen. So looking at the dock, seeing someone getting ready there. That is going to be Alexei Filipenko. He'll be tricking next, and I would suspect that he's going to be lighting the trick course up with some great moves in just a few moments. But in the meantime, we're going to see Alexander Menzel with his second and final 22nd pass. We have a committed score on pass number 1, though. It is 1,710 points for Alexander Menzel on pass number 1. Let's see what he can do on pass number 2, setting the boat speed up to a little under 28 kilometers an hour. Alpha 2, 25% ballast, which should beef up the wakes enough to where he can actually perform his wake tricks, such as that one. There's the Wake-O, the back-to-backs, wake back-to-back. Let's see what he's got. Wake back, wake front, wake line back, or a little bit of a slide there. Line back, wake line front. And c'est tout. There we go. Good effort there from Alexander Menzel. Only falling towards the end of his toe pass and putting together some tricks that if the initial judgment on some of those tricks is allowed to stand, then he'll be tricking in excess of 3,200 points on the strength of what I see so far. So Alexander Menzel going through each of his tricks. Got a little bit of a slide there on the wake line back, and as a result of that slide, he will not get credit for that trick. The 3 out of the 5 judges have said that it's either non-complete with a slide, a flat trick, or non-complete slide and non-compete as well. So only one judge decided not to give him that particular trick, but everything else looked fairly good, aside from the 2 side slides at the end, almost, with 3 out of the 5 judges giving him no hesitation there between the side and the reverse side. So looks like we have a committed score of 3,060 for Alexander Menzel. 3,060 for Alexander Menzel. Next skier to take to the water is going to be our skier from the white flag. And that skier is going to be Alexei Filipenko. Just warming up here and getting limbered up for the first of 2 20-second runs. Mo back-to-back, there he goes, and now going for the Mo, now going for the back-to-front flip, front-to-back flip, regular back flips, and just trying to settle everything down. Wake 5 front, wake 5 back, 310 points for each of those moves. Ski line back-to-back, which I believe is 350. And then a ski line back, which is worth somewhat less. But there we go. Some great skiing there from Alexei Filipenko. Skiing under the provisions of the IWWF white flag, which is there to allow skiers that would ordinarily represent countries that are currently not allowed to compete in international competitions, to allow those associated athletes to participate in a tournament such as the World Championships or other titled events such as the Europeans, under 21s and Opens, and that kind of stuff. The IWWF felt that it punished the athletes too harshly if an outright ban against them skiing in such tournaments was implemented. So the thing that they deprive those athletes on is the ability to represent countries that have been banned for one reason or another from competing as their own national team. So Alexei Filipenko in the water, about 3/4 away into the pass. And we'll have a look at the lead. Our next skier getting ready. That next skier is Adam Young-Hanifer. So it looks like we got a committed score for Alexei Filipenko. 35.30 on pass number 1. So already at a fairly good pace right now. And those flips certainly helped. No credit on the 5 front. There's seemingly the only trick that he missed out on. And falling on a ski line back there at the end. But that was probably going to be out of time anyways. But here we go. Alexei Filipenko. Toe 5 back. A little bit of a partition rotation there on that particular move. But he is trying to get in as many tricks as possible. Toe wake back to back and does not attempt the toe wake back to back reverse. Toe in and toe out, not electing to grab the line. But there you go. He's feeling it out there, even though the conditions are anything but desirable out there. He's able to get the job done. That's Alexei Filipenko representing the white flag of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. So let's continue on. We've just seen Alexei Filipenko go through his motions in the trick discipline. Looking at the instant replay, going through some of these tricks, the judges are reviewing each of these tricks, and each of our judges has a different set of eyes and their own interpretation of what is an acceptable trick and what isn't. but the fact that we've got a panel of 5 trick judges normally takes care of any kind of disagreement or discrepancy in that vein. Looks like they are agreed that that the reverse toe side that he produced was not 90 degrees, and thus he'll get 130 points lobbed off his second pass. And there you see it, the reverse toe side being a non-credit trick, and give him 1960, and with 1960 added on to 3,530. That gives him a grand total of 5490. That is 5490 for Alexei Filpenko. All right, skier on the water right here, right now is Adam Young-Hanifer. Coming to us from the Southeast Asian country of Malaysia. This is Adam Young-Hanifer. Toe wake Ko not looking too bad there. Toe wake line back. And a couple of toe sides, and he's happy with that. Yes, extremely happy, as a matter of fact. Able to get the job done there. And that is Adam Young-Hanifer out of Malaysia. More specifically, the city region of Putrajaya, which is just outside the state capital of Kuala Lumpur. A site that itself has hosted these same championships all the way back in 2019. And from what I understand, with recent communication, there could be an opportunity there in Putrajaya to host a professional event within the next 12 months. So we'll look forward to seeing if that bears fruit. But looking so far as Adam's tricking is concerned, I suspected that the toe wake back-to-back would not receive credit in it, and sure enough, it doesn't. It was a flat trick, and the toe wake Ko, a trick that has been under a lot of scrutiny in recent times with in latest events at this kind of level, and so far as Adam Young-Hanifer is concerned, that toe wake Ko, in the eyes of the officials, is either flat or it contained a pre-turn, and that results in that trick being scrubbed from the total achieved on pass number 1. That total is now being timed, and once that timing section is done, then it should produce a score of 1,820 points. But we're going to go straight ahead and go on to pass number 2. It is a committed score, by the way. That's just flashed up on my screen. So 1820. 1820 on pass number 1. Wake 5 front, 310 points there. A Waco, that's 200. And here he goes for the remaining tricks that he has. Does 2 flips, 500 points apiece. Yes, absolutely. You go celebrate, Adam. Representing the Southeast Asian country of Malaysia. And I'm sure he's going to try a flip of some sort, or maybe we'll back off a little bit from that, considering that he is trying to recover from a pretty major knee injury. Hence the reason why he's got a pretty hefty knee brace on his right knee. So Adam Young-Hanifer, who in the first pass tricked 1820, 1,820, is going to see some more tricks added to that total. So going through the flips one at a time, and that reverse backflip towards the end might actually be out of time once that scrutiny comes into play. You only have 20 seconds to get these tricks within time. So we're just judging those. They're in the process of judging those tricks right now. They've identified them. Now they're judging them. All right, so we're just waiting on our officials to get done with the scoring for Adam Young-Hanifer. Looks like there's a no credit on the Wake 5 front, which is 310 points added that should have been added to the total, but won't be. But obviously there are some timing issues involved here, at least with the last 4 tricks. The 2 backflips and sides in each direction, which is going to represent a good chunk of points that will not be a part of his total on pass number 2. But it looks like those 2 backflips are within time. It looks like the side slides are out of time, which means that the minor amount of points is kind of left begging, but he certainly appreciates the 2 backflips are going to be within time. 1820 on pass number 1, 1830 on pass number 2, and if this passes through the scrutiny of timing unscathed, then he should get a point score of 36.50. Okay, 36.50 is a committed score. That currently puts Adam Young-Hanifer in 5th place. So, coming in, our next skier coming to us from Ukraine. This is Leonard Martinov. Getting through the first few tricks here. Looking a little unsteady there with that 5 front. Now he going to go in for his flips. Getting good height here. Going to go for the front flip and barrels in on that one and almost ended up on the shore in his attempt to recover from that move, but there we go. That is Leonard Martinov, our 3rd from last skier out in men's series 5 tricking. So looking through the tricks as he's performed them. He performed the ski line back as his opening move. That's 350 points right there for the start. And got in a little bit of bother there with the Wake 5 front before he went in for his flip sequence. But, however, that Wake 5 front seems to be performed to the satisfaction of our officials. And he fell on the front flip. So pretty much everything that he had, all 9 tricks that he had prior to that fall have been credited to his cause. And the 2170 should be the point score. Now, because he fell before the end of 20 seconds, timing should not be a factor here in determining the point score ultimately, unless he tricked really, really slow and fell beyond the 20 seconds, and that discussion is moot. So a 2170 on pass number 1 for our skier from Ukraine, Leonard Martinov. So our current leader in the tricks event is currently in the towboat for Leonard Martinov. That is Stepan Špak with his point score of 83.30. Also in the towboat there, we have Jeremy Scholl with being the camera operator inside that towboat. Ordinarily, we would use our ultra lightweight windshield mounted camera, but because of the weather and the sensitivity of that equipment, it was deemed necessary to change out that camera and go with something a little bit sturdier, but it would require the inclusion of an operator to operate that camera, whereas the normal camera that we use is remotely controlled. Here we go, Leonard Martinov. Doing a few wake jumps here with the foot on toe. Toe 5 back. Needs to control his arms there to control his spin and stay upright here. Toe side and toe side reverse. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Does he get it to go? Toe O wrap in. Toe a partition spin with the toe O out. But there you go. Good skiing there from Leonard Martinov, who comes to us originally from Dnipro in Ukraine, but obviously with the current conflict that's going on in that part of the world, he, along with other team members from Ukraine, had to leave their native land and continue to train elsewhere. And I'm sure that they are extremely grateful and appreciative of those clubs and sites and entities that are able to lend them a hand in that vein. Leonard Martinov, as we have a look and see with the tricks that he has. We're in the review period, which means that we've identified the tricks. We're now reviewing to see if those tricks are performed well enough to be credited. Now, interesting to note that towards the end of time, he had a toe back and a toe front, which probably had already been done already, so it would have been a repeat. That would have been one reason for those tricks not to be credited, but they were out of time anyway. So, and that toe front and that toe back and toe front are actually substitute tricks for what, in place of what he really was attempting to do, which was a toe O out. But because the spin was not a continuous rotation, it was judged to be a partition spin with a toe back and toe front. But they were out of time anyway, so they would not have been credited. So, another trick that wasn't credited, it was the reverse toe side slide, not 90 degrees, giving him a total of 1780 and a grand total of 3950 for So let's have a look and see from Czechia. This is Aliz Poliador. So Czechia. Now, the Cracker Barrel isn't the only entity out there that's in the midst of rebranding, but unlike that restaurant chain, Czechia seems to have been more accepted by the younger folk across the country, as we see Aliz Poliador take the fall, and he'll be picked up and transported towards the opposite end of the lake. Here we go. This is Aliz Poliador with the toe 5 back, which appears to be very well rotated and gets the 350 points that trick has in store for him. Now, looking at some of the tricks there, most of them are credit. One or two may have some timing issues attached to them. But as we look towards the end, toe wake O appears to be okay. Toe wake line back. And then a toe front there. And that and around about the area of the toe front would have been out of time anyway. So anything that he would have performed would not have been added onto his tricking score, unless there are some really serious issues in regards to timing. So, in its review phase, provisionally, there's a score of 2230, 2,230 points for pass number one. Still in review, though, but wanting to make sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's in this event. It's very, very sensitive, this event, compared to the other two, which is obviously slalom and jump. So timing comes into play here. Let's see how many of those judged tricks are within time. Pretty much everything you see there up on the screen there is credited. And the toe front and toe back were already performed already. So they may not be within time. Anyway, a committed score of 2230. 2230 on pass number one. That was toes. This is hands. Ski line back to the front. Continuing on to rock from one trick to the next. Wake 5 front, beautiful and clean. Wake 5 front reverse, but sliding across the back of the wake. That would have cost him some time. He only has 20 seconds. He only has a few seconds left to get that move in. There's the slow roll with the back roll, a side slide, and that should do the trick there for him. So we're getting some really, really good little performances going forward for our trickers right here. That's Alice Poliador of Czechia, otherwise known or formerly known as the Czech Republic. So there we go, Alice Poliador. Ski line back, nicely done with his opening trick. That's 350 points right off the bat there. In the wake back-to-backs, 150 points each. Then he goes into the surface back-to-backs right there in the middle. There were 90 points apiece. Wake 5 front there. And then a repeat of the back there, so that wouldn't score. There's the 5 front. Got the reverse there, and then went in for a Waco. Exactly the same point total as a wake back-to-back, the same degree of rotation, and thus the same points for that move. There's a backflip, and around about here is where the time would expire. Now, there are two timing stages for this. There's the typical automatic default timer that is used to give us an approximation of where the last two tricks fall within 20 seconds. But there is a third stage called timing in the whole process of judging the tricks. You have judging, you have reviewing, and now you have timing, just as a double check to see if those in-credit tricks are within the specified 20 seconds. Okay, 22:20. 2,220, and that gives him a total score of 44.50. Okay, folks, last skier from Series 5. This is Luca Rockenwald, who's more known for his abilities to throw down some huge distances in the jump event. European jump champion from about 2 weeks ago. He won that title in Linz in Austria. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. A former skier for Louisiana's Raging Cajuns, but unfortunately just unable to get settled in and balanced all the way. Did a toe 5 back, though not quite as quickly as I'm accustomed to seeing him produce that trick. Just making sure that skis rotates all the way through 540 degrees, trying to get locked in and tried to edge, wasn't able to move, and his weight shift onto the back of the ski caused him to fall. So unfortunately, only 3 tricks were completed, the 350-point toe 5 back and the 2 surface toe back-to-backs falling on an attempt at a toe wake back-to-back. So altogether, 750 points on pass number 1. Should not be all that hard to commit on that one. So 350 on the first trick, 200 for the 2 tricks to come afterwards. So falling on that move. They're judging just to make sure. Looks like we are in the stage of committing to the point score, which, based upon those point totals you see up there at the top, 350 on the first trick and 200 for each of the next 2 tricks, should give us a total of 750 points. Looks like the sun's trying to peek out and give us a little bit of some rays out there. Stepan Šipper still out in the lead with 83.30. He too looking to try and put himself into the trick final. A few of our skiers are probably highly realistic of the whole notion of being able to make it through to the trick final. But we see on the starting dock there Florian Path. He too is also an alumnus of Louisiana's Raging Cajun water ski team. And standing over him and just trying to settle him down is Ricky Caselli, the national technical coach for Team Italia. All right, so we're on our final skier in Series 5. We're going to go into Series 4 unless the judges have something else in mind. But here we go. We've got a reminder there that you can subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can comment on what you see out there and generally everything else in regards to the webcast, or webcasts, I should say, plural, because our next event is the POTI Pro in the Republic of Georgia. Make sure you tune in for that, and also the remaining 2 Water Ski Pro Tour events in Central Florida a little bit later on after that. Luca Ruckenwald now. Here he goes. There's backflip. There's one. Here's the other. Here he's going to go with the flip twist back to the front. Front flip. Oh, and he just about makes that. And here he goes for the next front flip, and he gets that one too. So a couple of 800-point tricks there would boost his point total, but he is going to be missing a whole bunch of points due to the fall on on his attempt at the toe wake back-to-back. So it's great tricking towards the end there now, just to give you an idea of the points that he's looking at right here with the tricks that he performed, and not all of them were in time. Of course, the reverse front flip was initially judged to be out of time, but like I said, we will put these tricks under the scrutiny of the main 20-second timer, which takes place after the review and the judging period for this tricks event. And I mean, everything that you're seeing right here is credit, at least according to the initial judgment of our officials. Now, as he started to go up the wake here, 20 seconds expired about that time, just before he attempted the front flip. at least in the initial judgment of our officials, that reverse front flip, all 800 points of it is going to be missing from his potential score. All right, it's going to be 35-70 on pass number 2. 35-70 on pass number 2. The total score for Luca Ruckenwald is 43-20. 43-20 will be the score for Luca Ruckenwald, and he's currently in 6th place with that total. All right, welcome back, those of you that have just joined us here to this competition. Men's 5-trick leaderboard, and out of the series that we've seen so far, Series 6 and Series 5, we're about to go on to Series 4. Stefan Spack with 83.30. Dima Thomas with 59.20. Alexei Filpenko with his score of 54.90. And those are your top 3 right now. And make sure you keep an eye on the live scores as they come through by going to IWWF.sport, IWWF.sport, and that will give you a link that you can use to actually go to the live scoring for these and many other competitions that occur during the course of the season. All right, here is our running order for the final action of the day. These 10 skiers will be a part of Men's Series 4 tricking. Florian Paff will be our lead-off skier. Then Sebastian Urban of Austria, Joe Nakamura of Japan, Aidan Young-Hanafer of Malaysia, Henry Oldorf from Switzerland, Carla Lucas from Canada, Finland's Veli-Matti Attila, then Catelyn Ashcroft of Australia, Vincent Ahama from Austria, and Joel O'Toole from Australia. All right, then. Okay, game on. Florian Paff getting set up for the first move that he has. It's going to be hand tricks. It's going to be a ski line back and to the front. Continuing on. Wake 5 front. Waco. Waco. Looking in go. Going for back flips. Tricks the weakest of his 3 events for his overall package. Wake 5 back there. And Waco towards the end, he's throwing anything and everything he knows that he can do into his repertoire, regardless of whether it may be credited or not. But he's very, very conscious of the time, of the amount of time that he has at his disposal and at any given 20-second run. All right, then. So looking at Florian Paff and getting through the majority of his tricks there. That ski line back, incidentally, looks like it's going to be no credit because the line was in the water for too long. So 350 points go missing for pass number 1. And the last trick in time, it appears, is going to be the back flip line, back flip front. This is the flip twister back to front, of course. As we see our next skier to take to the water. Adrian Elias, and 24.60 on pass number 1 is going to be credited to Florian Paff, provided that the timing doesn't reveal any discrepancies that would deprive him of any more points. So 24.60 provisionally. Yep, committed score 24.60 there for Florian Paff. Our driver in this instance is Scott Ellis. And coming into the course at 30K. He's going to start with a toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse, toe 5 front, toe out, toe in, toe wake O, good elevation here, toe wake line back to the front, toe wake back, toe wake front. Yeah, and he should be fairly satisfied with that one. That's a great effort there from Florian Paff, who's had some troubles with the tricks event in the last few competitions, but I think there is a very palpable sense of relief there as he gets done with the tricks event. May not be enough to see him through to the final, mind you, but that's probably the least of his concerns. He just wants to get that event out the way and see where the chips fall in regards to where his overall contentions go. So toe wake back-to-backs, both regular and reverse. Very, very early on the pass. So getting the tricks with the most risk attached to them out of the way first, and then he goes in for the toe wake O, which appears to be a credit-worthy trick at this time. Toe wake line back, and just slowing up a little bit here. Toe front. Toe wake back, and around about here should be the expiration of his 20 seconds. So anything he does from around about the point where he did the toe wake front should be out of time. However, we will see how things shape up going forwards. 31.80 on pass number 2, grand total 56.40, grand total of 56.40 for Florian Paff. Probably was expecting maybe a little bit more than that, but obviously there is the 30-minute review period once the skiers get hold of the trick sheets. Then it goes into the review period. Sebastian Urban now. From Austria, Balkan on the reverse toe wake back to back. Toe O into wrapping out of. Oh, and trying to land that toe wake O, and unfortunately the water wasn't quite as forgiving this time for Sebastian Urban of Austria. For many years, their go-to competitor in the tricks event, and that extends right the way to these World Championships. So just going through those initial tricks, toe 5 front, right there from the reverse toe back position. Toe out, toe straight back in. And now this is the trick in which he fell on. It would have been the toe wake O had he have landed it and ridden it out. But letting that knee go up high and shifting too much weight onto the back foot, onto the front foot at the same time. Too much weight towards the heel, not exactly the best way to balance on a trick ski. However, having said all of that, though, that fall was associated with the only trick that he will not get credited with, because everything else looks peachy from this vantage point. So 22.80 is the committed score. 22.80 is the committed score, and once we add that to the second pass total, then we'll give you a grand total as we see our next competitor getting ready to go. That next competitor coming to us out of Japan, and it is Joe Nakamura. So Joe Nakamura just trying to get settled down and organized as Hutch there is by the dockside, getting ready to be of assistance to Joe Nakamura herself. All right, just to give you an idea of what we got planned tomorrow, so far as our schedule is concerned. Thursday, series 3 tricks elimination round, followed by open women's series 4 tricks elimination, and series 3 tricks elimination. That looks like it's going to be a fairly short day tomorrow if what I'm looking at is correct. But here we go, Sebastian Urban now. Half jack, which is a flip, which is a front flip with a half rotation from the back to the front to initiate the spin. And there we go. There's the back flip from the back to the front, and Sebastian Urban just getting everything that he can situated here. Ski line O, ski line back, and yes, he's pleased with that effort there on pass number 2. So for Österreich, Sebastian Urban. So not looking too bad at all. Skiing behind a boat with the national colors of Austria, funnily enough, red and white. So let's have a look and see what Alexander Urban does here. Front flip with a rotation from the back to the front. Had a positional rotation before he started the remainder of the tricks that he had organized for himself on pass number 2. And just really worked hard and just rocked it from one end of the course to the next. He almost got pitted out there, balancing on the tip of his trick ski, but managing to control it enough to where he could continue to trick and continue to tot up points, not only for himself but also for the Austrian team, for whom I believe he is a member of that team. I might be wrong, of course, but that is Sebastian Urban. So actually Sebastian Urban is an independent from Austria, so scrub that point out of your system. We've got 37-20, just a few moments away from being the committed score for Sebastian Urban on pass number 2. That should give him a grand total of 6,000 points even. 6,000 points even for Sebastian Urban. He climbs up into second spot. Here comes Joe Nakamura with a boat speed of 29 kilometers an hour, which seems to be rather slow, even for toe tricks there for Joe Nakamura. But getting those two sides there, reverse toe back, and he tries to set himself up for a toe wake back to back, but he rushed into that one and unfortunately paid the price. So there we go. That is Joe Nakamura of Japan. We saw him compete a little bit earlier on in the competition and did pretty well that. So for those of you that are wondering why this event has been placed in this schedule on this day when it was originally earmarked to be produced elsewhere during the course of the week, well, we had a look at the long range or weather forecast and noted that on Thursday was going to be a particularly nasty day so far as weather is concerned. So bad, as a matter of fact, that we might have had to postpone the action schedule for that day for another one. But instead, we wanted to try and get out ahead of the situation and try to put in as many events as we can into a compressed schedule for today being Wednesday. Now, Thursday, as I mentioned, there are going to be some series in tricks, I believe. Thursday, we have men's Series 3 tricks elimination round, and then we'll have open women's Series 4 tricks elimination round, followed by women's 3 tricks elimination. And those are the only three sections of competition that show up on my screen so far as the schedule goes. So yeah, for the reasons of the rain that could well be here, we decided to compress the schedule into this day and just gives us a little bit more room to work with time-wise. I'm Tony Lightfoot, glad to have you on board. We've committed a score of 1960 on pass number 1 for Joe Nakamura, falling on a toe wake back-to-back. But everything else that he tried up to that point, even taking the repeat of the toe back into consideration, has been credited. He did that toe 5 back especially well. Very good rotation, nice and smooth. Exactly what the officials are looking for. Here comes Joe Nakamura. 32 kilometers now. Boom, hits the backflip. Boom, hits the second backflip. He'll do the flip twist to the back. Nicely done. And he'll do the flip twist to the front. Nicely done there, too. Front flip, 800 points if he can survive that. There we go. That's the second front flip, and I suspect that second front flip, that attempt there of that trick may have been out of time. But we'll double check to see. So it looks like the judges are looking at some of these tricks and determining at least one of them was subject to a pre-turn. That was the backflip to the front. That started off backwards and ended up being forwards, like that move right there. They believe that he pre-turned that, but he did get the front flip. But he fell on the second front flip. Had he have gotten that trick, that would have been in time. But there you go. There's some good tricking there. So, provisionally, the score of 25.50 on pass number 2 is going to go the way of Joe Nakamura. We have a committed score of 45.10, 4,510 points for Joe Nakamura. There it is. There's that's the list of tricks. You can see the one that had no credit attached to it, and then the other remaining tricks which constituted the bulk of the points for pass number 2. All right then, folks. Let's have a look and see who is coming up next. I'll tell you who's coming up next. It's Aiden Young-Hanifer. Aiden Young-Hanifer is our next combatant out there. We're going to get a total point score for Joe Nakamura. His point score is going to be in the 45.10, 4,510 for Joe Nakamura. There you see our top scores, 83.30 for Spack, and Sebastian Urban with 6K dead. So we got Aiden Young-Hanifer from Malaysia. Aiden Young-Hanifer now. 27.8 kilometers now. A1 the boat speed. A1 the 0 off, I should say. Oh, nicely done with that. Just taking way too long to recover off that toe wake line, back-to-back reverse, and looking up to the sky and wondering whatever happened to that move. This is Aiden Young-Hanifer. And I'll be curious to see if that opening trick there, that toe 7 front, was actually credited, but it would appear to be the case. Not only did he delay on moving from the reverse toe 8 back-to-back landing position, but at the same time that happened, the toe foot went lower and lower towards his foot, which altered his balance and was unable for him to continue tricking after that point. So looks like they're reviewing, and it shouldn't take him too long to do that. Going to timing, moot point. So there we go. It's going to be 880 points, 880 points there for Aiden Young-Hanifa. There's a good few of our folks looking for some shade out there to protect themselves from the rain. So committed score for Aiden Young-Hanifa from Malaysia. Okay, let's see who we have next to come after Aiden Young-Hanifa. That will be Henry Oldorf. We have Carla Lucas and Matty Velamati Attila, Callan Ashcroft, Vincent Ahama, and Joel O'Toole. So our next skier getting ready to go, that is Henri Oldorf from Switzerland. And there you go. Give us a wave. I like the cakes that she brought for me, though. They were tasty. World Championship level bakery. Check out Wolfersberg. Check out Wolfersberg Bakery all across Switzerland. You won't regret it. Here we go. This is Aiden Young-Hanifa. Setting himself up here. Ski line back to the front. Surface back-to-backs. Winding on wake 5 front. Positional to the back, wake 5 front. Waco, that's 150 points right there. There is 2 backflips there, 500 points apiece. There we go, flip twist back to front there, that's 750. Flip twist to the back, that's 550. And there you go, some good trick in there, a very high tempo, a very, very fast trick in. And there you go. That is the extent of the scoring there from Aiden Young-Hanifa, and he'll be somewhat pleased that he got through the handle pass, but by the same token, disappointed with what he did with the toe tricks, and unfortunately coming up short in that vein. So that is Aiden Young-Hanifa. We are on skier number 4 of 10, so we're approaching the halfway mark in the series 4 tricking competition. So working well with the 5 front and the Waco out, which is about 460 points for that sequence of 2 tricks there. But going through with the remaining tricks there, pretty easy 500 point apiece trick there with the back flips, and then going with the flip twist back to front and front to back, which are 750 and 550 points apiece. And looks like his point score is going to be around about 35-40. Now there are some tricks that are right on the edge of time, and most of the tricks that he performed were credit worthy, except for the back-to-backs in the middle. For whatever reason, I'm not too sure why, but didn't go all the way to the back there on those moves, and we got a committed score of 44-20, 4,420. That's the addition of 880 and 35-40. So here we go. Coming in, this is Henri Oldorf of Switzerland. Setting the boat at 25% balance. Oh, and going down there on that toe wake back-to-back. He just overloaded with that edge and just completely dumped it. So this is going to be easy to score. 350 points for one trick, and unfortunately that is going to be it there for him. They're reviewing that trick just to make sure that he turned it smooth enough for it to be counted. Timing, no issue there. 350 points scored there for the opening pass there for Henri Oldorf. He's going to get on the back of the boat. He's going to get rid of that tow hold rope and replace it with the handle rope. He just got buried and just got pitted out right there and then. That is Henri Oldorf. All right, boat being transported in the skier towards the end. All right, boat making its way towards the end, probably at the sunnier part of this lake. All right, so looking at the dockside and seeing who is present over there at the moment. It's going to be Carter Lucas from Canada. And we will see how things shape up there. All right, rain coming down a little harder again. But we are committed to making sure that we can get through Series 4. We started off with Series 6, then we've completed that in Series 5. So the scores are pretty much set in stone for those competitors in those series, save for the 30-minute review period. Here we go. This is Henri Oldorf. 350 points in his back pocket. Not the kind of start that he was looking for. There's another 500. Let's count that as 1,000. Flip twist to the back there. 550. And that's a 750 right there with the flip twist to the front. Look at him go. Continuing on. Struggling a little bit here. Ski line back to back. And trying to tot up as many points as he can, but I think a lot of his mind was distracted to a few seconds before where he fell on the toe wake back to back on his second move in pass number 1. Okay, so it looks like whatever tricks that he did perform appeared to be okay. We're judging for the identity of each trick that he fell on, or that he stood up on. Just looking in decent shape here, just trying to keep it going. Sounds like the officials are holding, so we're in a little bit of a holding pattern right now, as just before we bring Carter Lucas into the course, and looks like the tricks have been judged And we are now looking to see if those tricks that he performed were actually credit-worthy under the rule specifications for each move. There you see most of the tricks there that he produced were credit, except for the wake back. Unfortunately there for him, 4 out of the 5 judges believe that he was not fully back there on the wake back. So with that, we'll continue on and go into the timing phase in just a moment or so. This is Henri Oldorf of Switzerland looking to try and find some firepower with his second and final 22nd pass. So far, he's got a point score of 36.40. In the review stage, add 350 to that, and it becomes 39.90. Okay, it goes to timing now. So the judges have locked in their scores for each of the tricks they've identified. So we're committed to a score of 36.40 on pass number 2. Add 350 to that. 39.90, 3,990, which currently puts him in 11th spot right now. Looks like we're going to take a hold, so stick around, folks. The more continuing live action here from the National Water Ski Center for the FISSW, Federazione Italiana Surfing Sci Nautico e Wakeboard, here in Richeto in the northern part of Italy. This is continued coverage of the 2025 World Water Ski Championships, and we'll be back right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets on. Inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to Switch up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Eagle, made in the USA.
All right then, folks, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2025 IWWF World Water Ski Championships, coming to you live from Richeto in northern Italy. Okay, Kerry Lee, our chief judge, has decided with a vote of the panel that we are to stop the event as it is right now. Having just taken Henri Ordorf with his 2:22 runs, and we're going to pick up from where we left off, starting tomorrow morning. So, you just saw the leaderboard right there, and with Stefan Schipper, the overnight leader, with 83.30. He is your current leader in the tricking event. Okay, so we are done for the day. Okay, so. So make sure that you are up bright and early to watch the continuing coverage of this, the World Water Ski Championships from Richeto in Italy. Start time 8:30 Central European Daylight Time. But on behalf of everyone here, everyone who has a stake in ensuring that these championships are a complete success, and on behalf of the crew at TWBC, until tomorrow at 8:30, it is ciao for now.
Eagle, made in the USA.